producer told me to hold on. I'm holding on. Oh, we're alive. Let's go. Smacks. It is the second week of the open qualifiers for Rift Masters Fall 2022. It's your boy Rafa, and I've got Smacks, aka Summerhide, the one and only. And hang on. I'm turning away from you. So
you are.
I will correct that in just a moment.
Do a little flipperooski?
Yeah, a little flipperoo. Ah, that's the wrong flip. Wrong flip. We flipped upside down. My bad. I have flipped.
Perfect.
I am now flipped.
We've done it.
Okay. Now I can look into your beautiful eyes, Smacks. Tell me. I wasn't here last week. Kangas was. In fact, today, Kangas decided to enter into the competition under the name Kangle Incorporated, and, well...
They may have lost, yeah.
Unlucky.
He had a pretty stacked team, honestly. Tog and Safi in the jungle and mid.
Yeah.
Then one of our other caster friends, Mazel, his roommate as well, was on that team, along with his girlfriend, Nenny. Unfortunately, from what we've heard, they did get beat by a 17-kill Lucian. So... tough break there for Kangas, but that's okay because we've got more teams to cover, we've got more teams to cast, and it's just good news for Kangas because now he gets to watch and learn about these teams for the next time he's casting. Yeah,
see how the better Baron laners actually win the competition. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
See, Kangas bags on me all the time. This is friendly banter. You know, it's all good. But for those that are tuning into Rift Masters for the first time and missed out on last week's competition and wondering, hey, what is going on? How does this all work out? Well, we have a wonderful video to show you, and I'll explain everything as Smacks and I will be going through and literally breaking down what is Rift Masters and how it works.
We've got North American and Latin American teams in this 5-week event. We are now in week 2 of the open qualifiers, of which there are 3. Last week, we got to see KFC winning and taking that 15 points, but there were also 7 other teams that got points as well. And those points are really, really important because at the end of the event, the teams with the most points qualify directly into that playoffs. As you can see the format right here, single elimination for the first few games until we get into the top 8, where it will then become a best of 3 for each series. And that's where we're going to be today. We're going to be looking at one best of 1 and then into some best of 3s later.
And then tomorrow will be the quarterfinal stages for the open qualifiers. And all this is working towards a total prize pool of $30,000, which is... That's a lot of money. If anyone participated in Rift Masters last year, I want to say that's, what, 3 times the amount of money that we had last year, if I'm not mistaken, because I think, similar amount. Okay, well, but still, a lot of money that Rift Masters is throwing the way of the Wild Rift community here while we are in the off-season, and I think that is the thing that is super dope, is that we are continuously investing into such a young esport with so many young players that are just hungry to prove themselves and become the next Wild Rift stars as we head into the 2nd official year of Wild Rift in 2023.
And for this event today, there were even more teams that signed up. Last week we had 37. This week we have 38. Maybe that one additional team is the Kangle Incorporated roster that has already lost, but that just goes to show that if you are out there and you want to participate, you still can. There's still another qualifier next weekend. But for this one, it's already locked down. We've already got our teams qualifying for this top 16, which is where we're going to find ourselves in our first matchup. You can see it at the bottom of your screen right now. Bronzil 7x1. The up-and-comers, I suppose, versus Paradolia, a team that we got to see play quite a bit last weekend.
You're going to definitely have to fill me in on Paradolia, because for me, this will be my first time watching them live on stage. Bronzil 7x1, both newcomers. I want to talk to you a little bit about the landscape of Wild Rift, because while it has been a while since both of us have casted an official 5-on-5 matchup for Wild Rift, a lot of changes have come into play. New champions have been added. I believe last week you guys got to see Gwen being played for the first time in the jungle role, which I just want to say, when Gwen first came out and people were like, oh yeah, you know, Baron laner, mid laner is going to, I was like, she's gonna be playing in the jungle, guys. Come on, if we can play Jax and Fiora and Camille and Riven in the jungle, we can play Gwen in the jungle as well.
You say that about every single champion, Rafa. All of them.
Because you can. You literally
and I'm sure
can.
you're gonna say it. I'm sure you're gonna say it about Yone as well, as he is enabled for the first time today.
I've actually practiced the jungle clear with Yone. It's not bad.
You didn't actually have to tell me that. I already knew. I already know you. I knew that you've done this. But anyway, yeah, Yone is enabled for this weekend for the first time in competitive play, at least in North America. And to talk a bit more about that competitive play, we have a leaderboard, I believe, of the point breakdown from last weekend. We get to see where everyone ended up. And as you can see, Rafa, Paradolia, no slouch there, taking third place, winning that third place match against Noxian Glory. And yeah, very exciting stuff. We also, it looks like, have a little bit of a rebrand, Redline switching over to Unplayable Matchup. That is a team that kind of got rocked, if I'm remembering correctly, by Paradolia. So maybe they can bounce back. We'll see.
The name change will give them the buff needed to, surpass her.
I'm actually wrong. It was NDE who got rocked by Paradolia.
Okay.
Redline actually did have a pretty close matchup against Noxian Glory. So that's my bad. I'm remembering things. It's been a week.
Happens. A lot of things happen in a week. The other thing I want to point our attention towards is I didn't get to see the full list of teams with Smacks. I wanted to ask you about Enemy, because we know that Enemy had to play into Kansui Fan Club in the very first round, and even though, because KFC beat them and Enemy didn't qualify throughout, that is one of the teams that I will be looking at throughout the entire season of Rift Masters, because if we were keeping up with the Team Liquid Summer Showdown that concluded about 2 weeks ago, Enemy was the finalist against Immortals, and they managed to take a game off of them in the very last best of 5 as well.
Well, then you are going to find this news very interesting. I don't see Enemy in the bracket, at least by that name. If they name changed, then that would make a lot of sense, but I do not see a team named Enemy in this bracket. I wonder if they're the Kansui Hate Club. I don't think that's them. No, I actually, I don't see I don't see that any team by that name. But anyway,
well,
we're gonna find out where they are in a while, because we have this best of 1 first. This is, again, to get into that top 8, which is where you actually do end up earning a lot of points. And we're expecting Paradolia to do quite well, as they did get top 3 last time.
Some champion priorities coming off the way. I know one of the things I've seen in almost game Wild Rift in the off season, both not just in the Americas but also in the East as well, and even a little bit in the EMEA. If you've been following the ESL Snapdragon series over casted by our good friends Stuart and X-Scoundrel, Cassidy is perma red side ban. You cannot let this champion go through to the blue team.
Well, I have news for you, Rafa. Cassidy was played quite a bit in the last weekend and didn't actually win that much. Yeah, it was banned a lot, but it also was played a lot, and I wasn't tremendously impressed. Now, we have a bit of a different meta over here than in other areas of the world, specifically EMEA, because, Rafa, Double Relic Shield is banned over there. It is not banned here. You can play that strategy.
Oh, and okay. So, and I've heard tales about the Double Relic Shield just getting an influx more gold, abusing the support item for both bot players.
Very strong. It is really, really good. Especially if you are in a lane where support doesn't want to roam around, you can just stay together and sort of abuse that tactic. Karma, one of the champions that does it very, very well. So I'm not surprised to see that first pick here from Paradolia. We also do want to mention Yone was banned by Paradolia. We just can't see that up there because we don't have his image quite yet. This is the first time he's been enabled.
Oh, gotcha. So what you're telling me then is enchanter supports have been upped on the premium because of the changes. Now, we know that on the patch notes, the double support item strategy was nerfed a tad bit. We didn't see the numbers yet, so We'll see how that plays out and whether that affects teams' willingness to play it out on the field. But the most important thing is seeing how the teams execute the compositions that they are putting together for themselves. Already, Bronzil, 7x1, two very powerful enchanters. Morgana, we also know that can go into the bot lane, powerful mage setup, easy wave clear, whereas for Paradolia, you have two fighters that want to go in.
I'm actually looking through the patch notes right now, by the way, to check out what happened to Relic Shield. It does look like the gold overall just went down. If a support... Okay, there's also this new thing. If a support quest item owner is near an ally that also has a support quest item, the player cannot consume charges with their own support quest item. So, okay, the strategy's dead. All right, yeah. I didn't actually read that bit. I saw that the gold went down. But yeah, that's good to know. We're probably not going to see that at all then.
Yeah.
Today. Yumi's very different from when we last saw her. I don't know if you know this, Rafa, but Yumi kind of got like a full rework to her entire kit. Have you seen this?
I do not believe so. I remember she got nerfed finally after Icons, but no, the rework is news to me. Spill the beans. Just want to mention, Akshan, this is going to introduce a little bit more volatility and strategy for Bronzil to play around, because now with a heavier roaming mid laner that is also doubling as a marksman, you have a lot of early mid-game leverage to move with your jungler around.
Yeah, and it very well could be Morgana jungle as well. That's a pretty big flex pick for Bronzil so far. I mean, we're expecting Yumi to be in the support, and the reason for that is because of the new rework. So the passive, the cooldown's way longer. You can't just flat out win trades in top lane anymore just by auto-attacking your opponent over and over with your shield passive. It also doesn't give you mana back anymore, which is a pretty big deal. Yeah. The first ability, Prowling Projectile, the circle around your ally where you can't like shoot the Q past anymore, that doesn't exist. You can shoot it however far you want. So that's pretty big. The other thing, you know how Nami E works?
Yeah.
Where you strap it to somebody and their next 3 attacks deal more damage. Yeah, that is now how Yumi's Zoomies work. Except every 3 hits you heal. So the heal is backloaded and it requires you to be in combat with enemy champions.
Oh, so you can't just passively heal up after taking a trade. You have to be actively taking a trade. Wow. Yes. Okay. So they're trying to encourage Yumi to be more battle aligned. Well, we'll see how that plays out. Paradolia and Bronzil have moved on with a couple of their last picks here. Gwen being locked in for Bronzil. Probably a Baron laner against this Renekton, but I'm hopeful. It's a Gwen jungle. Very hopeful.
It could be. The Morgana could be jungle. Gwen could still be jungle. There's a few options here for Bronzil. Paradolia, on the other hand, they've got quite a bit of range now all of a sudden with this Varus and Karma locked in, bolstering this front line quite nicely. And apart from this Black Shield, there really isn't any peel of any kind for Bronzil to get an Olaf and a Renekton off of your backline. So Paradolia, they can use a lot of these tools to their advantage. Again, we're expecting them to do rather well in this matchup.
Music is thumping. It's bringing an ominousity to what the final pick will be. And whoa. So, with this change around, Smacks, you called it. Unless we see... Caitlyn has to go bot lane at this point, right? I don't think Caitlyn can go anywhere else. And just by logic of that, Akshan can jungle. Gwen can jungle, but more than likely will go Baron lane because you'll probably want to send the Morgana into the jungle role, assuming that Olaf will not look for any invades early or look for early skirmishes around your laners. You're assuming that everyone's going to be playing safe, and if you take advantage of that, Morgana will be able to hit 4 way faster than Olaf will, and then you can look to fight around maybe not the first crab at 125, but the second crab on the other side of the map, and then try to play around, if they're on red side, probably around the top lane with this Gwen. This is a very scale-heavy composition for the side of Bronzil, whereas Paradolia, there's a lot of front-loaded agency in the early game.
And by the nature of the new Yuumi, you want to stay in fights for a lot longer than previous. So the fight duration is going to be really important for Bronzil. You can see as well, they're not even going for Relic Shield anymore, Rafa. It's Spectral Sickle. They're going for the damage option in the lane. So yeah, I'm very, very excited for this one. I don't really know the players of Bronzil much at all, but I can tell you quite a bit about the blue side. Firstly, I'm going to pull up this so I can copy paste it for you, so you know how to say the players' names. But we've got Save the Babies in the Baron lane. We've got Rumi in the jungle.
Okay.
I think this might just be a name change in mid. Solo on Dragon lane, and then the support is Keo as well. And they played quite well together in the last week's game. So I'm really excited that they're back.
Okay. What was the mid laner's previous name if this is a name change?
I am going to look that up for us. Let's see. I don't actually think it has it here. Huh. I don't know where that would be. This might just be a new player entirely.
Oh, Gucci. Nicole Supremacy, that is your new identity. And whoever Nicole is, we salute you.
Yes.
We stand you.
We've got a lot of stands, I think, in this tournament overall with the Konsui fan club. We have Sparkle is cutest. I don't know if you saw that team, Rafa, but that is the third of the trilogy. Apex,
I believe that is the
Johto.
team that dumpstered Kangle Incorporated.
I think you are correct about that. Yes. Let's real quick address also that it is indeed Riven in the mid lane as a response to this Akshan trying to go for a lot of the skirmishing power. You have a lot of that with the Olaf too, who has flashed upon the enemies.
Well, we see a little bit of that advantage that the Akshan mid can get. First roam over to the bottom side, but a lot of the damage already down onto the Morgana, and the rest of Paradolia are pushing Bronzil back under to the safety of their tower, but it's a flash from Nicole Supremacy. The Wind Slash finds one, and there's no trade back from Bronzil either. Solo finding a stray shot on another member. 2 kills over to the side of Paradolia.
Yeah, with that wind sweep already level 5. Oh, and it's a third kill as well for Paradolia, Rafa. Everything going so wrong on the bot side of the map anyway. At least for Gon up here, finding a bit of a solo kill onto the enemy laner.
Well, that is a little bit of the light at the end of the tunnel for Bronzil, as just wanted to make sure dyslexia wasn't failing me. Black Gon or Defx. What should we refer to Gwen? Defx or Black Gon?
I feel like Defx is like a tag. I was gonna go with Black Gon. That also just sounds cool. So
yeah,
I do not know how to say the jungler or the AD. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is gonna be tough. You know what? Caitlyn at least has a 22, so we can
true.
Work with that.
I do want to mention also, we are aware of the audio issues, and we're getting those fixed as soon as we possibly can. So if anyone is wondering why we're in podcast mode, as far as the audio is concerned, that is why, as we have a roam down to the Dragon lane here from the mid lane.
Dun, 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 dun. Dark Binding does not connect here, but the Shockwave, or not Shockwave, Transcendent Embrace from Karma, still not enough. It's been a while since we've looked at Wild Rift champions, at least for me. And remembering that Karma has a spanky cool new ability. For the rest of Paradolia, they're trying to rotate in Nicole Supremacy as well as Rumi. Doesn't seem like they're going to find any further action on this bottom side. However, Morgana could be in a dangerous spot. You see on the bottom side of the map, taking down low, and oh my goodness, they are diving under the tower smacks. Rumi going full-on Viking mode. Fortunately, tower does a little too much damage. No further kills being happened from the side of Paradolia. Oh, and just as I say that, it is Keo who comes in at the last
And we can hear it as well now. The audio's back, and it's a 2-for-1 in the end for Paradolia. Again, just bullying everything underneath this bot lane turret. I cannot believe how much pressure Bronzil are having to face down with that lane. And you've got this Caitlyn Yuumi as well. With the new changes, Yuumi, very difficult to actually keep your AD alive as long as you're not in combat. So pretty hard lane to handle, it seems.
Well, so far for Bronzil, going up against the current 3rd seed on our Rift Masters ladder. Doing a decent job of not getting completely blown out, but it is a solid 2,000 gold lead for Paradolia so far. First Dragon already being started up by Rumi, and there seems to be no response from Bronzil, able to take out the tops. What is happening, Smack? Nicole's Supremacy! This is the 3rd time that they have dove in that bot lane tower.
Yeah, you are not allowed to be underneath that structure if you're on the side of Bronzil, and you're not allowed to be anywhere else either. Save the Babies finds a kill onto the enemy team's jungler, denying the Rift Herald. Rafa, I do believe that this game is falling out of Bronzil's hands very rapidly now with both objectives taken.
Your only hope at this point is that Black Gone, with this power spike in the Nashor's Tooth, can coordinate with the rest of the members and find an advantageous fight that they can just completely go crazy. Because right now the objective game is very securely in Paradolia's hands.
Black Gone did go for that 1-for-1 up in the top lane just now. Got himself a Haunting Guise, but with the Rift Herald power, will have the structure taken out, the first one in the game as well. Save the Babies dies for a good cause, it would seem, as Rumi is able to clean that up.
Did their best to stall out that first Brig gold. Still going over to Paradolia. That advantage once was 2,000 gold, now it is a solid 6,000 for Paradolia. That gold lead continuously ballooning for the side. Wow. Damn, great job from the bottom lane. Oh, Paradolia. Whoa, 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 solo. I respect it.
We have Keo using the green shockwave, as you called it before. Just to clear out the wave and save the turret. How many other shockwaves are there? You think Vi Ultimate is just like punchy shockwave?
No, it's... I see what you're going with it. It's not quite the same. I guess Moonfall is like...
Yeah, that's a good one.
White Shockwave or
Moon
Bright
Shockwave?
Moon Shockwave. Ooh, yeah. Moon Shockwave. That works. I like that. If Nila was in this game, we could have Blue Shockwave. Yeah.
Water Shockwave?
Water
that would
Shockwave.
also work.
Ooh, you know what? Then another kill, dude. Paradolia is just taking no prisoners whatsoever. As soon as they see someone within their sights, they're like, "Can't be there, son. I gotta kill you."
I was telling you, Rafa, these guys are no joke. They are gonna get it done. They did indeed win a game with no smite in the jungle last week.
What?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Do you want me to elaborate, or?
I'll have to go look myself.
You should probably. You know what? Actually, you really shouldn't, because the whole time me and Kangas were saying like, oh man, if this was happening to Rafa, he'd be so tilted. If he was playing against a no smite jungler and he lost.
You know what? It's okay. Jungle gap. That's all I'll say.
Oh,
good God.
You know what? The respect flash is there for Zusty.
I was about to ask you how we're gonna pronounce that, because I saw X, and so sometimes some people pronounce X like sh, so I don't know if it would be shusty, or if this was Zusty, or ecstasy. Oh,
Oh. It's probably ecstasy.
Maybe.
Actually.
All right. Well, a flash from Rumi as they look to trample all over Bronzil 7x1. The bottom lane is absolutely obliterated. And Paradolia, while there's no objectives really to play for, they don't care, Smacks. They are showing their dominance on the Rift.
Gonna get all this damage down onto the enemy champions and still finding so many kills. Game's looking really rough, as we expected. This is still that round of 16. This is the break point where you get into the games where you can earn points for the qualifiers. Paradolia, by their point bracket right now, have already qualified for that playoffs. Of course, that's just a hypothetical. They would need to keep that consistency alive further. But as of right now, the results speak for themselves. They are competing with the best of the best, and the teams that beat them are the ones that have the very experienced Wild Rift players in North America.
Black gone, trying to get gone, and not by means of death, but actual just escaping from danger. Paradolia, once again, continuing to show complete control on the entire map as we have a dragon coming up in the next 14 seconds. But Paradolia, they're so confident. They're going to burn down this Rift Herald ASAP and burn their way over to the dragon as well.
Looks about right here. Paradolia keeping the map pressure alive, and I kind of want to just see them go for another one of these big engages, just from start to finish. I want to see how this actually happens, because this lead is just gargantuan.
Oh, green shockwave, nature shockwave, we'll just call it that one. And Bronzil 7x1 are getting wiped off the Rift here, Smacks. The rest of Paradolia falling on in. No one will go down. Ooh. Oh, solo. Unlucky. Paradolia were trying to maintain that clean streak, but a noble cause to sacrifice one's life to secure the kill on to the Morgana, as Bronzil 7x1 now find themselves down 11,000 gold. And I think, Smacks, this just means that we start looking ahead to the game 2, because thankfully for Bronzil, these are not best of 1s, these are best of 3s. So there's still one more game to try in. I lied.
That is, yeah, that is what we would say if it was a best of 3. Alas, it is not.
I lied. I am so sorry. I have been giving a lot of false information. My apologies. Paradolia, it is time as they continue closing out this game. Now, Bronzil 7x1, they're going to look for any miracle plays, any Hail Marys, but it is a triple kill coming up for Ruby. All right, give it to me, baby. First day back on RiftMSTRS. Ruby, you know you want it. No! Save the babies! Why?
I'm devastated. The pentakill was so close. We only got one pentakill all of last weekend. What? We're gonna have to wait to see if the rest of this weekend can match that, because I think this game is about to end, Rafa. First inhibitor dead, second one immediately after. Paradolia, they want to make their venture into the top 8 quick.
Get in there. Get in there, Black on. Go, 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 go. Okay, ecstasy. Hit him with your gun. Shoot him down. Wait a minute, Bronzil 7x1 actually cleaning up 2 members here. Only giving up 1 onto the Gwen. One more shot. Oh, but it's intercepted by Rumi, and he's got a GA. Smacks, I don't think he's happy. Ragnarok instantly cleansing the Dark Binding, taking a lot of damage, but already obliterating 22. I don't know if Rumi gets out of this one. Has saved the babies this time around, so we'll be able to walk away safely, but you can't walk into the Nexus, guys. You have to walk away to the minions, and they are making their way out of there, Smacks. This one's
pretty open.
Not gonna, yeah, yeah. I was trying to find a polite way of saying this game is doomed, but you've already said it.
Yeah, and yeah, like you lied about earlier. This is a best of 1, so
I'm trying not to lie anymore. I'm trying to make up for my sins.
We're good, yeah. I mean, lying is a sin, but it's all good. Anyway, there's only one structure left in the base of Bronzil 7x1, and I believe it's going to fall rather shortly. Looking like a Baron call for Paradolia. Should go smoothly.
You think they could just do it with 2 people?
I mean, they could, but it would take longer. I don't think they really want to keep going.
Yeah,
we got to get to the
Supremacy
top 8.
already took a lot of damage on the backside. Had to use some honey fruit to heal back on up. Baron being secured means Paradolia now have as many of the tools as they could currently have to close out this game. Bronzil 7x1 doing everything they can to hold on, maybe hope for windows where Paradolia are being a little more cocky than they should be, but so far Paradolia, they are doing a pretty damn good job of executing the end of this game.
Feels like it at this point. We've got Baroned up minions in the base. All of Bronzil is alive, so this might be a bit harder than I'm sure Paradolia want it to be. But at the same time, there is just an Nexus.
Okay, Optimistic Flash from Save the Babies gets only really a dash and a couple ultimate spells out of Bronzil 7x1. But it's the final push, and Paradolia will continue advancing on in their bracket. The number 3 seed currently ranked on the ladder, proving why they are there in the first place.
That Karma ult did big damage. Aura, green shockwave, nature shockwave, saw a la shockwave. The donut.
The donut. I remember when we were calling it the donut right before Icon started, and it was like...
And right now, I still call it the donut. It's hilarious. So this is actually something that Kyo did about quite a bit of last weekend, where she would combine the Imperial Mandate with the Meteor Boot enchant. And I really like that synergy because it slows people down and deals a lot of extra damage. And we saw that pretty much every game, so I'm glad that it's back.
Well, for Paradolia, they are also back, coming in to this week of the second Open Qualifier in fighting form. Now, credit over to Bronzil, there was a couple times where they were able to scrap on back, but when we looked at the composition at the beginning of the game, we said that Paradolia had a front-loaded composition with tons of early game agency. And the theory was for Bronzil, if they could scale, if they could safely get through the laning phase, you know, a late game could have been a different story for these two teams, but Paradolia, they did not hesitate one bit. As soon as they saw an opportunity to just steamroll in there, well, that's what happens, Max.
Yeah, I gotta say also, I think Yuumi looks pretty bad with the new changes. I was hoping that it would be better. Maybe that just wasn't the game for it, but
you know what?
Yeah.
It just means, Smax, that the best cat is no longer Yuumi. But I think a new cat will have to take its place.
That's my cat! That's Patroclus. Oh, he's such a cutie.
See,
he's right back there behind me. He doesn't really like when I pick him up. I can go find Victor if you want. He likes being picked up. You want me to do that?
No, maybe during a break we can prepare for it. But I don't think we're going to a break anytime soon. I think we're, if I'm correct, we're just rolling right into the next. I promise I'm not intentionally telling lies. I'm not intentionally spreading false information on the internet. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a break as we prepare for our next matchup. So see you in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready, and I have a jar next to me. Anytime I, whether intentionally or not intentionally, tell a lie and spread false information on the stream, I will be donating to that jar.
All right, donating what?
Don't worry about it. Just it's for metaphorical purposes. The point is, I will do everything in my power to tell you, the viewers, the awesome Wild Rift community, what the actual is going to happen today. Okay, So we have a best of 3 quarterfinals match. The reason why we had the first matchup in the best of 16 was because matches didn't finish as early as we expected. So we had a little bit of a bonus round where those matches were best of 1s. But now going forward into the quarterfinals, these are all best of 3s. And our first quarterfinal we are showing today is Paradolia taking on second place Demons, who smacks second place Demons. This is formerly Enemy, aka No More Ego, or New Massive Ego, as they called themselves during the Team Liquid Summer Showdown. But there's been a swap of players based on what we had last time if you were following the TL Summer Showdown, because that roster incorporated Sandwich, Tybe, Meals, Jackie, and Asami. This one seems they are bringing in old school, for those familiar, formerly of Cloud9, and then before that, Tribe of the prior 2 splits. So now, it's going to be a hell of a match that Paradolia now have to go into and see if they can leverage themselves this time around.
Are you 100% confident that everything you said was the truth there?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
All right, I agree with you. That was all correct. And I'm very excited about this also because, just like you said, this is effectively the new Enemy roster. A lot of very strong players on this team. We've got Meals in the mid lane, Jackie and Old School playing the Dragon lane, some guy that I think Rafa knows somehow in the jungle. You can probably talk about him a little bit, and then Sandwich as well in the Baron lane. Tell me a bit about this jungler. I don't know if I've heard of him.
Oh my god. Well, Tybe is
Tybe. Okay.
Tybe.
Great name.
Yeah, Tybe. Well, back in the summer 2021, when we first got into Wild Rift, we were looking around Wild Rift streams and trying to see who was competing and who was entering into the qualifiers back for the first ever season of competitive Wild Rift for back then it was called the Summoner Series before it got changed to the WNS. And one of those teams had a jungler named Camille Tybe. And he was a proclaimed Camille Wukong 2-trick in the jungle. Best Camille Wukong on the server as well, proclaimed. And we went into that stream, we became friends, and ever since then, we have watched this player do some of the most incredible things online and on stage throughout competitive Wild Rift history. Nenemy throughout the Zero split, consistently the second best team up until the very end, once the team started falling and, losing some players. Going into the first official split in the spring, Enemy had a very great start during the beginning, but then there's rumors of Tybe leaving the competitive scene. They made a run at the WNS, got in through Last Chance Qualifier, ended up being, I think, 7th or 6th place. But then when Sentinels went to Icons, sheesh, their jungler couldn't go. And so Tybe was subbed in as the sub jungler, and with Sentinels, took NA's first ever international Victoria Series, and it was against Guangdong Freaks. And that is by far one of, if not my favorite series I have ever casted. Across League of Legends, across Wild Rift, across any esport.
Well, I think we're 2 for 2 on you saying a bunch of correct things so far. So that's absolutely amazing. Obviously, I was joking before. I love Tybe. I know Tybe very well. We met in person in Minnesota. I'm very excited to see him play again on not Enemy this time, as they've changed their name.
Good kid.
His Camille seems to be stolen away from him, though. And the Riven, also. A lot of strong powerhouses picked up by Paradolia. And the jungle matchup, to me, is the one that we have to watch out for. Because last weekend, Kangas and I, were told that Rumi is Lebmont Jr. He's really mechanically talented. And now that Lebmont isn't playing jungle, maybe the best jungler in the tournament. Now, there's some pretty tough competition for that one. You know, we've got Tybe, we've got Pain, the Pain Gap. I'm sure we're going to be seeing some more of him later. And Molly also. But yeah, Rumi's been phenomenal, and we saw some really good plays out of him in the last weekend. So definitely look out for this matchup for sure in the jungle. To focus elsewhere, just briefly though, it does look like Old School is going to be playing the Varus. We don't know what the champion matchup is going to be on the other side, but we do know it's going to involve a Nami for Kyo, who, again, looked really solid on the Enchanters with the new Imperial Mandate item.
To let that all settle in, jungle matchup being the prime estate for RI. Now, in order for both junglers to succeed, we already saw that Rumi was able to annihilate Bronzil in the last best of one that we just saw. And it was off the back of having strong lanes and then being able to play an aggressive jungler to get into the face of the Morgana that we saw. Tybe, no stranger to dealing with aggressive junglers and also being an aggressive jungler himself. So, when these two clash in the river, it is going to be on who rotates on over first. And the thing is, this Jace pick is what is giving me the most questions, because normally Jace is a solo laner, but in the past, especially on release, Jace was very strong in the jungle. Tarzan, Tybe, even Lebmont all jumped on the Jace jungle train and made great use of him. So this could be for Tybe, but it could be for Meals, and it could be a situation where second place team is trying to save that counter pick for the very last pick of the draft.
One of the picks that we get to see for the first time in a long time is this Leona, who I recently had a bit of a discussion with one of our friends, Avril, on Twitter about, as she mentioned that she saw this Leona splash art, and she said that Leona looked really bad, and I immediately got very offended because I was like, Leona looks incredible. I don't know what you're talking about. And then she had to remind me that bad also means like, oh, she a baddie, you know. She looks kind of bad, you know? And to that, I have to agree. Leona looks phenomenal in Wild Rift. They need to step up the game over there in PC League, because have you seen PC League Leona? She's got nothing on this baddie down here. So
Leona has been done a great service in the Wild Rift splash up dart.
Look at her. Update. Look at the serve. Look at the stance.
The eyes are
yeah, her makeup looks amazing.
Yeah. Okay, now before we get too far on the Leona hype train, second place Demons with this Morgana lock-in, either this is a Varus mid lane for Meals, or this Morgana is being flexed into the jungle.
I think it's the jungle, yeah.
So with this in mind, we're going to ask ourselves the same question again for second place Demons that we had to ask for Bronzil. Can they get through the early game where Morgana might be unprotected while they're trying to ramp through the jungle ASAP before Paradolia start trying to cause havoc? Yeah, because this top side, all melees, but great skirmishers in the early game, and as soon as they hit level 5, very powerful ultimates as well. Second place Demons, gonna have to be careful.
Pretty good stun clicks here for second place Demons, though. Leona and Renekton both have really solid lockdown to match with that Morgana. That's, I think, the biggest difference here. The crowd control is actually really good, and you can use that to try to shut down a more mobile bruiser that's coming at you, of which Paradolia has 3. So you're really going to find a lot of value in that, I imagine, for this game. So we're getting into it. It is Tybe who is playing the Jace, and Meals is taking the Morgana to the mid lane.
Interesting. Okay, well, this then changes things up a bit for second place Demons. No longer, Jace doesn't have nearly the same kind of rapid clear speed that Morgana has, but you can get into the face of your opponents very early on. Jace, jungle, it's not necessarily one known for ganks, but skirmishing power, as soon as you hit level 3, that's the thing about Jace, right? Unlike other champions, you get access to 6 abilities to use, rather than just the 3.
Okay, well, 6 is a bit of a stretch. I'd say like 5 and like 5.2. Okay, the ultimate is the same on both forms, Rafa. We don't want to be too facetious here.
But you have your first, second, and third ability on both forms, unless you're not really counting the gate as one, because it's very important to the...
I mean, you know what? Yeah, I guess I just counted wrong. I was doing some bad math. I need to throw something in the jar. Again, I need to know what we're throwing in this jar, so I know what I'm giving up here, if I have to lie.
We can come to that conclusion later, because Meals and Tybe are rowing up to the top side, and a very early dive right on the Scuttle Crab timer as well, already skipping past that. And Ignite saved the babies, trying to delay this dive as much as possible. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Old School and Jackie just won their 2v2. And this dive, Nicole Supremacy can't get in range. This dive is clean from second place Demons.
Oh, and Bot's dead again. Also, it's a 2v2 double kill in the Dragon lane at the same time as the dive succeeding in the Baron lane. Second place Demons. I was wondering what they were going to look like, because we saw in the last event they got knocked out in the top 16 because they had to play Kansui Fan Club so early on in that best of 1. And just off of those results alone, it made their seeding look a lot worse. That's why they're playing against the 3rd seed so early on. But we know these players can achieve great heights, and that very well could be where we find ourselves right now. Paradolia, if this continues, might go from 3rd to 8th.
Paradolia have the biggest challenge up at their faces now within this Rift Masters circuit. Paradolia, if they were able to overcome this best of 3, it would be pretty damn remarkable, and we would have to start then taking seriously the claim of Rumi being Lebmont Jr. Especially, I mean, Tybe is not going to be an easy foe. Whereas on the side for second place Demons, it is so important for them to win this series as well, because they didn't get a chance to qualify for the top 8 in last week's bracket because of the KFC matchup early on. And so they need this in terms of circuit points. And already they're continuing to leverage that start even further, knowing that Nicole Supremacy didn't have flash for the attempted salvage on the top side before, and they punished so beautifully.
An attempted response up in the Baron lane. Goes a little haywire, and now a double stun onto both members in the Dragon lane. The damage setup is huge, but the wave and the bubble combined will actually get Keo a response kill. I like that quite a bit, but can you survive? No! Still a double kill in the Dragon lane for second place Demons.
Yeah, good for Paradolia. Oh, hold up. Jungle matchup. Tybe, knowing well that he is going up against the champion that he has mained for so long in that Camille. He's able to get out alive just barely. Rumi, the lockdown there, but the damage still not enough early on for Camille.
At this point here, Keo, 100% of the kills on their team for Paradolia. Not exactly what you want. Things going very haywire very quickly as second place Demons are showing mechanical prowess across all 5 roles in every single one of these skirmishes. There isn't even an objective to play for yet. They're just showing that their mechanics, or maybe their champions, are just that much stronger early game. And here's the flash stun.
Oh, Save the Babies tried to burn almost everything, but knew the barrier was not going to be enough. Ty flashing forward to make sure that all the summoner spells that the rest of his team burned did not go to waste. With that kill, they'll for sure get the top turret as well, right before the objective spawn.
Yeah, they don't even need the Rift Herald for first turret. There it goes. They can take the Rift Herald also just for good measure and extend this gold lead even further. 6,000 at this time, by the way. Drake is up. Maybe Paradolia will try to respond to the Rift Herald and the top side. Pressure with a Drake of their own. Doesn't look like it's going to be punished or at least contested at all by second place team, which is good news, but that Herald is going to be pretty big.
This gives time for second place Demons to reset as well as after the Rift Herald. They didn't want to contest for the Dragon, knowing that, well, yes, they had just taken out the top laner. There wasn't enough time to rotate on over, and you would be down resources in terms of ultimate spell cooldowns. Now with the reset, most of the members have gotten full buys in, and they are just continuing this charge, punishing anyone that is out of position for Paradolia.
Another Rift Herald charge, also half HP on the second mid lane structure. And the picked potential here for second place Demons is starting to get really terrifying. Leona, not a champion you get to see very often in competitive play for Wild Rift, but one that is proven to be very effective for Jackie so far.
And let's talk about Jackie, because Jackie has had a very busy offseason. You know, Jackie, we knew, was one of the higher prospect players from year 0 back on Cloud9, formerly their AD before moving to the support role when Griff came in. But then during the offseason, Jackie was not able to continue playing for Cloud9. They brought on Selma and Old School instead. Gonna have to hold that point. Meals. Good Soul Shackles flashing away from Nicole Supremacy. I mean, we've seen this before in the previous best of 1. Nicole Supremacy, no stranger to diving foes under the tower, able to trade 1-for-1. Rest of second place Demons seeing if they can look for any stragglers here, but they might have overextended. This could be huge for Paradolia, but just as I say that, a huge amount of burst damage comes out right back onto Rumi, forced to retreat.
That's one thing about Leona. She doesn't deal a whole lot of damage, but Old School, finding out that Wukong does, has to back away to the waiting arms of Renekton. And yeah, that's going to be enough, actually. Renekton's stun is a ton of damage as well. Save the Babies trying to flash away, but it's not enough. And Rafa, they're setting up for another play bot.
Yeah, I would really love to talk about narrative, but between second place Demons and Paradolia, both of these teams are insanely scrappy. And I don't think we're going to have time for story time until after this game has concluded.
I'll look for another engage here. The Leona ultimate dropped. As you were saying, Jackie, one of the more interesting players that we have in NA. And might be setting up for something. Actually, no, he's in the base. It's the rest of his team that's doing all this.
You see what I mean? As soon as we get caught slipping, we're like, okay, you know what? Nothing's going to happen. No one's going to go down. They realize...
Everyone's recalling. Rafa, we can talk about it. Jackie was rank 1. He was like 2k LP above everybody else. That's really cool.
Yep, rank number 1 and a massive LP gain as well as an AD. But the fact that Jackie is so damn good at the game, understanding multiple roles, willing to flex the support for Old School, who is also a prominent AD carry in his own right, and Jackie just understanding that this could be the best setup going forward into the offseason. We don't know what the final roster of this team will look like, but so far this is working pretty damn well against Paradolia, who is ranked 3rd on the RiftMasters as of last week, and Jackie just completely solos out Keo.
Jackie is just bullying people on this Leona right now, just diving forward and walking into the enemy team's jungle alone, usually as support. That is how you get yourself killed. But Jackie is just diving under turrets. What?
They're just going forward smacks, but that's a huge knock-up combo from Save the Babies. And now Jackie might look back on that one and say, okay, guys, we're good. My bad. We're going a little too crazy, going a little too ham. Paradolia, thankful that second place Demons, giving them a little bit of a window, but it's still a 9,000 gold deficit they have to climb off.
That was a bit of foreshadowing right there, an effective storytelling tool for you. Saying, oh, Jackie, you're gonna die if you do that. And then he does. Yeah.
Well done, Smacks.
Yeah, it's...
Can you foreshadow this?
All right, Wukong is dead. Yeah, well, it already happened. I can't foreshadow it anymore. All right, here, I have some foreshadowing for you. Second place Demons look like they're gonna win game 1.
Bum, 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 bum. 10,000 gold lead. You know, I would say that your odds on that bet are very high. Tide is going to use this time to split on the Baron side of the map with that Rift Herald in place. Dragon is not up for 10 seconds, but second place Demons, they don't have to even go for the objective. They are more focused on continuing to barrel down these turrets while they have the advantage.
How did Jackie just, like, fling to the right there? Is that a boot enchant?
Yeah, I don't remember what the name of the boot enchantment is called, but there's something where it's similar to Prowler's Claw on League, but it's for supports. Like you dash to an ally.
Oh.
I don't remember the full effects of it, but it's like Magnetic Repulsor or something.
Okay. Literally nobody built that last weekend. In any of the games that were streamed. It was the only ones that were new were the Meteor and then the changed Redemption. Everything else was like what I've already known. But I knew there were new ones, so that's how I knew it was a boot enchant, but I didn't I didn't know what it did.
Don't worry, I'll look it up. And meanwhile, Jackie is looking to close out the game. Solar Flare onto Solo. The Ignite finally takes him out.
Got him.
It's a trade 1-for-1. Jackie's life for the Ziggs. I think that's pretty damn worth. If you are second place Demons, that means there is no wave clear available for the side of Paradolia. They're going to do their best to fight off this siege from second place Demons, but a couple more minion waves coming in through will allow them to at least take one inhibitor. And I say that, and it looks like I'm going to have to put something in the jar again because I'm spreading false information.
You're just delaying that information. This is, again, foreshadowing. We're working on it, okay? The inhibitors are going to fall later. Just not right now.
Just not right now.
Because this game's not very close. This
True.
Point, second place Demons, they had that really strong lead out the gate.
Okay, well, Smacks, I did have to put something in the jar because it is not Repulsor. Like, Repulsor is an enchant, but what Repulsor does is you knock back enemies within range.
Oh, that's the Blast Cone one, right?
Yeah, that's the Blast Cone one.
Whoa!
But there is an item that allows you to just dash to enemies. I do not remember what the name of it is. So I will rapidly go scour the internet.
You know what? This is the time for me to get on my soapbox and say that I'm very sad that the fandom wiki, like where you can see all the items in Wild Rift, hasn't been updated in months. Nobody's doing that anymore. I was using that as a resource for many months, and it is completely a barren wasteland at this point. Very disappointed. Yeah.
Oh, you know what, Smacks? I called it Magnetic Repulsor, and I was half right because it's just called Magnetron. This specific enchantment. I just happened to combine two names, and Nicole Supremacy has combined themselves with the ground. They're dead. Second place Demons. Oh God. You know what? Save the babies. I respect it. Throw yourself with the Cyclone trying to give your team a way out, but second place Demons, they're 15,000 gold ahead. These guys were the ones that went all the way to the grand final of the Team Liquid Summer Showdown. If this isn't a strong opponent, then I don't know who is. Paradolia, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board in Game 2 as second place Demons look to wrap the first game of this best of 3 up.
Only Rumi left alive. The minions are here, and Rumi is no longer left alive. That's going to be the first game, and unlike what Rafa said earlier, this series actually is a best of 3. So Paradolia have another chance, but second place Demons take game
1. So,
we got dark.
Magnetron. Now, it did get dark. You're going to have to turn up your lights, Max.
Yeah, one second.
The Magnetron enchant targets a nearby allied champion within range and dash to them, taunting the closest enemy to the target ally within a small range for 1 second. Very cool.
That is very cool.
So it's basically a great way to redirect divers towards you and protect your allies. So like Zed ults onto your AD carry, you, as soon as the Zed is, out of the shadows invulnerable part, you can Magnetron to your ally, and the Zed is immediately force taunted onto you, so it cannot get their spell rotation out onto your AD carry.
Seems pretty good to me.
Yeah.
You know what else seems pretty good to me, Rafa?
What's that?
Second place demons. I am now all of a sudden very, very sad that we didn't get to see more of them last weekend, if they were already this good. But like you said, Old School is on the roster now, and that is a very big deal. He has always been one of the strongest marksmen in our entire region, and yeah, I'm just glad that he's here. I'm glad that he's still playing into space. Big fan of School, old. I didn't actually really like School that much.
Smacks is referring to, educational institution, school,
Yeah,
not Gabe, Old School,
Yeah,
Gabe,
I
very
love
cool person. Love Gabe, big fan of Gabe. And going through the narratives of these other players, we talked about Jacket, we talked about Tybe, Meals, another one from the Cloud9 camp, which, a lot of this enemy/second place demons, whatever final name they're going to choose by the end of the Riftmaster Circuit team, is Old School and Jackie, having played stints on Cloud9. Meals was a long-time Cloud9 member. I think the only time we ever saw Meals on any other team was just for like a sub situation. Maybe subbed for... You know what? I'm not going to say anything because I will not spread false information on the internet. I know we have seen Meals either subbed out because they weren't available, or Meals subbed onto another team. So, but that being said, because Cloud9 had disbanded their Wild Rift team, a lot of these top players were on the market and are free agents, and you have seen them already, go their separate ways, picking out what teams. One of the other prominent Cloud9 members in Zello got a chance to go with Immortals to Icons as one of their sub-players. And, yes, Immortals did lose in the end and did not qualify out of group stages. They took down Liberty, and one of the main reasons why was because Zello stepped up and took out Liberty's Baron laner. He had the blonde dyed, like, curls. I don't... what is his name? He's a young kid as well. Super cool kid. But
early 2000s Justin Timberlake.
Yeah. Sure, we'll say that. But Zello stepped up, and while Zello is still thinking back to what could have been the backdoor against Rolster Y, I will proudly say that Zello stepped up big time and has had a remarkable improvement since first stepping onto the Wild Rift scene for Cloud9. And that is why he's on the Konsui fan club with, probably our strongest team in the Rift Masters bracket alongside Molly starting Gume Lebmon.
They didn't drop a game last tournament either, but second place Demons only played them in one single game. And honestly, with the way that this series is going, I think we're probably going to be seeing some more games between second place Demons and Kansui Fan Club. I at least would enjoy that. No hate to Paradolia. I just want to see some action there. And the other thing I wanted to say as well, we may not know what second place Demons team name is going to be by the end of this tournament and maybe going into Season 2 of WNS if that happens. But if you're an esports org out there, you could choose what their name is by signing these players because they are just an amateur roster. And that's true of a lot of these teams. But if you like what you just saw, hey, shoot me a DM. Not that I'm affiliated with the team. I can just help you.
I've been a big promoter to whichever org that will give me the time of day and listen, and I will say that there's definitely interest. We just don't know whether they will confirm or lock in. Probably will not see until we get closer to the second official year of Wild Rift competitive. So until then, a lot of these teams are just doing pickup teams and seeing which but I think the cool thing about that is we're seeing a bunch of experimentation, many rosters being swapped in and out, seeing which seems to work, what teams have innate synergy and chemistry right from the get-go, or which teams have more payoff as the more games they play together. That being said, we get to check in to see what happens to many players after their orgs, or even teams have disbanded after icons as well. There's a lot of good players in the Wild Rift scene that are, I don't want to say teamless, but just, are no longer with the team that they used to play for.
Yeah. But anyway, to get back into what we just watched, Second Place Demons, they seem to be a very powerful opponent for anyone who's looking out to try to get some more results in this event. Definitely going to have to watch out for getting run over in the early game, because all of those lanes did not go very well for Paradolia. And again, Paradolia, the third place team from the last event. Things already seem like they are going to be shaking up in the results department. Bad news for Paradolia if that ends up happening, but good news for second place Demons. We're going to have to take a pretty hard look at how the points break out by the end of this weekend, but we're getting way ahead of ourselves. We got a draft to spectate and see what's going to go down. Paradolia sticking on the blue side, it looks like.
This is one of my favorite things to do in Champion Select, especially with Smacks, because they already know what the vibe is. Whenever there's good draft music, it's just head bopping time.
And it's Renekton bopping time, because Renekton just got bopped with the banhammer.
Bop the Renekton. Bop the Gragas.
Probably the Senna. Yep. Nice.
Maybe
what's your
Zed.
prediction? Ooh, Zed? Okay.
Zed.
Maybe Karma. I think Karma would be a pretty good one.
I mean, second place Demons don't actually have to change up that many bans since they won the first game. I imagine Paradolia are the ones that have to change things up a bit. And second place Demons already, reading that they had to take away the Renekton, showing the strength of it. The first pick for Paradolia was... What did they first lock in? It was Riven.
Riven.
Yeah. Riven straight away, and then into Camille Karma, I believe.
One thing, Rafa.
I am trolling. Another one for the jar. Oh.
Anyway,
here's the jar. You can't see it, but it's got...
It is a green jar, it looks like. That's pretty funny. I was going to use my green screen today, but as you can see, I'm wearing some green, so that would have made things a little strange. Rafa, you mentioned earlier that Kassadin has a really high priority elsewhere. It was nerfed on 3.4a. I wanted to check to be sure, and yeah, it's a bit weaker.
Okay, well, you know what? That makes a lot of sense.
You know what's stronger on this patch, by the way, is Nautilus. Nautilus has a lot more crowd control in the passive and dredge line. So, just saying, if you're any Nautilus and Pyke as well, Pyke buffs. Any Hook Champ fans out there? Any hookers? Pyke, Nautilus.
Yeah, Paradolia. One thing that they didn't ban, or this time around, was the Lee Sin. They were fearing it from Tide, but they shifted their priority of which champions to grab in locking that Lee Sin. Second place Demons answer back with the Jace Flex once again, and a Varus. Classic for old school. And so the Camille Galio combo, something that we have seen from time to time to time to time as early as the beginning, since both of these champions were available. So Smacks, all right, Paradolia, they are trying to up the ante in how much agency they have in the early game.
That's a hooker. We got Thresh. Thresh down there in the Dragon Lane paired up with Varus. Slightly different from the Leona. You don't have as much long range engage with the Solar Flare, but you still have some long range engage. You just have to make sure you hit that hook. And yeah, they've also got quite a few abdominal muscles showing off between the two of them there.
They work out.
They do.
Good. Yeah. I mean, if you're constantly pulling back arrows and running all over the rift, or if you're throwing death sentences,
does that really work on your core that much? I guess running would, but like...
Okay, so the way Kangas is going to come into this chat and criticize... I mean, guys, I'm not going to be the expert on which exercises strengthen out which muscles. That's Kangas's forte. But I'm just going to assume, and hopefully it fits my narrative, that when you're throwing the death sentence, you're lunging forward, and that strengthens your core because you're like doing a crunch motion. You know,
I see. I feel like that'd just be bad form. We're gonna have to zoom in on this. Tori,
once again, it doesn't fit my narrative. So
if we could look very closely at what Thresh is doing, specifically his body, once we get into the game, yeah, we really need to zoom in on Thresh's body for research purposes. Anyway, speaking of rock hard abs, we've got Malphite locked in, keeping up with the theme, and more snap engage for second place Demons. I'm a pretty big fan of this Malphite. We haven't seen it a whole lot today, but against these melee champions and ones that do have a lot of mobility, when you've got a team that can be vulnerable to this, like Varus and Jace, you just sometimes want some more crowd control.
Oh, the Zed has been locked in, though. So that means Galio will be coming from the support role, Zed in the mid lane. Now, okay, Smacks, I'm just going to preface this. I remember talking to Tybe right when I got back from Icons in July, and I was asking, hey, there's like a week for me to see if I can hit Masters. That is based. Love the Yasuo pick, combining with the Malphite. You have a couple other knock-up options. Jace E is AoE, so you can, if they're all bunched together, you can actually hit them and you can knock up of that. But Tybe was telling me, and I'm very sure he was trolling me, but he was like, Malphite jungle is OP. It's broken. I'm like, there's no fucking way. Oh, I'm so sorry! Anyway!
We gotta get another jar out for that one,
yeah.
I think.
There's no way. There's no way. It's like, no, it's so broken. Your clear speed is good. No one can punish you. If someone tries to duel you, you just clap them. And I'm like, I'm very sure you're trolling me. And I was like, no, look at my match history. And I saw that he had a few Malphite jungle games and he won. Now, I don't think that in a RiftMSTRS game, Tybe is going to play Malphite jungle when he can just play Jace jungle, just like he did in game 1. But I'm just saying for the very slim 1% chance. With that aside, moving forward, let's look at these two compositions, Max.
Yeah. So more abs from Yasuo here. Love that. Second place Demons, they've got a pretty strong frontline with this Malphite all of a sudden. He's one of the champions that can really solo frontline. I would have also really liked to see Sion in this position. Sion, I think, is really strong. But
yeah.
It does have stronger synergy with that Yasuo. And I think as long as Old School can keep firing arrows, this game is going to be pretty easy for second place Demons. Still got a lot of agency very early on, and the ultimate spike with the Unstoppable Force and Last Breath. Pretty good.
You know, that's another thing. Why aren't we seeing Sion? Are Sion's numbers not good enough? I just remember
we're gonna see Sion when KFC plays. I guarantee that.
Okay. Because I know Zello had that banger Twitter clip of him looping around the map with Scion Ultimate, since it does not end in Wild Rift compared to League. So that's
the true donut. We were talking about Karma Ultimate earlier. Scion Ultimate, now that is where you can really do donuts on the Rift. Oh yeah, that's a good point. From our production, we counted how many turret shots Scion took at the end of the game, and it was 17, and he lived. So yeah, that champion's pretty good. Let's look at Thresh. So we need to see how much of a core workout Thresh is getting from just existing on Wild Rift. He's just walking around. He is holding things, so that's at least an arm workout. They're kind of floating around, but I think he's got his arms up the entire time. So. Okay, so he's doing a bit of leaning with his auto attacks.
So the flay, he's working the obliques because he has to turn his body around and flay them backwards. So if you shift your while holding your legs, but you shift your core, rotate it, you can feel the obliques, right?
I am sitting down, so I can't right now, but I will choose to believe you.
Okay. See, yeah, I'm standing, so I can somewhat demonstrate.
There's the hook. It's a lot of damage already onto Kyo, who I might add is playing Galio, very different from what we usually see from Kyo. A lot of enchanters there. Like I said before, the implementation of the new Imperial Mandate build's been pretty nice. Another set of crowd control for us to flash.
Ooh, old school was ready to lay down the line with that damage. Fortunately, just slightly above the threshold. Well, we're gonna get a 3v3. Save the babies. Did they steal the Scuttle Crab? I have no idea, but it's all about this 3v3 now in this choke point. And for Paradolia, they know that they have the advantage when you have Lee Sin, Camille Zed versus Malphite Jace Yasuo early on.
They know that they have the advantage, but they don't really get a whole lot with it, other than just forcing them back. And second place Demons at this point, they just want their ultimates to be up. They've got Sandwich playing the Malphite, so your 99% outcome there ended up happening. It's not the Malphite jungle. They do have Meals on Yasuo as well, so once those ultimates come online, things get really dangerous.
Oh, and this is really smart from Jackie. They burn Summoner spells from Meals, both Exhaust and Flash. You've got to be thinking that Lee Sin, with Flash still available, would have wanted to rotate on over to the mid lane and punish a Summoner list Meals, but Jackie has come from the base.
Level 5?
And is allowing Meals to get in that wave as well. And it gives Meals a safe time to reset.
I was wondering if Nicole would go back in as soon as he hit level 5 and try to ult onto Meals, but not quite the case. They will both just take their recalls, and like you said, I really like that movement from Jackie to just save the mid lane. Seems like Old School's doing a great job by himself, and with the support as well.
And Jackie even stepping forward to intercept the Justice Punch. First blood for second place. Demons. Jackie is everywhere. Thibe is there just to make sure that the gank from Rumi does not get anything back. And already second place Demons are off to the races.
Getting first blood's got to be a bit of a core workout, I feel. I think that's undisputable. We've got the ultimates online for everybody. The big deal is going to come online when Meals and Sandwich can link up, but as of right now, it's Meals and Time who are bullying Nicole's supremacy underneath this structure and trying to look for some even more.
Oh, a solo kill from Sandwich against Save the Babies. It looks like Save the Babies attempted to all in under Sandwich's tower, but with the ultimate traded under, not respecting the amount of burst damage that, while yes, Malphite is a tank, but has a deceptive amount.
Bit of damage here at the Lee Sin kick into the Sonic Wave onto Old School. He already knows. He knows.
Great room.
He's been outplayed. Underneath that turret he will go, and it's a return kill. At least Rumi can find something on the other side of the map.
Yeah, great look from Rumi and Kyo tag teaming that one, giving no paths available for Old School. Had both of his summoner spells, but even if they flashed, the mobility on both the Galio and Lee Sin means that there's no reliable way of escaping. So just good to save the summoner spells and look for something more aggressive on the next team play.
So that's got to be the Blast Cone boot enchant, right, for Jackie? That's
Yeah,
got to be what that is.
Repulsor.
Very cool.
Repulsor.
Ooh, maybe getting some use out of it right now.
Hey,
Yes, he
there
will.
it is.
Wow. That was beautiful, bumping them into the box. The Galio ultimate just a bit too delayed, and now Malphite ultimate trying to get some more crowd control down.
Okay.
Trying to find all the damage on the Save the Babies, flashing out. Won't go for a return. Will just leave the support out to dry. Another kill for Jackie.
Dude, Jackie is just putting on a clinic for all the new support or the new boot enchantment items. First game, the Magnetron, being able to make sure that old school doesn't get sold out by any divers. This time around, it's the Repulsor. And you pointed out in the call beautifully, Smacks. Right into the box, extra damage, and they get out, dropping no one in the dive.
Some cool tech here for Jackie. Showing everybody what's what, making sure to spread the tools to the masses. And, you know, I'm sure whoever made these items is getting a kick out of this over at Riot Games on the balance team. They're probably having a really
my
fun
new
time.
items! Players are using them. And I mean, if there's going to be a player that will experiment with the new items, it's going to be the person that probably put in the most games during the offseason in Jackie. This Rift Herald attempt will net Paradolia the first brick. However, will their players get out alive? Can't say that's the case for Save the Babies, but Rumi does manage to outplay Jackie there and escape.
There's going to be one kill here for second place Demons, but it does appear to be another structure. Meanwhile, Meals in a 1v1, Z-ult already popped, and this might be enough damage for the Yasuo. It is! The crits are there, and Meals finds a solo kill.
Meals survives the death mark and means has the follow-up damage to go for the extended all-in. And Sandwich, meanwhile, on the top side of the map, yes, goes down, but Flash to trade their life for Keo under the tower. Jackie, however, also going down solo, finding a double.
It looks like with all of that pressure up on the top side, Paradolia try their best at this strike. They've got the smite up. No steal available with that online. And Rumi will use all the dashes to escape.
Very hard to lock down Elise Sin, which is why even after some nerfs over multiple patches, Lee Sin is still remains to be one of the best champions in the game. This champion's so good, Smacks.
Rumi's so good at it, also. We got to see that front and center in the last weekend of games. And yeah, I'm glad to see him back on the signature pick. Maybe he can carry his team to victory. Oh!
Ho, ho, ho! No words need to be said about that one. No way, Nicole Supremacy! I thought that was a for sure kill! But Meals and Jackie, they thought the Ignite would be enough to take out the Ninja, but Nicole is the one that reigns supreme, outplaying the 1v2, getting out alive, and that means on the flip side, that overload threat of Paradolia takes out Sandwich in the trade.
This game is looking a lot closer than the last one, especially if you look at the top at the gold. Considering the kills are certainly in favor of second place Demons, Paradolia keeping themselves going very, very well so far in this game. That Dragon really helping out right now, alongside Solo finding that double kill. I think that was the biggest deal so far. Just responding to that play from second place Demons super, super nicely. Now a Riftmaker is here for the Morgana. A lot of damage, and damage that is needed to break through this frontline Malphite, who's mostly just going to be stacking that armor.
And the fact that Paradolia have been superb on the objective game, claiming the first Herald, the first Dragon, means that while second place Demons are doing a decent job in just forcing a lot of skirmishes, they haven't been able to get that many turrets for their investment. And now this could potentially be bad for second place Demons. A lot of enemies from Paradolia are rotating on in. Tide is here for the collapse, forcing a counter. But in reality, they don't want any of it because a lot of the CC just between Keo and Save the Babies could be fatal.
These turrets are so low. And, oh, maybe the members are also here, Rafa. Deathmark onto Jackie. A lot of movement here. Meals is looking for it. This could be the ultimate here for Meals. I don't fully want to commit everything to that engage. Meals actually doesn't have his ultimate anymore, so would have been hard to do so.
It's also tough to commit onto the play. While the tower is 48 HP, you have no business in being able to walk up for free and knock it down completely. So there, a lot of stray turret damage would be sent your way as second place demons. Second Rift Herald has spawned to be the place of contention. A lot of items, and oh, an old school. This is the, we've been hearing about this, Max, the Riftmaker Varus build.
Yeah, mostly on PC recently with things like the Nashor's Tooth. The one-shot potential is pretty high on this champion. Whoa! Nice.
This time around, Jackie ensures that Zed goes down, but there's an all-out brawl in the Baron Pit for the second Rift Herald. I don't even know who secured it. It looks like it was Save the Baby stealing it away from Tive and the rest of second place demons, but it's Meals and Jackie that get to clean up, and Jackie is the one of all that picks up a triple.
Ooh, the contest in the pit. We're seeing the Pareidolia. They can feel that this game is a bit closer. They're going for a lot more of these plays, but even still, they're just not quite able to land them. Second place, Demons. Mechanical skill still coming out in full force. The turret was dead. Jackie finding a triple kill on the support Thresh. Second place, Demons. This could be a 2-0.
5,000 gold deficit for Pareidolia means that while the game is definitely favored for second place Demons, it's not over. And there's a lot more playmaking tools that are available for Pareidolia this time around. And I think it is, you know, truly been thanks to the fact that Rumi has been so on point for the objective games. And once again, shout out to Save the Babies, who managed to steal the Rift Herald away from second place Demons. That gives them a little bit more leverage. Oh no. Smacks, we've seen this before, but this time Rumi is here.
Ooh, the box is there as well. Deathmark onto the Thresh. This Thresh is rather tanky, but there are even more members of Pareidolia here as well. Meals finds a double kill him though. 2v4, he's still going as well. This is a lot of damage, and there isn't a whole lot being returned onto him. A triple kill perhaps as the stasis is following through.
It's a quadra!
Oh my god, wait! They're still so low. Rafa, it's a triple kill. Use the Grob.
Flashing over the wall! The Gromp cannot lock it down! Blocks the Dark Binding with the wind wall! Meals! Well played, man!
That's a double-double right there. Meals! 6 kills on the Yasuo. You know what he said? He saw that Jackie had the most kills in his team. He's like, that can't be right. No. we gotta fix this.
I can't let this guy ego me, man. Like, oh, we got to watch that once again. This was an incredible setup.
Look at the map here. Nobody on second place Demons is even thinking about coming over to this play. Even though it's a 2v4, they're like, yeah, well, whatever. Meals has got it, I guess. He can try his best, which might happen right now as well. Malphite ultimate.
Sandvich looking for Save the Babies, but dodges out on the Seismic Shard with that Hextech ultimatum, able to walk out alive. Sandvich goes down for their efforts. Can anyone from second place Demons look for the follow-up time? The Shock Blast does not connect on Kyo. And Pareidolia, thinking their lucky stars that they were able to play that one well and get out alive.
He's not ready to cast that ultimate, but he may right now.
Oh! Meals finding Rumi with that last breath. Does not take him out though, but finds Nicole's supremacy on the back end. Kyo giving their life to try and salvage members from Pareidolia, but it ends up giving over 2 in the end.
Okay, wait, Save the Babies. Cashing in on the Rift Herald from before, as his team continues to die underneath this turret. A last auto attack arrow from old school will secure it. Was Rumi trying to pick up the pieces, but really the response plays here. Oh my god, he was on a ward the whole time.
Poor Rumi.
Oh no.
You said it's Max. Rumi was on a ward the entire time. I think Jackie was looking for the safeguard predict there from Rumi.
Bases, yeah.
Just, you know, just trying to add to the highlight reel, saying, guys, I know I've been playing AD. I know I hit rank 1 playing AD for pretty much most of the off-season, but my support is pretty sick too. Remember Cloud9? Yeah, like, I was, or at least year 0 Cloud9. Second place Demons now racking up the Baron. Hard to believe that this is actually their first objective they have actually taken, since Pareidolia have been so damn good about the objective. Oh,
yeah,
I lied again. I lied. Second place Demons took a second dragon. Okay.
Yeah, they got second dragon too. This is the third objective, Rafa.
What was the first? It wasn't Rift Herald.
The first
Herald,
it was stolen. Yeah. No. they got the second Herald stolen, didn't they?
The second Herald was stolen, and the first Herald was also taken by Paradolia. Like, Rumi snuck it.
I think that's a jar moment, but we're going to have to fact check, because I'm not 100%
I'm far more confident on, like, the Rift Heralds than, obviously, the Dragon, since the Dragon has...
Maybe someone can fact check us. I'm pretty sure that's a jar moment. Anyway, second place Demons, 2 objectives, 3 objectives, whatever it is. They're probably going to get the Nexus.
I think this just goes to show, Smacks, that Paradolia, despite having a strong objective game, second place Demons are able to just brute force their way through a majority of these skirmishes. And while the top side was heavily contested, Old Schooler and Jackie are just proving to be one of the most dominant bot lanes that we have in this tournament. And that is going to be something we constantly check in with as we start to see them go up against maybe the eventual bot lane champions from last week's qualifier in Gume and Lumon, as second place teams will officially advance to the semifinals, taking out Paradolia.
Good job to second place Demons. They're racking up the points that they missed in the last qualifier, as they did go down very early on to Kansui Fan Club. They need all the points they can get, and they are playing like it, making it all the way to that semifinals already. We will be seeing more of them tomorrow, and I cannot wait if they're going to keep playing like this. Again, they just knocked out the third place team in top 8.
Yep.
That's huge.
This completely shakes up the leaderboard for RiftMasters by the as we start to wind down and conclude both today's and tomorrow's events of the second open qualifier. I know we gave a lot of praise just now over to the bot lane of second place Demons, but of course, good God, Meals. That Yasuo was insane.
Yeah.
Deathless too, if I'm not mistaken. We saw Deathless Meals there. Holy cannoli.
It's pretty good. I am a big Meals fan, and I'm glad to see him playing some Wild Rift again. I know just a few days ago, Rafa, we were reminiscing over Meals, you and I, about his singed mid, as it's been played a lot more in the recent Worlds games that are going on for League PC. And the Champions queue specifically, I should say. I don't think it's made an appearance in Worlds yet.
I mean, we were saying that, hey guys, by the way, singed mid,
that's a Meals tech.
That's a Meals tech, and it's a Wild Rift thing that was done first before League PC started doing it. Just saying.
Well, that's not true, because the other Cloud9 mid laner and Captain Shrimps did it first.
Okay, but like, was it actually good? Like, was it actually
he won that game.
The world?
I mean, he didn't do it at World. Captain Shrimps is not a Worlds player.
I'm saying
no
for Worlds, because like,
Shrimps.
I'm saying because in Icons, Singed was like one of the best mid laners that you could pick.
Yeah, that's definitely very different. And then credit to Meals, he was the first in Wild Rift.
Anyway, is for the North America side for our bracket now. As Paradolia have been knocked out by second place Demons, we still have 3 other quarterfinals to conclude before we wrap up today's broadcast. Kansui Fan Club versus Sure Why Not, Professional Hot Tub Streamers versus Stamina Esports, and then Kansui Hate Club against Unplayable Matchup.
So this is very different from what we saw in the previous tournament. Firstly, Noxian Glory, who made it to top 4, is not here. The Playable Matchup is the team that rebranded from Redline, so they have some points. But other than that, I actually don't think Sure Why Not, Professional Hot Tub Streamers, Kansui Hate Club, or Stamina have any points at all. So the entire point structure is completely flipped around. It's not just from this last matchup, and we're about to see 2 new teams in this next match, because we've got our Hot Tub Streamers, we've got our Stamina.
I am checking quickly to see who is on the Professional Hot Tub Streamers roster. Just a fun fact, they beat a team called Tsukiyomi. to get here. Now have to do some quick research here.
Well, do it quickly because we are in the draft, Rafa.
Shoot.
I've actually found I've done the research for you. They've got the Stover brothers, both of them.
Wait, this is pretty
roster.
much this. Oh,
this is MTS
like,
Baron Lane, Demon King Jungle. He's back. They've got Cosmic Soul mid and Isdraboa and Stove in the Dragon Lane. Oh my god.
This is pretty much.
And they have extra bait on the roster too.
Like Suzaku 2.0.
It's Suzaku with MTS.
And Cosmic Soul.
And Cosmic Soul is playing mid instead of Johto. Wow.
Yeah. So, no Suki, no Johto.
That's because we're going to see them later on Imperius.
Oh. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
See, like this is the cool thing where you get to see like players start branching off in different directions. I think one of the fun things that we remember talking to Stove.
Oh no!
Who is the
I've just been informed. Imperius lost. Oh, okay. So the second place team lost also. They didn't get any points. Wait. Okay, I was saying earlier that I thought that was possible because Kansumi Hate Club has Luan DJ on it, and Luan DJ is one of the best players in the region.
Yeah.
So that was a possibility, but I definitely thought Imperius was going to win. That's really big that Imperius didn't even get any points for this. Yeah, the points are crazy.
And they lost to Kansui Hate Club.
That's the team that has Luan on it. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
I remember that correctly.
So yeah, Luan, KO Eagle, Kyun, Shark. That way. From SBTC?
No.
Okay.
No. That is not the same person.
Okay. I was about to get jebaited hard. Holy. Okay. Well,
not the same that way.
There's a lot of cool things that are happening. So
one
was
of them
Imperius,
is that Ash just got picked.
Was Imperius the team with Pain on it?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Pain got gapped.
Okay.
Pain got gapped.
Pain got gapped. Okay. All right.
That's so sad because he sent me a message. He said he was so excited for you to cast him and say the Pain gap. So he's just gonna have to wait for hopefully get in the playoffs because you're casting 2 weeks from now, right?
Yep. I think I'm on for almost every other week. There's only one weekend that I'm not on again, but
it's next weekend, I think, because I think next weekend is Steve and Dimitri. But anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about this draft so far because Stamina just locked in the 2 champions that I liked the most when we were first casting this game, Galio and Ziggs. Do you remember Ziggs was literally like the best mid laner in the game, completely undisputed. The second best was like way worse, but it was Corki. And it was because they had poke damage and it was magic damage from the mid lane. And we're going to be seeing a bit of that from Ziggs, wherever role he wants to go in, and the setup as well with that, because you have Galio in that front line providing a lot of crowd control and the magic damage shields as well with that ultimate.
This is for Stamina Esports, who, for those that do not remember, was the 3rd seed from the WOL, the Latin American League for Wild Rift at Icons just this past summer.
How many of these players are the same, Rafa?
I know for a fact that if With Death is playing and Arvoinen, those two were on the original roster as well.
I don't see them on this one.
I'm looking at Stamina Esports. I see With Death Flex. I see Arvoinen # OP sub.
Oh well, maybe. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. My bad. My bad. Oh, I hadn't updated the bracket yet. Okay, I was looking at their previous matchup.
Gotcha.
Okay, yep, there's With Death. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I'm with you. I've heard of Jack Locky as well.
So the Icons roster that was sent to with Stamina was with Death, Lazing,
Yep.
Gomelo, Arvoinen, and then mid lane. Let me see. I think it was Sirius. I think Sirius was the mid laner.
Well, they've got 3 of the same players then on this roster. So making some changes there on Stamina's side. Similar to how things are going in NA, it seems like, with every roster completely shaken up. I'm very excited for professional hot tub streamers, though. This roster makes me very, very happy. I was wondering whether or not the Stover brothers would play together in this offseason. But here we are. We have both Stove and MTS. And MTS is playing the signature Garen also.
The signature Garen, baby. Cosmic Soul taking up the Ahri in the mid lane. And, you know, for the remaining members of this roster that was formerly Suzaku, Demon King on the Xin Zhao, Isherboa on the Ashe, and of course Stove on the Nami. Having the Stover brothers together, this was something that we were always super curious to have, because I think when talking to Stove about what is the relationship like, you know, the personality differences between you and your brother, who they're Stove, I think, was, I'm definitely more like the energetic, outgoing type. MTS is definitely more of the reserved. I don't want to say stoic, but, you know, MTS having a little bit more experience in mobile esports in a whole.
A lot of
MTS
it more.
Was a lot more. Credit to TJ. He got to witness MTS play as one of the few, if not only, Western player in the top Chinese leagues for Honor of Kings, I believe was the name of the mobile esport. So MTS, I mean, during year 0, when Sentinels were still kind of not a great team, they were managing to get into playoffs, but, you know, ending 8th place for year 0, MTS was regarded as one of the best Baron laners, and he showed why once Sentinels got together in year 1.
And he's back. He was not playing in the last event, but he's here now with a team that has the, you know, the most professional name imaginable. I mean, it's got professional in the title, of course. We just need them to actually give us a hot tub stream, I think, at this point. But you know what? That's something we can talk to them about after they play this match against Tamina, which they very well could win. I mean, these players have a lot of experience playing at the highest level in North America, at least, and some of them played internationally as well. I was talking specifically about MTS, actually. When I said some of them, I meant MTS.
Yeah. Oh, potential early all-in from the Dragon Lane duos. Cool thing about Jack Locky. So Jack Locky was a former player for Stamina Esports during year 0. Or I guess not during year 0. Coming into the first official year of Wild Rift after the holidays, but then left very early on around February. So that's when they brought in, and they had Gomelo and Cold as the 2 main dragon carries. But now Jack Locky is back after Icons.
Very exciting stuff. Although, can Jack Locky keep his support alive? Seems like the answer is yes so far, but it's bigger a question than you would like it to be at the first minute of the game. Isherboa dealing quite a bit of damage with the slowing arrows and forcing a recall so early onto Arvoinen.
Yeah, Arvoinen. Yeah. Arvoinen is also a long-time mobile esports player, I think, from the conversations I had with TJ, as well as the WLO casters. Shoutouts to Hiper, Lizard Queen, and of course, Matute and Aku, the goats.
The goats.
Te amo, te quiero mucho. Nos queremos mucho, if they're watching. And we have a little bit of a brawl in the mid lane. Oh my goodness, Lazing and Xiao working hand in hand. Gonna be able to punish Cosmic Soul.
Wow, yeah. The flashes from both of those members just to punish the Ahri before hitting level 5 as well. That's the crucial part. You do want to attack this Ahri before the Spirit Rush is available. It's exactly what ended up happening. You don't want to deal with all that mobility, getting a couple of turret plates as well. What a clean play.
And a lot of credit over to Lezing being able to find this play. I remember when we were prepping for watching Stamina Esports go into Icons in the first place, Lezing was one of the few junglers who was very proactive, very aggressive. The other two junglers from Furious and Leviathan, more on the control side, more so for scaling. Lezing was always wanting to go in. Xin Zhao being a signature champion. Demon King having sniped away. I don't think Lezing is a fan. And just showing, well, just because I'm on Gragas doesn't mean I'm not going to get in your face.
Yeah, Demon King, though. I mean, you and I both know how outspoken he is, but he's probably popping off right now because his bot lane just got a solo kill in the 2v2 and maybe looking for another one if Stove can deal enough damage to the Ziggs. I don't think it's quite going to happen. It's just going to end up being a 1-for-1 Isdraboa. You know, maybe he had summoner spells on the wrong buttons, because he sure did look like he tried to exhaust, but ended up being a flash.
It was either that or Isdraboa was trying to flash out of the Ziggs bomb, but either way, no dice for Mr. Daniel. Had to try next time. Looking over to how both of these teams want to play out, we've already noted that there's a lot of early agency from the side of professional hot tub streamers, just thanks to the power combo of Xin Zhao and Ahri. But you also have engage power thanks to Nami Tidal Wave and Ashe. So this is a very, very strong pick composition. But you need to accelerate the game, because when you look on the flip side, Stamina Esports, not much agency in the early game, but they have some powerful late game components.
That Ziggs is the big one for me. The wave clear is so crazy, and it's been a bit since we've seen Ziggs really have that huge impact on a game. I think the biggest nerf that ever happened to him back when he was the best champion in that mid lane was when they cut down the time on the minefield. It didn't last on the Rift nearly as long, and that's still in effect to this day as Stove has to flash away.
Stove gets out barely alive. Isdraboa almost biting the dust thanks to that ignite and a stray bomb from Jack Locky, but not enough damage from Stamina Esports to take out the bottom lane of Hot Tub Streamers. They make it out just barely.
Yeah, there's that poke I was referring to from Jack Locky. This Ziggs is going to be super dangerous to walk into. But how about you fly into him instead?
Potentially great look, flashing over the wall, dodging away from the CC of Lezing, and isolating Jack Locky alongside Stove. Demon King, we know how outspoken he was, as he called himself one of the best junglers in North America, and a play like that shows why.
Yeah, the biggest thing he credited himself for was innovation in the jungle, and while Xin Zhao isn't really the most unique champion, this is one that he was really bringing to the meta. I remember back during that WNS tournament when really nobody else was except for Tarzan. But now, still has that mastery on this champion, still can find these very aggressive plays, and with Stove right behind him, he can go for just about anything he can set his mind to, and knowing him, that confidence is through the roof. He can set his mind to just about anything.
Demon King is definitely a player that gets more powerful with the more momentum that he's starting to feel in a game. Which is why, on the flip side, in games where, in the past when Suzaku were getting crushed, it was hard for Demon King to make an impact. And that's one of the things that we're looking for in the offseason. How well can Demon King bounce back from games that are not going so well? But of course, when you see games like this, when things seem to be going well, Demon King is always at the forefront leading the charge.
I can't remember hearing any players get as excited while we were casting as Demon King did. And he's probably getting pretty excited right now. That's a Drake secure and trying to go for something aggressive as well. Can they get enough damage onto the Jace? They will, but Cosmic Soul has to put himself at risk beforehand. Arvoinen tries to flash in also, but it will just force the summoner spells out of the enemy AD, and it'll be a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, the fact that professional hot tub streamers only dropped one in a collapse from what seemed like a full 4-man squad from Stamina, that is miraculous. You know that at least one person is going down, but it's Cosmic Soul is the one that gets to scrape on out alive. Demon King gives his life, but they secure the dragon, and he still has a Rift Herald to boot. And there are plenty of turrets to choose from if you want to knock him down.
Early double objectives usually means that things are going very, very well for you, as the gold might tell a different story here. Professional hot tub streamers, they're actually not even ahead a little bit. They're actually down a little bit to Stamina, but got a lot of scaling. They've got a lot of opportunity to get that gold back with the Rift Herald, and those objectives giving me a lot of promise, I think, for the future.
These one-item spikes are nothing to shy away from. Yes, you know, the Ziggs and the Gragas will be huge damage nukers in the late game. Luden's spikes still give you quite a bit of burst to play around with. And as long as Xiao is in range to follow up and finish off any stragglers' opponents from the burst, and that is a way you can start winning skirmishes. And you have the lockdown from this Galio.
Oh. It's a good attempt there from Izragoa and Cosmic Soul, but the tenacity helping out Zhao quite a lot there. Can't get hit by the follow-up charm, but gotta be a little worried here, seeing how much they're willing to use onto him in this lane. Now the Rift Herald, also that turret about to fall, and I don't think you really want to go for anything too big down there, but maybe mid.
Whoa, 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 that's a huge wombo! All set up by our Voidin being able to get the lockdown, still has the heroic entrance to get even more crowd control.
Oh,
Demon
no!
King flashing forward to look for Lezing on the back end, but he walks out alive thanks to the rest of the members of Stamina Esports. And just like that, it is a 2-for-0 trade. They want to look for more.
Ooh, yeah, there's still 4 people here trying to get some damage onto this structure. You need the minions there, and they're not coming for quite some time. Stamina has no time to wait around, Rafa. They got to spend all that gold that they just earned and maybe get themselves some more Mercury Treads, because they've got 5 of them right now.
It's a lot of magic damage being reduced from the side of Suzaku, but
That tenacity, though.
also yeah, it's the tenacity that's the most important thing. Thank you for saving me. I was just like,
damage is important to get rid of as well.
I was looking at it, I was like, where are they building this in the first? It's just Ari, Nami, but you know, Charm,
Ash Ultimate. It's scary.
Ash Ultimate, Bubble. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you want to get out of ASAP. As professional hot tub streamers start up the Rift Herald, we'll see if Stamina wants to contest.
They do, but they don't get the steal. They instead will look for a fight afterwards, trying to get all these ultimates down, but they have to deal with the Garen now. The last fights didn't have him, but Michael Taylor Stover is in the front line, and he's meaning business. The rest of the team on the side of professional hot tub streamers, they're looking for more. Cosmic Soul, he finds himself a double kill. Now Lezing is in the pit in an isolated 1v1 with an Ari. He's about to find out, has a lot more ultimate stacks. Triple kill for Cosmic Soul. Meanwhile, underneath the turret, one more volley will do it. That's an ace for professional hot tub streamers.
And while Demon King is the only one that goes down from Suzaku on professional hot tub streamers, you know that he is the hero for that play. Not only securing the Rift Herald, but negating a lot of the burst damage from Jack Locky thanks to that Crescent Guard. There's no damage that comes in, and I think that's one of the reasons why Demon King loves picking this champion when long-range artillery is picked early on in the draft.
And you're seeing just how well this competition comes together in those 5v5s when both members of the front line are there. Xin Zhao, he's really good at being a nuisance in that front line, but once you have another melee right there with you that can also take and soak up a lot of that damage, it just becomes so deadly. And you can all of a sudden actually pretty easily get on top of the Ziggs. As you said, Jack Locky not able to stay alive in that one. So professional hot tub streamers, we're seeing those fights really start to work out for them. And they're even trying to set up for this Drake. I think Demon King is kind of sneakily attacking it by himself.
He's probably calling just, guys, don't let him enter the river. Continue contesting for mid-wave push. As long as we're in the river first, They cannot stop us from doing this. Jack Locky has suspicions that the dragon is being snuck, and he is correct. They see that it was at 2,000 HP, trying to get eyes on it, but it is burned already by professional hot tub streamers. 2 dragons now over to their side, and Stamina Esports not able to get really anything for that trade.
Oh, and they lose their jungler at the same time here, Rafa. The Drake setup to us seemed a bit risky, honestly, because we have perfect spectator vision. We know that it's only Demon King on that Drake, but Stamina, they don't even know that he's doing it at all because they had to use that Ziggs ultimate to even get vision in the first place, and once they had it, they already knew, oh, now it's all being revealed to us, the big plans and machinations of professional hot tub streamers, and now facing down quite a lot of poke damage.
Dude, Isdragoa is just raining arrows flashing forward.
Oh my god!
I think he's going down for his efforts, but man, he almost took out Xiao with him as well.
The Ashe aggression and oh.
Well, maybe Stove will allow him.
Yeah.
Where's my jar? Where's my false information jar?
Bit of a botch play there from professional hot tub streamers. And now, what's left? We just have to watch Hullbreaker or Cannon minions attack each other. This is not what we signed up for.
This is what we saw in Icons. And pretty much WNS as well. It's happening all over again, Smacks. With Death, now finds himself in a 1v2. He's able to escape certain danger from a roaming Demon King. A little tough from the side of Stamina Esports because this Fiora was meant to be someone that could overtake the Garen in the side lane push, and so far, you know, it's just kept even. But for this Fiora pick to work, it's gotta do a little bit more.
We get those lunges, the vital hits. It's hard to do against a Garen, it turns out, especially when he's matching that Hullbreaker against you. But hey, at least Garen's not in those team fights, which is where Stamina can maybe attempt to attack. They still have a lot of engage, and that's where we saw Lezing actually able to execute rather well on getting both of those kills underneath his own turret. Of course, professional hot tub streamers may be getting a little overzealous with that play. But you know what? It's that confidence that makes us so endeared to them. There's the Ashe arrow.
Spirit rushing to land the charm, forcing Arvoinen to come in with the hero's entrance, preventing any further danger coming to Xiao's way. But the rest of Suzaku, knowing that quite a bit of ultimate resources were burned from Arvoinen, trying to make the siege happen onto the mid lane, and it just Demon King is diving under the tower. They're gonna fully throw everything, but it doesn't seem like there's enough firepower behind the engage in the first place, and the rest of Stamina Esports able to punish.
Confidence may be getting the better end of the deal here for professional hot tub streamers. They got to play a bit more reserved, waiting for these objectives, perhaps. You can tell that they're antsy to break open that mid lane turret. Is Cosmic Soul? Oh no! Everyone's attacking you from all different angles.
With Death on the flank as well, forcing Cosmic Soul to use their flash. Isdragoa also forced to use the flash once Arvoinen committed for that Justice Punch engage. Stamina Esports, while they don't get any kills, it's now very important cooldowns that they have burned from the side of professional hot tub streamers.
It's going to be potentially a big deal when it comes to this next Drake. The flashes in specific from Isdragoa and Cosmic Soul, who now has a Cosmic Drive, very fitting for the name.
Huge.
Now all you need is the Drake Soul to have them both. Although, doesn't exist in this game, so... Yeah. I got baited by this the other weekend, because I remember they said they were reworking the Drakes, and I was like, oh yeah, that means the Drake Soul's coming. And so I went into the cast and was like, oh yeah, that means the Drake Soul is happening. And no, it's the same. It just changed how the map looks and the Elder Dragon. That's all that's all that it was.
The first dragon dictates what kind of elemental rift it will be, but then you still get an Elder of a certain type on the last dragon. Yes.
Oh wait, you do? I actually didn't know that. I thought it was just normal Elder.
Oh, okay. Where's my jar? you get a soul, right? And then you get an elder afterwards. So like, I mean,
you do get a soul.
Yeah. So you.
Oh, so I was right. So this is the infernal soul.
Okay. You know what? We're gonna stop talking because
okay.
I know for a fact there is an elder dragon in this game.
Yeah, there is. It'll spawn after this dragon.
Okay. So
there's no soul.
Okay.
You're making me second guess myself all over again. See,
I'm
this
so
is the same thing that happened to me. I don't think there is a soul. That's not a thing that exists.
I know that we're both causing ourselves frustration and stress. I imagine that everyone in the chat is just spamming noob or other insults.
Whoa!
Oh, but damn! Lazing looking for the big engage! But Istrabo is still able to walk out alive, quick with the fancy feet, strafing over to the left side of that wall, and professional hot tub streamers bounce right on back for the counter engage. The rest of Stamina Esports have no more firepower left in the tank. They are throwing everything they have left, but they can just barrel down under the tower with no consequences whatsoever. All 5 members of Stamina Esports are obliterated by the hot tub streamers.
Ooh, after a play like that, if I'm Lazing, I'm saying, guys, that's not what was supposed to happen. You were supposed to attack the Ash that I delivered to you on a silver platter. And they're probably like, sorry, Lazing. We let him get away. We didn't find the Ash. Istrabo still did so much damage to us. We'll try again later. But later might be next game at this point, Rafa, because that's a Baron for professional hot tub streamers alongside the 5-for-0 ace.
And so the curious thing is, how did Istrabo live? Because they made a great timer on the play. He had no flash available. He was punted right into Stamina's waiting arms. Was it his boot enchantment? Because I don't recognize this one. So I have no idea.
Oh.
Okay.
Woo!
Oh, Xiao! Okay. Well, Xiao has stolen the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah.
That's something for Stamina.
That was blind, too. No vision at all. That's pretty fun. See, that's a meteor. Did you see that? That's what that was.
Oh, so what? It's just extra damage?
Meteor is the damage part of Redemption as we get a kill onto Lazing. And looks like maybe another one. That's quite a lot of damage onto Arvoinen. But yeah, they split Redemption into 2 different enchants. Redemption now only heals, and Meteor is the damage part.
Oh, okay. I understand now. Well, professional hot tub streamers are making the siege happen. Both inhibitors on the bottom side of the map will fall. MTS working his way on the top inhibitor. And Stamina, this is their last chance for a defense. A 12,000 gold down. Professional hot tub streamers get to beat them down with thicker wallets. And game 1 is awarded to the professional hot tub streamers.
A pretty close game, all things considered. Up until that 5-for-0, Stamina were keeping things pretty close. I really liked their ferocity and tenacity. No pun intended, as they did all have the tenacity boots. In a lot of those exchanges, and I think this series could actually go the distance based on what we just saw. I would not be surprised if Stamina won the next game. However, that being said, professional hot tub streamers, those fights though, they looked pretty good, especially when MTS was there.
This team is definitely going to be another favorite going into not just the semifinals for Open Qualifier. I know that the series isn't over yet, but I'm just kind of looking forward ahead into the playoffs of Rift Masters as we look at the overall circuit. When you have players from a top 4 qualifying team in Suzaku and Sentinels on your roster, already that kind of gives you like the expectations that you're supposed to hit, and they're delivering so far. This roster, with the changes in MTS coming into the Baron lane, Cosmic Soul into the mid lane, Cosmic Soul probably the only player that has not had any stage experience in a competitive setting, because I think Asami was the one that came with enemy during the WNS Regional Championship.
Yep.
So, but Cosmic Soul has been someone that has been on the come up, just grinding his way, trying to make a name for himself in, potentially the new season or of year 2 for Wild Rift. There's plenty of mid laners that are very competent. For Cosmic Soul, there's some great moments, and there's a couple of oops, but these are... I will always appreciate a player that tries and attempts to push beyond their limits, looking for things, because that is how you grow as a player. That is how all the top names grew. Yeah.
They've got, I'd say, 3 players at least that definitely did that a lot in this one. Cosmic, alongside Demon King and Izurboa. They were definitely pushing the limits as far as those mid lane turret dives went. Of course, the Stover brothers holding down the fort and keeping everyone on track. And yeah, I had a lot of fun casting that game. Maybe that is the reason why that game looks a little bit more close than it should have, is because they were having a little fun with it. But that's okay. They got there in the end. That last fight was phenomenal. And Stamina have a lot to think about, as they are another team that does not have any points until this tournament, of course, as they already got that top 8, but they want to go further, I'm sure of it.
Smax, I am happy to inform you that our producer is so gracious enough to ensure that we stop spreading false information on the internet about dragons, has given us the full laydown of how the new Elemental Rift and the Elemental Dragons work. So I'm sure everyone else in the chat is already knowing this, so this is just for our sake. We will now try to take this information going forward and stop being noobs on the
I was right, okay? I knew there wasn't a soul. I was a noob last week, okay? I didn't know what was going on last week, but I figured it out. And you know what else we can figure out, Rafa, is if Stamina can win this next draft and maybe win this next game and take us to a third one, because we haven't had a third game yet, mostly because before this it was a 2-0 and then before that it was a best of 1. But we don't have to get all in those details and everything.
Yeah, I'm actually happy to talk a little bit more narrative about the 2 other players for Stamina Esports that we did not get a chance to mention. So we talked a little bit about Arvoinen and Lezing. Mentioned how Jack Lockie was originally on this roster during the early parts of year 1 for the WOL season, but then stepped away. Don't know the reason why, but they're back. For Xiao, Xiao is the newest player that has come onto the roster, replacing Sirius. And we don't know much about this player, but anytime that a competitive team replaces someone like a mid laner on their roster, it's usually for good reason. Usually you are expecting that this player has insane mechanical ceiling and is already promising in that department, and is just now trying to bring them into the competitive fold, because I do not see any other competitive experience for Xiao, at least from the very limited run of Liquipedia. It seems that there's a couple of teams that pickup teams they played for, Krusty Esports, during the open qualifier. So I guess there is another team in the WLL that he played for, but it didn't get very far. 7th, 8th place finish for season 1 of the WOL. So at least he made playoffs. So I guess Stamina Esports were looking at him and said, hey, you know what? Pretty damn good, kid. Let's pick you up. And for With Death, this is probably the most exciting. Although game 1, we didn't get to really see him accelerate against MTS in that Fiora Garen matchup. You can see the respect is already being paid by professional hot tub streamers, and I'll tell you why. It's because a lot of the scene, including the casters and the talent, are very excited about With Death. He's extremely young. I think he's 18. They call him the Latino Tony Stark because he's apparently this super insane genius kid who constantly grinds the game, constantly is experimenting and like figuring out numbers and just running the math, and can optimize a lot of insane builds, far more than any other player in the Latin American scene. Probably the funniest story that we have known is that on one of the days of he playing with Stamina Esports in one of their playoffs matches, had to take a test for high school, for university, I don't remember which, the very same day, earlier in the morning. So he gets up super early, takes the test, comes straight away to the studio to play. And the caster's asking him, oh, you know, how'd you think you do on the test? Like, oh, I got a 97. I'm like, oh, you got your score back? It's like, no, I just know I got a 97. That's what I felt like. And we're like, what? Later, found out, got a 97, exactly. And he also won that best of 5 that same day. So, Latino Tony Stark, ladies and gentlemen, with death.
Okay. I'll keep all of those things in mind as Stamina try to draft a pretty similar composition to the last game. It looks like they still have this core of the Galio and Zig, still confident in that combination. This time pairing it with an Akali, so still a lot of magic damage. But a bit different from the Jace that we saw last game.
Different shakeup as well. Now, this could still be an Akali flex, potentially for the Baron side of the matchup. There's a couple of lanes that Akali can deal with.
Is Camille one of them? I feel like it isn't.
Yeah, not sure. I'm not a Baron laner, you know.
Could be Camille jungle also. As
true.
That's a very real option that Demon King has.
It's so funny to see junglers continuously force Camille into the jungle and still find ways to succeed with it, even though Riot Wild Rift has continuously said, stop making Camille jungle a thing, guys. We can't let it be strong. It just
like
needs to be a Baron laner.
Stop trying to make Camille jungle happen.
It's never gonna happen.
I don't know. I think Camille jungle is kind of fetch.
Well, heading
Rafa,
into...
you have no business to talk about this, by the way. You have tried every single champion jungle, and you've tried to convince me of all of them being good.
I wasn't trying to say, like,
all
Camille
champions
jungle...
are good jungle, then none of them are, Rafa.
Well, I'm trying to say that Riot is explicitly saying, like, they don't want Camille jungle to be strong with all the balance.
But you do.
I'm down for it. I don't mind Camille jungle being strong. Camille's fun. I mean, like...
She's pretty fun.
Season 7 PC League, like, that was one of the funnest times I've had playing jungle. But, you know, back
I can't
to
say anything either. I do the same thing with support. Speaking of, Vi, one of the champions that I have been playing a bit of support, locked in. And I think this champion's really strong. I'm surprised that we haven't seen it that much, because the lockdown that you get from this option is just so good, especially against one of these like mobile hyper carries like the Lucian. You can really mitigate a lot of that power, and pairing up with an Akali, you can execute the Lucian very easily.
It's also really strong into any champion that has an insane amount of mobility. So while professional hot tub streamers haven't locked in their final 2 picks yet, if they wanted to go for champions that would have a lot of escape tools, Vi ensures that you're not getting away from me that easily. And, I mean, Akshan is a champion that could be locked down, but when played around, well, professional hot tub streamers will have an insane amount of roaming power and early agency once again.
Riot Games, look away. Do not look at the screen right now. It is Camille jungle. As Rafa said, you guys apparently don't like that, so you can skip this game. Just go to the next one. Demon King is in a bit of a rebel here.
Oh!
We got Echo!
So
that's going to be Baron Lane Akali, I think.
Yeah, Baron Lane Akali with death with the Akali. Okay. Latino Tony Stark. And is this our first Echo for RiftMasters, at least streamed?
No, we had an Echo last weekend.
Mid lane, jungle?
I'm pretty sure it was jungle.
Okay.
But I don't think this one's going to be jungle. There's a Vi, so... Think we get our first taste
What
of
if
the
it's
lane
mid lane
echo?
bias, Max?
You know what? Support Vi, mid lane Galio, top of Kali.
Yeah, I will say, so professional hot tub streamers have a lot of physical damage and very little physical damage, or very little magic damage. Stamina Esports have a lot of magic damage. They have some physical damage, but they have a lot of magic damage. Hex Drinkers and Maws are going to be in high premium for, or Wit's End even, for professional hot tub streamers this game.
Did you notice that Vi had like really long, like braids?
Huh.
I've
No.
never noticed that before.
I've always just assumed she just had just the pixie haircut.
Yeah, I mean she does in Arcane, but those are
But
pretty clearly like very long braids coming out the back of her head.
Oh, that's interesting. Well,
Can you see those like on the model?
we'll have to take a look. I want
This
to.
is a wicked haircut, if that's
Yeah.
the case.
Yeah, it's very different than what we've just kind of come to know as Vi's identity. So, as we already pointed out before, professional hot tub streamers, between Camille, Akshan, and Lucian, you have a lot of early game playmaking. We already know that fits very well with the identity of this team. I mean, if Demon King gets to just hook shot around and start stunning people to lay down the death for especially Isdraboa, probably one of NA's most fabled Lucian players outside of Gume and Old School. Stamina Esports. How do they protect themselves during the early stages of the game?
Well, they did just play that last game, which helps a lot. And the way that it helps is that you can pick up on Demon King's tendencies. And one of Demon King's biggest tendencies is to go pretty hard. I think is the best way to say it. Like he's gonna play melee. He's gonna dive on top of you. He's gonna make the play that he thinks he can go for, and just try to DPS check you. So if Stamina can track where Demon King is and send an extra member wherever he goes, all of a sudden that's not really possible for Demon King. And whether you kill him when he tries to dive in or you deny the dive in the first place, that's both ways. That's kind of a win. So that'd be my recommendation. Send some more attention toward that jungle.
Like this, like a win like this. W. Trying to get this to be more lined up. If I do this, this looks more like praying mantis or like ant, like feelers.
Oh, that's kind of like a scuttle crab. Wait. You see that?
Oh yeah,
It's just a little scuttle crab.
Scuttle crab. Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. It's so cute. Wait, that's.
Oh, look
you
at that.
can make a little scuttle crab with your hands.
Vi does have like a little bit of a ponytail on the back. I mean, this is not the base skin, but still, like.
I'm gonna be honest. I hate it. I do not like that I've learned this news.
Smash just full out saying, "Yeah, this haircut sucks."
Yeah, Vi, you need to chop that. I'm sorry.
Damn.
I've been told to check Discord. Yeah, she's got the long braids. This is the Legends of Runeterra art that we're seeing.
Interesting.
You got to make that your background now for the next segment.
I'll work on it. In the meantime, I wanna look at some Wild Rift, because right now we've kind of predicated on professional hot tub streamers having a lot of agency in the early game. Stamina Esports, if they know what or can predict some possible paths from Demon King and avoid conflict and just scale through the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game and get their first item online before those neutral objectives, they're very favored because they're 1-item spikes while still mostly scaling members like a Kali, Echo, and Ziggs can still do a lot of burst damage.
Before you even get to that point, you have to deal with Lucian's gun move, though, and the gun move is one of the most scary to deal with, I feel. Also, the scissor leg move, as Lezing is now feeling the pain from, trying to get a lot of this pressure down on this bot side of the map, and now Lezing, yeah, you cannot stick around here. That Gromp is no longer yours. This play is no longer yours.
Oh, and the dive from Isjerbo and Stovey is absolutely clean, and Demon King literally just gets a walk up and down smash with that tactical sweep.
Oh, yeah. And Zhao tried to help out on the play also, but wasn't quite ready for it. And under the turret, died! Oh no, MTS! He tried, but it just didn't quite work out. And Tony Stark, with no jungle pressure, in a cave, with a box of scraps, finds the solo kill.
Whiff of death, the Latino Tony Stark makes it happen in the 1v1. MTS very confident that he could get the solo kill. It was both summoners exchanged on both sides of the coin, but turret shots starts to hurt after a little bit of time, and just potentially a little bit of an overestimation of MTS, but it's not the end of the matchup. It's a solid 400 gold going over to the side of With a Death. And now that everyone is level 5, that means Lezing gets to play around their assassins they have in the solo lanes, already getting a chunk of damage onto Cosmic Soul and forcing the flash.
Oh. Speaking of chunks, though, Rafa, Jack Lockey has to flash and barrier underneath his own turret. I told you, this gun move, there's just something about it. You don't want to be on the receiving end. Oh!
And Demon King has his own lockdown move with a Hextech Ultimatum, but it forces an immediate response out of Xiao's ultimate ability. Stamina Esports still on the back end, especially this bot lane smacks. The Dragon lane is under fire. Gun move is OP, but Isjerbo, Danny, going on the tower a little too long, and Arvoinen punishes.
1 for 1 in that lane, but keeping the enemy marksman dead is really the main end goal here. 1,000 gold up from Isjerboa already in this game, just in the isolated matchup. That's working pretty well because that's the big scaling member, the side of Stamina, the Ziggs. You really need to get online with all these items to get the wave clear down and make sure those bombs cause some trouble whenever they land.
Still not quite online with the first item spikes on the side of Stamina Esports, whereas Professional Hot Tub Streamer Smacks Isjerbo already has that more amount of stacking. Blade of the Ruin King completed for Cosmic Soul. They are ready to scrap.
I'm ready to see the scraps also. I'm hoping we get to see some more of those really close skirmishes that we saw in the last game before we get into the team fight phase, because that's where Stamina really impressed me, where they were kind of down a little bit in terms of the map pressure. They gave up those first 2 early objectives. They're still keeping themselves afloat because those skirmishes are actually kind of working out. And now they've got their item spikes online, at least in a few of these members. Hope it happens.
Bum, bum, bum. The objectives have started, Smacks. So already Lezing is on the Rift Herald, and most of Stamina is ready to collapse onto the Rift Herald. Whoa! Demon King almost went for the high feet play, flashing in to attempt to steal the Rift Herald, and now finds himself walking down Lezing. MTS collapsing, making sure that Demon King's sacrifice is not without a worthy cause. Arvoinen with a heroic entrance only finds himself to get locked out alive. Professional Hot Tub Streamers making the collapse happen.
There's a lot of time not spent taking the Drake, though, Rafa and Stamina. They can respawn, they can regroup, and try to go for the objective sweep in the early game. They already did secure that Rift Herald. It was not stolen away by Demon King with his flash tactical sweep. Stamina might actually get to do this because they didn't use a whole lot on that play. Yes, they did die. They still have some pressure left in the tank to go for. They're going to have to break through all the members of Professional Hot Tub Streamers, though, and I don't think they're going to go for it.
It's a little too tough, Smacks. already
so.
the pressure advantage. You know, Xiao managed to steal one Infernal Dragon in the last game, but not going to be that easy with the Echo this time around. The Rift Herald makes a crash in the mid lane, but doesn't take out the turret completely, so there is still first break gold up for the grabs for both teams.
There's just something about watching a good Lucian here, Rafa. The gun move is cool and all, but the dash move, and then the gun move, and then the dash move, the gun move at the same time. You've got the Starfish move.
You got the potentially kill Vi move. The big
got the
tsunami
surf on
move.
this wave
oh
move.
My goodness!
Surf and
You
USA underneath the enemy team's turret move. Flash move. Nice.
That's a lot of moves. Well, professional hot tub streamers, I was joking around with Lezing going down because I saw that he had both Stoneplate and Sunfire Cape and said, surely it's too tanky to go down. But I was proven wrong. And I guess it's false information on the internet again. Into the jar.
I think we're at like 11 now. Mystery items placed into the jar.
Yep.
You know, we've set this joke up, but we still need the payoff of what is actually in the jar, Rafa. We can't just leave everyone hanging. Is it like riot points? Wild cores for Wild Rift? Is it that, like, cards for that we're gonna give away in the chat? Is it, crisp $20 bills that you will be donating to my bank account?
Pretzels at the Mall of America?
Ooh. That'd be a pretty good one. Maybe,
Well,
solo queue games that you will play to learn the game better and stop misinforming people?
Depending on the players that play with me, they might not want to play with me. Like, if they're
there goes blue buff.
Ooh, that's stolen. My Stamina.
No, Demon King got it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Demon King
just
secures.
Jack Locky tried to get it, but having blue buff taken away from you as Ziggs in front of your very eyes just does not feel good because you really want mana on that champion. You really want to stick around in that lane and keep clearing the waves, and you really don't want your support to ult down to the bottom lane without really a play happening.
Yeah, not many ways for you to keep your mana stocked up without having to invest into Seraphs, and that is what Jack Locky is going to do. Now, Arvoinen looking for an engage. Does not really find it. It's just the Jack Locky Mega Inferno Bomb to clear out the minion wave. With the Seraphs being built up, this does delay Ziggs' like huge power spike. We saw a lot of times that Ziggs would start building Death Cap second, so that you can start being really strong in team fights earlier on. But this just means that we are playing for the later game if you are Stamina. And on the top side, that's a two-man assault onto With Death, able to take out the turret as well.
Ooh, it looks like a Rift Herald also. Drake not even close to up yet. I think this is going to be just a nice pressure play on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Isherboa been flashed upon.
Oh, but flashes away from the taunt. Arvoinen was looking for the CC Wombo, but quick fingers from Isherboa. Able to get out of that one alive.
Yeah. Ooh, I really like this from both Isherboa and Cosmic Soul. The Wit's End purchases from both of them. We already established how much magic damage there is on the side of Stamina, and with Lezing not building any damage items. In fact, Sunfire Cape providing you with specifically magic damage on the fire, that just makes Wit's End even more valuable.
Yep. And that means there's really no strong threats of physical damage from anyone on Stamina Esports. So
MTS is a force of nature too. Yeah, you're... Oh, and there's a Maul Malmortius. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Stamina, you don't deal any damage.
Yeah, so... Normally we don't get hung up about items, but this is one of the few times where it will make a huge difference in these team fights, where Stamina Esports normally would do a certain amount of damage. It is going to be significantly reduced by professional hot tub streamers, just how they've built defensively.
You can see that they're very willing to trade even underneath this turret because they know on the side of professional hot tub streamers that they're going to win the trades because they just don't have to worry that much about any physical damage. And yeah, that's a pretty good example with Death taking so much, but can't even go for any Akali shenanigans onto the enemy marksman even after hitting the shuriken flip.
They're just getting pushed back, Smacks. So this siege is so deadly, and it's without Baron buff, it's without a Rift Herald. They haven't even deployed it yet. They're still chilling on it because Demon King is the one that has it in his possession, and he's busy with the dragon.
And there it goes. It's 2 dragons at this point. Zhao, what can you do? There is a force of nature on that Garen. And yeah, like you said, Rafa, like, I mean, items matter a little bit, but like, they don't matter that much. Unless you're in a situation like this one, where one item counters the whole team.
Yeah, that's not looking too good.
No.
For the side of Stamina Esports, already down 8,000 gold, and the builds here are not going to be as strong and efficient for them going into
staffs, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it's they would have to stall out the game for another 4 or 5 minutes before they can even work on a third item at this point. I think With Death might be able to work on it, but it's Demon King that starts up the engage, and the rest of Stamina, how long can they last? How long can they endure under the pressure, under the overwhelming amount of force? But Professional Hot Tub Streamers beat them all down to a pulp. Cosmic Soul swinging on in like Spider-Man. And yes, he goes down, but he's still going to be up for the count when it matters, because this Rift Herald is being spawned and it's crashing into the inhibitor, and it could be game over. Series and match for Professional Hot Tub Streamers.
There's that full team ace we were looking to see. Professional Hot Tub Streamers, they're not done. Rafa, here it is, just like you called it. A 2-0 to close out the series. And boy, oh boy, are we in for a fun time tomorrow when we get to see these teams go head-to-head.
Credit to Stamina Esports. I think at least this weekend around, they were able to make it to top 8. Please tell me I just didn't spread information, false information.
They are in the top 8, but that's where they will remain, as they did just lose.
Okay. Well, Stamina still building upon what they can with the roster changes they've had and competing against some of the best North American players that the North American scene has to offer. But for Professional Hot Tub Streamers, this team, insanely exciting. And when we talked about Isdraboa being one of the premier Lucian players in NA, we do not say that lightly.
Yeah.
Look at the damage.
There are a lot of Lucian players in NA as well. That's another part of it. But yeah, like you said, the damage is crazy. The Wit's End build too. Like, Lucian often deals more damage with different items, but again, the itemization really smart in this instance because of the overwhelming abundance of magic damage. And the entire team acknowledged it on the side of Professional Hot Tub Streamers. That is how you punish a draft like this. And Rafa, that game looked a lot less close, I think, mostly because of that. They just knew how to deal with it very well.
Yeah, the only times it seemed the game was close was in the early game before the defensive items came in for Hot Tub Streamers. But it was also difficult because Stamina Esports wanted to go for another similar scaling composition where they were confident that they could get through the early game, they could come online to their second and third item power spikes, and to be fair, I think to some degree, they were able to extend the game a little bit longer, or at least it felt a little longer, but it's just so difficult.
Yeah. And yeah, that's where they will find themselves in the standings this time around. Speaking of the standings, let's take a look at that bracket. We have 2 more matches to cover here in the quarterfinals. After we're gonna take a break after this, but we're gonna look just real quick at this because KFC, that is the team that won last time. They are still in, of course, and if they do win their match against Sure Why Not, that is going to be a fun game against Professional Hot Tub Streamers, I feel. I am looking forward to seeing if that actually does happen. Unplayable matchup as well. Previously, Redline is a team that I'm really looking out for, so we're going to find out which one of those teams we're going to be seeing, and who their opponents are going to be in a little bit here, Rafa.
Yep. Well, for professional hot tub streamers, their series is concluded and they are done for the day. They're good to rest up until we head into the semifinals matches tomorrow. But of course, they'll probably want to be checking out their opponents, as we will be soon as well. But of course, short break. When we come back, it is the final 2 quarterfinals. So, see you soon. back. It's Max and I, aka cutest boys of the summer or fall. I guess we're in the fall season now.
We are.
It's no longer. What's the
Summer?
Remember we came. Yeah. Well, we came up with like a tag, like Hot Boy Summer, but then for the fall it was it Comfy Boy Summer or Comfy Boy Fall? What do you know what I'm getting at, Smacks?
That you want to be cozy?
Yes, cozy.
Well, I've got some cozy news for you here, Rafa.
Okay.
Sit tight. We get a blanket. Here, I've got a blanket. And
I don't have a blanket. I'll just
some hot chocolate or something,
Yeah.
Just get wrapped up and cozy. Because Rafa, we've got some cozy gamers here. Ready to play some Wild Rift. Yeah, cozy gamers, because we know these guys very, very well. We've got our good friends on Kansui Fan Club. We have Zello, the previous Baron laner for Cloud9 and Immortals when Icons was around. We have Molly in the jungle, the previous mid laner for Sentinels. We have Starting, aka the everyone's favorite streamer, Starting, aka the previous mid laner from Tribe. And then in the Dragon lane, we have Gume and Lebmont, both from the Immortals roster. Lebmont role swapping to support from jungle. And Rafa, this team is very cozy because you know what? They haven't lost yet, and we can kind of expect that that's going to continue, I feel. No disrespect to Sure Why Not, but KFC, that team's so stacked, it's crazy. It shouldn't even be legal, but it is. I'm going to stay in this blanket, actually. It's very comfortable.
That's fine. In the Wild West of pretty much no orgs to be found for the multitude of the landscape of Wild Rift right now, this is what can happen when all the best players after the official season are left up as free agents. They're like, well, I really like that player from the other team. I really like this player from this team. I really like hanging out with these players, even though we were on different teams. You know what? Let's start a band. Let's get together. Let's see what happens. And Kansui Fan Club was born. And, admittedly, I think a lot of this came from the fact that Starting and Zello were subs for the Immortals roster, and they got to a chance to experience playing with players like Lebmon and Gume. And of course, Molly comes into the fray because Starting and Molly, they're longtime duo partners, both prominently some of the best mid laners we've had, Hoon being the other big mid laner for NA. Starting and Molly would often trade jungle and mid while climbing in solo queue. And it seems like Molly has come up to be the better jungler of the two mid laners, and we'll get to see what their power is like against a roster that, we're not that familiar with, and Sure Why Not. And
maybe Sure Why Not is, what they're saying when they decide to make a team, which is what you at home can decide as well, because the signups are going to be open very soon for the next qualifier if you want to participate in this event as well. But we're going to talk about that later. Right now, we've got this draft going for KFC. They've got Gragas, they've got Lee Sin. The knockbacks are here. A lot of engage from those two champions, but also engage on the other side. Fi and Rakan. These ultimates can provide so much lockdown. And yeah, both teams already setting up quite a bit of their front line, just waiting to fill out the rest of the team.
And normal early on, when you see Gragas locked in, this champion can be flexed into multiple roles, and especially with this roster, not only jungle role and Baron lane and support would also be strong, viable laners. But we've seen Starting last week pull out AP Gragas, full AP Gragas mid lane, and this thing slaps. So keeping Sure Why Not on their toes in terms of who is going where. Probably the only champion that you are for sure knowing that is going to be in the jungle is Lee Sin, because Renekton could still be in either solo lane here.
Got the Malphite to round out that front line again. Both teams are really trying to make sure that front line is ready for whatever champions they decide to select afterwards. And that Lucian ban makes a lot of sense. It feels like one of the premier champions still available to fill out that backline. Yasuo, that's an interesting ban too. Not necessarily what I would call a backliner, but does have a lot of synergy with the champions selected already from Sure Why Not. So KFC just doing their due diligence. And something that we saw a lot of last weekend, Rafa, was KFC and some other teams with a lot of experience like Imperius as well, really having a strong draft edge in just knowing fully what they wanted to do in the draft because they have so much experience working with big coaches and working at the highest level, a lot of them internationally as well. And I think that this might be something that we continue to see today. Not that I don't like Sure Why Not's draft, but we're just going to have to find out how this is going to play out with the last two picks for both teams.
Right. Well, at the moment, Sure Why Not could use some magic damage. Physical damage is not going to be a, shied away from. Ezreal being locked in, a little bit of a hybrid, mostly physical damage, but will offer just a slight touch of magic damage through popping the Essence Flux as well as the True Shot Barrage. But Sure Why Not already between what I assume Baron, Malphite, Jungle Vi still could pilot a mid laner that could give them a little bit of extra burst.
Kind of forgot that this champion wasn't banned, considering it's been banned in all of the games that we have seen so far. And last weekend, it was banned in all of them except for one, which it won very handedly. And that game was a KFC game. And let me tell you, Rafa, if you thought that Lebmont was good in the jungle, where he has to go and kill camps and stuff and just do whatever he wants, just wait till you see him in a Senna lane where he can actually fight enemy champions the entire game and get a ton of resources and have that utility behind him with all the healing. This is fierce to play against, for sure, why not? And now with the Diana locked in, we know for certain that it is a Gragas for Lebmont down in that dragon lane.
And you know what is so scary about a jungler or a former jungler like Lebmont, who gets to take something like Gragas, who has definitely played games both on stage and in solo Q4. From the support role, Smacks, now, you being the support resident main here, would you not say that, especially in Wild Rift, support is just basically a second jungler?
Kinda, yeah. Especially now that they removed the double relic. Yeah, you can do a lot of that. And now when you're playing with Senna, that's a bit different, because you do most of the time just want to stay by Senna and make sure that you're providing her with a lot of souls so she doesn't have to farm the wave herself. Senna ends up being the support anyway, but I will say when you're not with Senna, that's definitely true. And I can't count how many times you and I have just taken over the map just because I leave Dragon Lane and go just be that second jungler presence.
Much to Alk Battery's
chagrin, dismay,
tilt. Yeah, but much to his displeasure. Just, all right, well, they're 2v1ing, they're diving me. Guys, I just missed a whole wave. I hope we got something that was worth on the other side of the map. Oh yeah, we double killed them. Oh, okay, I guess it was worth. It's how the matchup goes. Alk. For sure, why not? This final pick of the Orianna. Smacks, if this isn't a wombo combo, then I don't know what is. My goodness. You send in Malphite, you send in Rakan, you send in Vi. Everyone can layer at least one person into a knockup, if not multiple, if you hit in the giant AoE circle. And then the ball delivery system on pretty much anyone guarantees shockwave and just completely obliterating at least one person from KFC. The question is, Smacks, is KFC going to even let them get to that point with an advantage or even going even? Because we've seen Molly's Lee Sin at this point. This guy is cracked on this champion. And if you know anything about how Lee Sin operates in the early game, you can completely take over just under 2 minutes.
The ultimates are certainly strong, though. And if they can get to a point on Sure Why Not where they can effectively layer them correctly, then I agree with you. Those ultimates are really big. The synergy is high. And Rafa, it might just be enough to give KFC their first loss? I think we're going to have our answer rather shortly, though, because KFC, we saw what happened when a lot of previous Suzaku members alongside MTS and Cosmic got into these lanes and just tore things up. Same with second place Warriors. That very, very easily could occur right now as well, with all of the experience that these players have with them. And I'm hoping that Sure Why Not can survive the onslaughts.
So far, it's been a quiet early game. Just as I say
Has
that... oh, hit the honey fruit, hit the honey fruit. Okay. Shroud almost goes down to an early all-in from Zello, making great use of why Renekton is such a good lane bully.
Trading ignites there, too, just to sort of ward Zello away from further diving underneath that turret. I think that does make a lot of sense to just drop that. And it also just lets you know what the cooldown is for the enemy team's ignite. That's nice. Although, you probably should have recalled.
Limits were tested, Smacks, and limits are going to be tested again. Molly starting, roaming on over with a beautifully synchronized dive. Bird is the word, is able to get away thanks to Arcane Shift, not even needing Flash, but this is a lot of minions that are being denied from the Ezreal. IamTank and Project Belmont have rotated on over to support the prevention of this dive, but this is so devastating already. A lot of experience, a lot of local gold has been denied.
I feel like this bot lane dive has been a play that we've seen already like 4 times. And specifically on the blue side, it's a lot easier because you can just wrap around this big chunk of terrain and get behind the turret through that tri-brush. And teams haven't really been warding it off. So we get another dive, and this time in the mid lane as IamTank now has no summoner spells to speak of. And Brava, this is sort of what I was talking about. The onslaught's coming, and Sure Why Not, they have to be prepared for it. They haven't really been so far.
And like we said, you can take over the game with this composition in under 2 minutes off the back of the agency that both Diana and Lee Sin offer. And while Diana doesn't have...
Just walk under the turret. He can't hit you when you're under the turret. Just recall under there.
I must contest the minion wave.
No, you mustn't. Look at the item diff.
Oh, hold up. Good look from Project Belmont. Catching starting off of an attempted all-in. Forcing starting to flash, but Molly is waiting in the wings and knowing that Belmont, even with the flash, Molly! This is why we are so excited about seeing him in the jungle role.
Oh, yeah. The mechanics, I mean, they've never been in question for Molly, but we're going to have to gush over that later because a 2v2 kill is also happening. And Shroud's been ignited under the tier 2 turret. Shroud is dead in the isolated 1v1. Actually, 1v2 this time. IamTank cannot save him.
The Croc is too big. You cannot take him down. Sure, why not? Already facing a 6,000 gold deficit. We're not even at 4 minutes, Max. This is the largest gold advantage in the fastest time possible we have seen all day.
Now, let's talk about the good news. For sure, why not? We can keep it brief, because it is brief. They've made it to the top 8, which means they got points. That's huge. The points actually matter quite a bit, especially if you have that consistency. If you can get to the top 8, maybe even top 4 in the next event, then, I mean, we already saw how much the point structure has changed throughout the last couple of weekends. There are a lot of teams that got a lot of points in the last weekend that aren't here getting any points this time. So that's a big deal.
An attempt from Sure Why Not to overload in mid lane. Ledmon and Gume are a little too tanky to get completely taken down. No ultimates were burned from the side of Sure Why Not, so they were not looking for a super huge commit, just trying to see if they can burn any summoner spells for free.
Was that a too tanky Nidalee reference? Is that what that was?
A little bit. It wasn't intentional, but
oh
God, Molly!
Molly has entered the lane, and you have exited.
I think Zello has also entered the game, and Ledmon is there. The synergy already built up from their brief time together on Immortals at Icons, continuing to still show that it's keeping up well. Cello and Lebmont just running down any new challenges that come through the Baron lane and starving XP, gold, and any other resources that you can get in this game. We are at a 10,000 gold lead. This is the fastest 10,000 gold lead spike we have seen, I want to say, ever, at least in NA.
It's pretty rough, yeah. This is the onslaught. You have to survive if you're going to play against KFC. This team is brutal. And there are a lot of teams like them as well. This is just the best of the best. But we've seen these players with so much experience playing at the highest level in North America, and I mean, these players play at the highest level in the world. So
yeah,
you got to be ready.
And I think that's
why not need more time.
That's so important to know for context as well. Anyone that is coming into the chat and not knowing the history of at least KFC, sure, why not? We don't know much about these players, but for as much as we know, this is, you know, one of their first.
Whoa!
Oh, God. Oh, what is happening on my screen? KFC! Smacks, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what the just happened, but
I'll
KFC obliterated, sure, why not?
I'll tell you what just happened, Rafa. Starting just styled on him. I hope we get to watch it again, because that was absolutely beautiful. The mind games that were just played on my screen. Starting. We have to see this again. Okay, so Molly
we got a
is
replay,
engaging on
yes.
them. And we get to see all this damage land. Lebmont gets in there as well. The root, look at starting. He flashes past them because he knows when the root ends, that's where they're headed. And he lands the moonfall onto both. That's filthy.
The prediction moonfall, just to ensure that even after the center root landing, and if they even thought about flashing or trying to dash behind, Josh is already there.
Yep.
This is starting, ladies and gentlemen.
Josh
This is
XD.
Josh XD, baby. Consoi Fan Club, this is the team that won RiftMSTRS Open Qualifier last week. And a heavy favorite from the Team Liquid Summer Showdown, but sure, why not? They're gonna get a kill on the board. And you know what? It's a small win, but it's something for this squad against probably one of the best, if not the best teams that we have competing in RiftMSTRS this season so far. The absolute domination from a squad that has now garnered not only regional championship experience, but international experience as well.
And I want to point out that, you know, there are probably a lot of people in the chat that are like Wild Rift fans. That makes sense. We're watching Wild Rift. But in case you're not, in case you're a fan of other games and you don't know, this game is just this fast. This is how quickly you can go 100-0 and just completely lose the entire match. Because, you know, maybe you're a League fan out there and you stumbled upon this Wild Rift stream. Maybe you're a Rafa fan. I know I am. You saw that he was casting this, and you want to check it out. This is just what happens in Wild Rift. This is how quickly you can punish mistakes, how quickly things can go from bad to worse to, oh no, we have to go into game 2.
Yeah.
KFC, they started punishing from the very first minute of the game. And in League of Legends, the minions haven't even spawned at that point. And this is how you know that this is something Rafa and I have experienced many times, because I'm still talking about it while people are dying. Because this game's just over.
Yeah, we know. Like, if this game wasn't closed out by KFC, then something would have been disastrously wrong. But we're at almost a 20,000 gold advantage. We know that the game is over. I think most of the passionate Wild Rift community fan base knows that the game is over. We're just waiting for a couple of, you know, moves to end through the base. And sure, why not, are going to do everything that they can to delay the inevitable. But this gives us a chance to talk about just the legacy that KFC are already starting to build in RiftMSTRS during the off-season. Once Icons finished, and and even before Icons started, when the WNS finished, we saw a lot of announcements about orgs disbanding, teams being let go. And so Smacks, Kangasoft, Battery, TJ, everyone in the North American scene knew that there was going to be a lot of prime players, a lot of very exceptional talent that is just up for the grabs. And the fact that we are now witnessing one of the most exceptional roster assignments put together, not even by an org. This is just the players themselves saying, "Yeah, I think we're good together. You want to see if this works?" And so far, it's pretty damn good.
Yeah. And the reason that I brought up before that you have to have the context that this game is so fast is because this is the difference between being like really good at the game and being elite at the game. I say that, and this might actually be a trade of kills back.
Okay, sure, why not? Finding some kills back and forth. But I still think that Molly, being 12-0 and 5 on the Lee Sin, Conquer fully stacked up, has the Omni Vamp available, isn't going down anytime soon. You know, and if people are still wondering why Wild Rift is so fast, let's give the official victory call. Console Fan Club take game 1 of the series against Sure Why Not. Woo! Let's go. Huge dopamine rush.
There you go. That'll keep the RiftMSTRS socials people happy.
It probably wasn't as long, so they'll have to clip it very short. You know, just be like,
maybe.
Console Fan Club win game 1. Boom, 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 boom. Clip it and ship it. Bam. Now, to explain to all the people who are new to Wild Rift and thinking, holy, like, this game is so fast. Like, well, gold generation, passive gold generation is tripled in Wild Rift compared to League of Legends. So already the rate at which you can get items, even without kills, even without killing minions and turrets, is faster. You get passive experience generation. So even if you're not in a lane, even if you're roaming around in the jungle or even on support, you still get experience. Your max level is not 18 in Wild Rift, it is 15. Every ability only has 4 max ranks, and then Ultimate has 3 max points. You also, even if you don't hit every single CS on minions, you will still get a fraction or percentage of the gold as long as you're near it. So it's just a lot of money that is coming in through, and so that will naturally accelerate the pace of the game. Not to mention objectives spawn early-ish. Dragon is still 5 minutes, but Rift Herald also spawns at 5 minutes. We used to be in a game state where everything spawned at 4 minutes, and that was when the game was insanely fast. So,
yep. And the reason we're even saying all this is because Sure Why Not, like, we just watched them play. They're not even that bad. Like, they weren't. They built a pretty good comp. They set up their lanes well. They just were against the best of the best. And that's how fast you can lose when you're against the best of the best. Yeah. So, for Sure Why Not, it's looking grim in this series, but I do hope that they come back because, again, we're really not trying to be insulting at all. This is just what happens. And, I mean, they just experienced it. They know. They know what's going on. They know that they're against the best team in the event. And, yeah, not too much else to say about this one. Let's see what they can do in game 2.
Yeah. The other thing I want to now look at is what are the expectations to have for Console Fan Club? I mean, we saw them have a insanely dominant game, but at some point, you know, we start to have that as a standard for this team, right? If we want to be realistic, which is always a tricky thing to maintain, because then when they underperform or when they go even with a team that they are projected to be better than, even when they win, you know, people will go, oh, Console Fan Club looked, you know, weaker. You know, people will say, oh, they won, you know, they scraped out the wins. Like, well, they shouldn't be scraping out wins. They should be smashing, right? And because we don't really know Sure Why Not that well, it's hard to measure what their projected power levels is. What we can measure Kansui Fan Club, though, even regardless of what team they're playing against, is the moves that they took to accelerate the game in the first place. And if you know NA teams from the past, especially in year 0, we were kind of notorious for never doing things aggressively. It wasn't until year 1 that we had Immortals really up the pace in terms of aggressive playmaking. Lamont and Charm, as a jungle support duo, would constantly look to force dives to empower Gume in the early game. Everyone else in NA kind of took a chill pill and just played to stall the early game and play for the mid game, the wake up. But then when you go international, when you play against a WRL, when you play against Southeast Asia, when you go up against Brazil, you don't get that luxury to take a chill pill during the early game. You have to look for early game windows. And when you have champions like Lee Sin, you can't be passive. You have to be proactive. And that is what Kansui Fan Club did. That's why Sure Why Not are banning the champion away from Molly. And it's good that KFC show that ability to play that fast in the first place.
Shout out Brazil, by the way, for beating Europe in the League of Legends Worlds earlier today.
Vamos loud, carajo!
That was a very fun time. Spoilers for anybody, but I don't care. That was an amazing game. Anyway, Gwen first pick, okay?
Yeah,
so, KFC,
the Gwen.
They're pulling out some fun champs. They're pulling out some new champs. Yone is enabled. Do they know that Yone is enabled? We have to tell them. DM them right now, Rafa.
So, I think Starting knows. He posted a Twitter clip of him getting a Quadra on Yone recently.
All right, pick it.
So,
oh, that's
oh,
that's
a Draven.
All right,
it's not Yone, but it's a Draven. I'm down for that.
I don't think I've ever seen Gume play Draven, actually.
Yeah,
have you?
He's our I think he's our other Lucian Premier player in NA.
That's true.
But yeah, I've never seen a Draven game from him. I think the only player that I've seen play Draven is Old School, because he's also a Vayne player.
Do you remember somebody played at top that one time? That was
oh
awful.
my! Oh, that was year 0. It was during one of the last chance qualifiers too.
Why does Draven's mouth look like that? You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah,
it's kind of like a Five Nights at Freddy's mouth.
Yeah, like, Draven does it all.
Yeah, I don't know. You gotta put on a Draven skin, I think. And then
hey, oh, snap. Wait a minute. I forgot I took this down. It's, well, okay, the left side kind of scuffed, but the point is, Yumi's been locked in, so we must now see if Patroclus will approve of cat supremacy this time around.
I'm not sure if he will. Do you want me to go get Victor? I can actually do that right now.
Yeah, I'm down. This is just draft phase.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell me about the draft, Rafa.
All right. You have wireless headsets?
Yeah.
Yeah. As he says, or as they say from across the room. Well, so far, Smacks, Sure Why Not, are starting to ban out other problematic junglers and mid laners. Kha'Zix and Akshan eating the bans up. Kansui Fan Club have taken out Fiora and Renekton, so that tells me that this Gwen is for sure going into the Baron lane, and Zello just trying to take away problematic matchups on that side of the map. Vi has been locked in for Sure Why Not, so I imagine that this is going to be either a Jason the mid lane or the Baron lane. We got Yone! We got Yone! Yes! Smacks! Get your ass back here! We got Yone! And Camille. Okay, so Molly's gonna show that, hello, Victor! Hello, my good sir. You are so cute.
Victor, we got Yone.
Victor, hello. One of these days, Victor, they will add you as well to Wild Rift. Today is not that day, but we've got a Yone. And the damage profile for Kansui Fan Club is also evenly split up because you still have a Gwen in the Baron lane, so you have ample magic damage.
There he goes.
As well as true damage. Goodbye, Victor, my king. And sure, why not, will be finalizing their composition with an Echo in the mid lane. Now, I was talking to a couple of mid laners about how they feel about Yone so far, and Yone, they don't think that he's the strongest mid laner in terms of just overall laning, and I think that makes sense compared to what his strengths are coming from League as well. But mid game, still exceptional. Late game, completely terrifying. Gonna be up to starting. I imagine that because the amount of agency you have from the mid lane is a little bit less compared to what they had in the previous game, that Kansui Fan Club might slow down things on the top side of the map. But then you look at the bottom lane, and I think that's going to just be amped up even more when you're playing around a Draven.
And I mean, we saw Yuumi earlier. I didn't really like the Yuumi comp from before, but I still just don't really know what this Yuumi champion can do if you're not playing with champions that can stay in fights for a really long time. Maybe something like a Gwen would actually be good with Yuumi. But honestly, like, a lot of the champions that I think of when I think of like long-lasting team fights in PC League don't exist in this game yet. Like things like Vladimir, Swain, other like Mordekaiser even. Not really in this one. Like Hecarim as well. Maybe Olaf is the answer. Maybe you'd want to pick it with that, but it's not something that Sure Why Not has done. And yeah, I think the power level of this champion is pretty low, and teams just haven't quite figured her out yet. So TBD on Yuumi's power level. I'm not expecting it to do a whole lot in this game, but that is also just something that's going to be an issue because you're against this Draven Thresh lane. You're against Lebmont and Gume, who are going to do a lot of damage to you in this lane. So you're going to have to be very careful about this. And you know what, Rafa? We've got this Yuumi who's like, you know, Yuumi's whatever. But Yone's here. I'm so excited. The newest champion in the game.
And this is intriguing. I'm used to seeing lethal tempo on Yone, but I imagine that in this mid lane matchup, because it is, yeah, lethal tempo is in Wilder. So when they added a bunch of runes, Kraken Slayer is one of them, which is on the Vi. Lethal tempo was the other one in the yellow like tree. Oh god, well that's an early flash. Gume and Lebon just level 1 diving under the tower. That is so terrifying.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually pick lethal tempo in this game.
It was very prominent during icons if you were running like Jax in the jungle.
Really?
Yeah.
I must have missed things. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not paying attention to runes that much. Lebmont getting a flay onto Bird is the word. And oh! The flash auto attack from Gume. Meanwhile, mid.
Oh, starting is going to be in trouble. Molly has to get as much damage down before he is forced to blink back with the Soul Unbound. And lo and behold, Molly and starting get it done.
Brutal 2v2s across both lanes. And Zello. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. The barrier? Oh! Not quite. Everyone lives. Oh, well.
And to even rub more salt into the wound. You know, Smacks, we did say that Kansui Fan Club... Oh.
Goodbye.
No way.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say it. Like, you have no flash. I cannot see a world how you get out. But for Kansui Fan Club, we predicated that there would be, you know, a little less agency that they would be able to work with outside of the Draven Thresh lane. And you saw Project Belmont try to take advantage of that in the mid lane, punishing on the starting, but Molly was there, reading the jungle movements, knowing where Belmont would want to go first. Beautiful counter gank, transitions that, and search right on down to the bottom lane, and we got a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah. Seems about right here for I almost said Kentucky Fried Chicken. Kansui Fan Club. The team that won the last event, and we're expecting to win this one as well. Spoilers for tomorrow. That's our prediction. At least my prediction. Rafa, you had a different one?
Well,
again.
I mean, I imagine Kansui Fan Club is the favorite to be in the finals and win the tournament. I'm also going to put my money, though, on second place Demons. See if they can become first place Demons, perhaps.
I see. Could be fun. We've got a bit of a jungle tussle here. Bai technically has ultimate and will use it on top of starting, who just blinks away. Ignite is ticking. It's just not quite enough, and that Soul Unbound. Yeah, pretty powerful ability. Now Molly, in the middle of a 1 versus 2. The shield is there to help out. And starting, making a return. Little lifesteal helping him out, and Shroud, the top laner, for sure, why not? Trying his best to deal all of his damage. Starting, the crowd control is huge. The flash auto attack from Shroud will secure at least that kill. Molly, the shield is here again from the passive, but Shroud finds a double kill.
Well, sure, why not? Punishing onto Molly and starting for staying longer than they probably should have. I do appreciate that Molly and starting were looking to flex their muscles and test their limits. There was a moment where I think they almost were about to pull it off, but Shroud and I Am Tank being able to dodge out on most of the CC, but it's okay for KFC because Zello sees a Jace without summoner spells and says, you can't be here. Punishes them.
Yeah, that's I think that was a shutdown too, right? He had 2 kills, so Zello in a burst of gold alongside these turret platings was behind in the isolated 1v1. We've got to play in the Dragon lane. Oh, that's a Draven cash out. He's already done it 4 times now.
Yeah, both he and Molly have completed their first items. And they're not cheap ones either. Trinity Force, very expensive. Bloodthirster, somewhat expensive. Riftmaker 2 for Zello. First turret going down right before 5 minutes. Clinical from the side of Kansui Fan Club, getting things done before the spawn of both of these objectives.
Yeah, and this is what I was kind of talking about in this Dragon lane as well. You expect Lucian to have a lot of priority down there very early on, but Yuumi just, like, doesn't do anything anymore. So it's hard to make things work. As you can see, that Prowling Projectile even got weaker. You don't have the circle around you anymore, but it's such a slow ability now as Project Belmont has to flash away.
Dude, the one auto attack from Gume took Belmont's HP down below 50%. It's a flash from Gume! That seals the deal onto Belmont. No more jungler for sure, why not? So this Dragon is as good as KFC's.
Yeah, we've got I Am Tank. He's got the Yuumi now. Oh, he's also got a Death Sentence. Oh boy, and the ultimate is there. Dragon is also being taken at the same time, and this might actually have split up the members of KFC, but they only lose one. He's still arrived in that play. Molly is good as new after taking the Dragon. That's a double kill.
Smacks, it wasn't as fast as the previous game, but KFC have reached the 10,000 gold advantage.
Yeah.
This time in 6 minutes. I think last game was 5 minutes. And
it was 5, yeah.
Yeah. Well, still not bad. KFC doing an exceptional job of just surmounting incredible advantages in the early game.
Another turret about to be taken in the top lane with Zello dealing all that damage on this Gwen. You told me before that the Nashor's Tooth is really strong on Gwen, but actually Zello going for the Riftmaker first.
You can go for it second.
Above anything else. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to come very soon. Yeah, that's 3 turrets now for KFC. This is a pretty big lead.
Yeah. I would favor the Nashor's Tooth first from the jungle specifically, since more attack speed you have, the faster you get to evidently clear the jungle, thanks to all the splash damage, and the extra ability haste makes you insanely mobile. You don't necessarily need the Omni Vamp and the true damage from champions, since you're not always in combat as a jungler. You can just be kind of farm simulator for the most part and then just participate. Whereas if you're in lane, you're always splitting against the champion, and so the Omni the Riftmaker passive makes more sense to just rush first.
Makes sense to me. KFC, they're bringing a mid-wave in, but they are not using it to attack the turret here, Rafa. They are using it to attack the Echo, who is going to die even through the ultimate healing and the Yumi healing as well. Bird is the word.
Dude, look at Gume,
nearly
man.
hit by the Yone ultimate. Won't quite. He will survive, but the other 2 kills taken off the map by KFC mean that this Rift Herald is going to deal devastating damage.
Kaboom!
Kaboom.
Kaboom.
So just hit it one more time.
Zella didn't want to potentially die from overextending. It's a safe approach.
I didn't want that turret to still be alive. Ever think of that, Zello?
Unfortunately, Smacks, Zello is not playing for your pleasure. They are playing for their pleasure, and that is to win the game in the cleanest way possible, while still styling on them as much as they can.
That last bit, if that was true, he would have hit that turret one time. Come on.
I mean,
you know that's true.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know what?
there
Molly's
it is.
got
Yes.
it. Yeah,
Molly.
let's go, Molly.
This is why Molly is my favorite Wild Rift player. Zello used to be my favorite Wild Rift player.
Oh no!
Now he's sitting around the 20th range. Molly shot way up.
You can't do Zello like that, Smacks. No.
Yeah, well, you should have hit the turret.
Well, sure, why not? Are under fire once again. And KFC are just cleaning up the mess as easily as ever. Damage through the roof. No defense left to be found by Sure Why Not. All 5 players taken off the Rift. And Kansui Fan Club, our favorites for the tournament, advance to the semifinals.
Nice down there from KFC. Did you see how fast that game was? Actually, I wasn't looking at the timer by the end. I had to know.
9.5
Was that
minutes.
faster? 9.5?
Yeah, I think that was faster than the first game because the other game was like
yeah.
14.
That is a combined total of about 19 minutes of gameplay, I believe.
Oh, was the other one 10 minutes?
No, the other one was 11:05, I think. So 19:45 would have been the total. Oh, wait, no, it'd be 2 minutes or 20 minutes 45. All right, my math is wrong. But anyway, that's still very, very quick. That's the point I was trying to make, Rafa. We don't have to get fuddled up in the math.
That's right. Math is
pretty cringe.
Math is not our forte. It is just talking and providing an entertaining experience to all of the fans and viewers in the chat. And you know what?
Also, what do I know?
Well, I was about to say that Kansui Fan Club probably making it, super easy for it to be entertaining because, normally people will look at stomps and be like, oh, it's a stomp, whatever. But the way that Kansui Fan Club stomped, that is
pretty good. Playing the new champions too.
Damn awesome to watch.
I love that. And you know what, Rafa? I do want to point out, just to give an added context layer to my favorite Wild Rift player tier list. Now, like I said, Zello was previously my first favorite. He is no longer after I watched that play. It is now Molly. But before that, my favorite Wild Rift player was actually Beginnings. But he has since retired. So he's still my favorite Wild Rift player, in terms of like a legacy thing. But as he is no longer a Wild Rift player, he can't have that spot. So Molly, congratulations.
Understandable. Beginnings, not only a incredible support player during his prime, but also probably the best hair in Wild Rift. Yeah. Best hair.
I mean, yours isn't half bad, but you can't really compete with him. I think the tier list goes Beginnings, then Michael Udall. Then after that, honestly, I think Isherboa looks really good. Probably Isherboa. Then after that, like that's like the S tier. Beggs is S plus, and Michael can be S plus as well. I think Isherboa is probably in the S range. I think you and I probably lie in like the A space.
I'm flattered that you're including me into the lineup, but you know,
Yeah, I mean,
other
Kangas
lineups
is clearly F. He's bald.
Oh man! Well, to get away from the stray L that Kangas just caught, we're gonna take a look at the bracket now to see where the update lies after that quarterfinal. The semifinal now shows that Kansui Fan Club will be the team taking on Professional Hot Tub Streamers tomorrow, while we still await to see the team that will take on second place Demons. And this is going to be our final quarterfinal matchup today between Kansui Hate Club and Unplayable Match.
That's gonna be a fun, script flip right there for Kansui Hate Club. I can't imagine why you would dislike Kansui that much to make your entire team about this. But regardless, excited to watch this next matchup, our last matchup of the day. We're going to get to see how we're rounding out our top 4. And yeah, stay tuned. We're going to throw it to a quick break before we get to that, our last best of 3 of the evening. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go.
All right, Wild Rift fans, it is time for our last quarterfinal matchup of the day. And you know what that means? It means we're going to have one last banger in the hatch before we close out the broadcast. It's still your boys of Cozy Fall, or Cozy Fall. Cozy?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Cozy Fall, Cozy...
Cozy Autumn. It's spooky season, Rafa.
Spooky boys. Well, spooky boys, autumn boys in Rafa and Smacks here. We're going to be your guides and be your entertainers through one last quarterfinal. And it is going to be unplayable matchup and Kansui not fan club, because we just watched them dominate. It's Kansui hate club.
Yeah. Less clever acronym, I will say, but it is funny, the dichotomy here between the hate club and the fan club. I'm kind of hoping that these two teams meet at some point in the bracket, although I think it would have to be in the finals.
Yep,
and
it would have to be in the finals.
Yeah, it's a bit of a journey to take. Although, I will say, Kansui Hate Club are kind of the de facto second best team, because they actually took down Imperius in the previous round. And Imperius, of course, was the previous second place team from last weekend. So, hey, maybe it's going to happen.
We could be on track for it. Yeah. So if we follow that logic as well, second place Demons took out the de facto third place team from last week. So even though they're called second place Demons, they could be third place. I personally think that second place Demons are going to be the finals favorites on this side of the bracket, but who knows? The winner of this matchup could prove me wrong. I know you are definitely in the Kansui Hate Club. I just want to say shout out to Kansui, because the Kansui fan club, that's pretty dope to have 5 of your friends make a team named after you. But then the Kansui Hate Club, is this just a stray... Oh! We'll acknowledge the draft in a little bit. Just want to continue my point. Do we think the Kansui Hate Club is made specifically to hate on Kansui? Because first of all, that's tough, and that's mean. Kansui is a sweet boy. But also, or is it just they want to be the anti, the antagonist to the Kansui fan club?
Yeah, I think it's more of a team rivalry thing. But, love him or hate him, everyone knows who Kansui is. Or at least that he exists in concept. Concept with a K-H-A-N, of course. As unplayable matchup, first picked Nasus. And that is indeed Nasus support, Rafa.
Normally, we have seen Nasus paired along with Senna in past matches. Senna Nasus used to be one of the most oppressive combos when it was in its prime, abusing Font of Life, being a lane that never got pushed out, having insane amount of wave clear and insane amount of healing, and it scaled pretty decently well. They don't have the Senna, even though it was available, according to the bans. But I guess Unplayable Matchup is going to be piloting this Nasus in a different way, where Nasus isn't farming, but it's still doing the same thing, just pushing waves and trying to be a lane bully. Whereas Kansui Hate Club, the things that I'm excited about, we got a Cassidy's Max. And I know that this is a nerf champion, but I'm still this will be my first time casting a Cassidy in Wild Rift.
Yeah, some fun purple champions here too. We got the Cassidy, the late game demon coming into the mid lane. It will be against Zed, which is a pretty tough matchup.
Yep.
But it's certainly there. Certainly can still do a lot. And may be able to do a lot in the early game. As Rafa, the way the Cassidy was nerfed is on his empowered auto attack, which you're probably about to see him use on these minions Yeah, the little stabby stab.
Yep.
Little, yeah, that little pokey move.
Yep.
That cooldown got a lot longer by 2 seconds. It was 8-second cooldown before. It's now 10 seconds. That one, yeah, right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty big deal because that's a good chunk of his early damage and his early trading abilities. Because you'll notice that it actually gives him quite a lot more range on his auto attack, which helps him stay safer in the lane and actually continue farming up. So, the nerf's pretty big, I have to say. But
yeah, I think it's a well-targeted nerf. Casson is supposed to be a champion that comes online when he hits level 13. That is like the late game prime point. Having max rank on your Void Step, I think it is called, or
Rift
Void
Walk.
Rift, or Rift Walk. Yeah. I was
Void Step.
See, I think there's like a joke made in the past where old Cassidy from League used to have a larger range on the blink of that Rift Walk, and so when it got changed to a shorter distance, we would call it Void like Hop or Void Step, because it's no longer this huge flash range dash. It's just a mini blink, you know.
Well, it was bigger than Flash before.
Yeah.
That was the big issue.
Yeah.
Now it's the same.
Yeah.
The damage, speaking of Rift Walk, is also lower. That is the other nerf that Cassidy received. So, something to look out for once we get to that late game and Cassidy can start really pumping out the damage. Again, I do want to mention, it wasn't really that impactful of a champion when we saw it in the last weekend, so I am not expecting a lot from this champion, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, so far Kyun has not been under pressure that much during the early game. Early trades have looked a little spooky, but he's even in gold with Nap Staten. And because of KO Eagle looming and hovering around during the right times when Boom was looking for a gank as well, he's given enough protection. So now that Keon at level 5 has that extra safety of range, being able to use the Rift Walk to get out of harm's way this time around. So for Kansui Hate Club, their big win con of getting this casted into the late game, they're already 1/3 of the way through.
I want to talk a bit about how Unplayable Matchup looked to me in the games last weekend, because this is a team that we already saw Redline. They just changed their name, and this team wasn't that bad. They did take 5th or 8th overall. They lost in quarters, which is what that means. But their games that they played against Noxian Glory actually did leave an impression, I feel. Had pretty strong early games. They ended up struggling when it came to the team fights. That was the big issue with them. They did not coordinate well as 5 players at that stage, and that is what cost them that series. But their early games were strong enough to where I feel like they actually could do a lot of work here, and they've got some pretty interesting tools to do it. Of course, we already mentioned the NASA support, but Boom on the Xin Zhao can really get things done when it comes to these early objectives, and Zed's assassination threat, pretty big also. You're going to need to land the Varus ultimate for that champion to do a whole lot, but that's okay. We'll get him next time.
Next time, baby. I don't know if you got the reference or not. It's a very obscure one.
Is it the song Bulletproof?
Nope.
Next time, baby, I'll be bulletproof.
No,
Oh.
I was still, when we were talking about Tony Stark, I was thinking about the end of the first movie where
Oh,
no, next time here. That's happening right now. Ned landing up a beautiful photo on the Luan DJ, and that should not be undersold now. Talk about how Luan is one of the better, one of the greater Baron laners we have in an A. But mid lane, the action is still commencing.
Whoa!
Oh, piercing arrow. Wow. Not enough damage on a KO Eagle.
Yeah, Luck actually hit 2 people with his arrow, and the summon Airy went to the wrong person. If Airy went to Eagle instead, then that would have been a kill. Unfortunate there. Yeah, the solo kill's huge. Fez was the player who got the solo, or the pentakill in the games last weekend, and it was on Darius. he played Darius in both the games that we watched, and he got the pentakill in the first one. This is the first time we're seeing him play Jax, but that outplay was really big. This Jax-Fiora matchup is just all about who can press the stun button better, and maybe who has the jungler there.
Oh!
As Sonic Wave will follow up.
Well, I guess in that situation, it's no longer who can outplay each other in the 1v1 situation on riposte versus Counter-Strike timing. It's the, hey, look, I have a jungler showing up to my lane.
Ah! And Boom has been spotted by the man with no eyes. Lee Sin.
How about that? The blind bung.
Or at least not any functioning eyes. There's probably some eyes under there. I guess I don't really know.
I wonder if Lee Sin has vision like Daredevil, where it's like just improved senses from touch, scent, smell.
I mean, probably if he can shoot out like a sound beam and then kick you.
That's why it's called Sonic Wave. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-oh. KO Eagle. Oh, but he's got Kyun in his back pocket. Can they outplay this one? Safeguard over to get a little bit of extra XP for the Scuttle Crab. That was beautiful. KO Eagle giving himself enough health to survive long enough. And both he and Kyun clean up Nap State.
Ooh, Kyun getting early kills is not what you want on the side of unplayable matchup. This is the scaling champion, and as unimpressed as I've been with this option, there's no denying that Kassadin is very scary when it gets to that late game situation. So, playable matchup, they really need to be careful around this. Now the enemy mid has a 1,000 gold lead, and your effective counter pick, well, it's not really effective anymore.
Well.
Well.
This game is, I don't want to say it's surely in the favor of anyone because, you know, gold lead wise, no huge advantage. Dragon stacking so far in Kansui Hate Club's favor. But the big thing that I'm still concerned about for the side of unplayable matchup is they haven't dealt with this Kassadin problem yet.
Yeah, that's a conundrum for sure. On the second scaling item now for Kyun, building up the tier stacks, it's going to be very, very scary. After that, you can go for a lot of options. You can go for a tank even sometimes on Kassadin just to stay alive longer. It's always fun. So Kyun maybe getting dove. You got 2 points in the ultimate already, and the meteor is helping you to get vision, but might be too late. Huh?
You know,
all right.
We were asking, what are you guys going to do about Kassadin? Unplayable matchup said, okay, let's dive. Unfortunately for them, Kyun did not burn any summoner spells. It's just Rift walking, getting on out. And now a potential turnaround from Kansui Hate Club as they look to press on the chase. The flash bubble forward from that way. Doesn't lock down anyone quite enough yet. And the damage from Nap State takes out Luan DJ. But a trade finally happening in favor of Kansui Hate Club. Luck and Boom fight the dust.
Wow. That way is very aggressive on this Nami. I'm having a great time watching this. The flashes forward. It's a treat. Not every day you get to see the engages from the Nami bubble in specific. So this is a fun time for me. We're seeing Kyun get another kill. Another scaling item is here, Rafa. I'm kind of worried for a playable matchup. I said before how I didn't really like the way that they played late game team fights, and that is not a trait you want your team to have against Kassadin.
And I wonder if Kansui Hate Club made that same read as well and said, you know what? If we just stall this out to the late game, what are they going to do? What are they going to do about this Kassadin? That's a good question to pose against a team if you don't believe in them being able to close out in past the 10-minute mark.
Yeah. Maybe Kansui Hate Club has the same read that I did. But regardless, this Kassadin's going to be scary, and they are snowballing in other places also. I mean, we see Eagle kicking them away, but the lead still is there in the jungle as well. So these objectives are going to start to get pretty tricky to handle. The Rift Herald spawning up there on the top side of the Rift. I will say, inconceivable is in a pretty good spot. You don't really want to face check into a Cassidon or a Nasus, excuse me. You just wither you.
Yeah, that's not a good plan. Attack speed slow and just movement speed slow. Not the best. No way. Whoa! I thought that tidal wave was about to seal the Rift Herald, but boom! Quick with the smite. I don't even know if they used smite. I think
Doesn't look like it.
just. Yeah, I think they just flipped.
Smite sucks. I never take that spell.
You know, maybe that's what the team that didn't have a smite on any of their champions in that one game thought. That smite's overrated. We don't need this. And they won a game.
They did win. Yeah.
Still have to go back and watch how that panned out. I know you recommended I shouldn't.
Yeah, I think it's gonna make you sad.
Well, I think it must be done to open my eyes and just
All right.
to see how people manufacture leads, be creative. Boom and Luck trying to rotate down to catch this wave, but they are lying in wait on the side of Kansui Hate Club. They go for the pick, and Luck definitely going to need more of it if he wants to survive in this match.
Ooh, okay, wait. We have the Nasus. The slow field is here. On top of the teleport, Luan. Oh, he's still too scary, even with the Wither on top of him. And that is going to be the dragon for Kansui Hate Club. 2 dragons now. And yeah, I keep expecting this Nasus to do more. I'm not really sure why, as I've been disappointed each time.
Yeah, I'm. What was the first pick from Kansui Hate Club? Was it the Lucian? Did they just?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just guessing. Then the idea was anytime. Oh my god, I'm gonna butcher this name. Iskoi Kauko? Oh god. Koi Kauko? Whatever. We're just gonna go with Koi. We're gonna go with Koi for now. I'm butchering this name. And during that time, Luck is also getting butchered once again, unfortunately, for the side of unplayable matchup. But I imagine the thought process was Nasus withers Lucian as soon as he dashes in, and then that allows for an advantageous trade to happen. So either Koi is forced to flash immediately away or just die in the exchange, right?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, it makes some sense, but I'm still disappointed in what's going on.
Well,
here
yeah,
with this pick.
we're beyond the laning phase, and I don't think there was much advantage gained through the laning phase. And so then you're asking yourself, what are we achieving?
Why am I this dog champ again? Woof, woof, bark, bark.
Woof. Woof, woof. Unplayable matchup.
Woof, woof, woof.
Willing to experiment with their composition a bit. For them, it is still a 3,000 gold deficit, so it's not. I mean, it's far from, you know, just completely out of the game. They still have ways to play. The big problem, though, is Kyun is now at the late game stage. He is level 13, max rank on that Rift Walk.
Yeah, that's not good. And there's a hat too, so he's gonna look fancy while murdering you. Ooh, and the Zed damage isn't really there either. You just saw the combo. That's not Deathmark, of course, but you're expecting it to do a bit more than that. Luan DJ guessed right on the Counter-Strike that time.
I don't think Fez is in the best spot. It's holding this wave, though, preventing Luan DJ from being able to attack the turret. Luan is going to have to back off until multiple members of Unplayable Matchup show again on the map after attempting to rotate on the bomb site. Oh my goodness! That Force Pulse already did so much damage onto Napstaten. Tidal Wave breaks up the fight here. Boom, forced to flash away, but here comes the culling! The damage goes through all members of Unplayable Matchup. Boom, bites the dust once again. This time around, Luck is able to make it out alive, unconceivable as well, but both Summoner Spells were burned for each of them, and a turret goes the way of Kansui Hate Club.
I'm beginning to see the damage of this Kassadin as we have a Zed attempting an engage. Will actually kill Eagle. With the death mark not even on top of him, instead onto Kauko. And yeah, I'm okay. I think this is I think I'm getting what the Kassadin hype is all about, even after it's been nerfed. That damage was very, very unreasonable.
Yeah. So like I think in theory like the Kassadin was always like super deadly, right? In the late game. But then people were realizing, hey, this game is so short, and Kassadin's laning phase is actually kind of formidable. This is just a free win every single time, because no team will ever be good enough to stop it during the laning phase and prevent it from getting to this point in the game.
Oh! The stasis? You can stay alive alongside the bubble as Kuhn is now in the vicinity. Oh, you have to run. This Kassadin is here. Oh, and you just can't run because of the Force Pulse. The slow is huge, and he's not even done. Another Force Pulse lands on top of Thez. The Rift Walks getting a little scary here, Rafa and Kansui Hate Club. Oh boy, I think this might be over. This Kassadin's too good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. You know what's a cool thing about, well, I don't know if you've probably already found this out, but Kassadin Force Pulse works differently in Wild Rift than it does in League. Because normally you have to stack up 5 spells either by yourself or the enemy or your allies before you can cast it. Force Pulse, you have a base number, and you can just cast it right away. But then you still stack it up, and it amplifies damage a little bit more. So, so you can get like a normal Force Pulse just so that you actually have an ability, even if you haven't cast anything before that. But then you also have a stronger ability the more abilities you stacked up. So that's nice when you're like trying to immediately shove out minion waves, you know, and you're just looking to like catch things under the turret as well.
That's kind of neat. I didn't know that. Thanks for the Kassadin lesson here, Rafa.
Yeah.
We're seeing the Force Pulses.
Do you know why I know that? Do you know why I know that, Smax?
I would love to know why you know that.
It's because I tried to play him jungle.
Okay, well, I guess that would have been my first guess. Yeah. The engage is here. Oh, won't actually Rift Walk towards quite yet. Yeah, no, yeah. Okay.
It's not bad with Fleet.
Are you sure? Again, if every jungler is not bad, then none of them are good.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess my definition of it's not bad is you can actually clear the jungle with it. But Kuhn is doing more than clearing the jungle camps. He is clearing unplayable matchup like their jungle camps. He's just walking in and bopping them back to back to back.
3 dragons and a Baron for Kansui Hate Club. Maybe hate is stronger than fandom after all, Rafa. I mean, that's not really true. This game would have been over by then. But you know what? Still a pretty powerful emotion here. 19 minutes in. Kansui Hate Club doing some good work here, as I believe we are going to see something happen in the mid lane right now. The Zed is dead.
Legendary.
Oh my goodness. Another ace because everyone was still spawning in.
Yeah.
Well, we got a replay just to see the absolute domination once again. Punting Boom away from the Baron pit, so no chance for a steal. And then the rest speaks for itself.
Yeah. All right. I'm on the Kassadin train now. I can't believe we didn't get any performances like this last weekend. At least not in the games that were streamed. Maybe off stream they were, but it was banned a bit. And other than that, didn't really look that good in the games that it was played. But now I have 5 items maximum level and a blue buff, which I think is a really big deal here. Oh wow! And this isn't even the Kassadin.
You know.
Oh no!
Koi Kauko saw that Israel had a fantastic Lucian game. And saw us talking about how, yeah, Israel is one of the premier Lucian players, and Koi says, you know what? Add me to the list, man. You're about to see my name go up in lights. It's Koi Kauko as well as Kyun. Light the way for an impressive victory from Kansui Hate Club. One game away from qualifying into the semifinals.
I knew this team had to be pretty good if they were going to be the ones to take down Imperius, our previous finalists of last weekend. But Rafa, I didn't know it would be quite like this. The Kassadin looking super, super strong. But even without that, I feel like they still did a pretty good job, specifically the Dragon Lane duo. Luck did not get to play the game on this Ferris. And a lot of that is because of Koi Kauko and that way. Just bullying this matchup out. And I don't think NASA's support is very good. Hot take.
Well, thankfully for Unplayable Matchup, they have another game to learn from their findings in Game 1 of this series. But it is a very uncomfortable position to be in. Now down to match point from Kansui Hate Club. You have to win 2 games back-to-back from Unplayable Matchup to make it to semifinals, whereas Kansui, it's just one more, and then boom, they're in to the top 4.
Yep. And, you know, we talked, me and Kangas, last weekend about making logos for the teams. I think I have an idea here. So,
Ooh.
I think what we do is we need a picture of Kansui, first of all, or a picture that, like, exemplifies who Kansui is.
Okay.
And then we put the, like, thumbs up emote next to it for Kansui Fan Club. And then for Kansui Hate Club, we just do this same exact logo, except we flip the thumbs up upside down. So then we've got a little bit of a matching thing going on. Maybe we even draw like eyebrows over Kansui's face. I think that could work.
I could see what you're spitting. You know,
yeah.
I can get behind it. You know, one of the things that I was really curious about, looking at the names of this Kansui Hate Club, trying to see, have we seen these players before? Yeah, obviously we know Luan DJ from Enemy, or the Enemy that we saw that made a run at the WNS Championship back in May or April. But Kyun was the other name that looked very familiar to me, and Kyun used to be a Baron laner. The last time we saw him in competitive play, or them in competitive play, it was during the Last Chance Qualifier. They're on a team called Yas Chicken.
Oh, interesting.
That was also the team that had Hi Don't Hurt Me, aka Zin, #1 Jin in NA.
Oh yeah,
or proclaimed. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. They also had Bape Nom, which I think was one of the ADCs that played with like an enemy roster at one point. I don't remember, but I believe we have a replay of the last fight ending the game. You guys probably remember an amalgamation of it, or this was Koi Kauko going loco, as one might say.
Yeah. One would say, and one is me, and I would, and he did do that. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, the Lucian and Nami together, this is a matchup that we know is a bit of an OTP, and not the one-trick pony kind. They're just built for each other, you know? And I think the power that you get out of that bot lane, not every team can use it super well, but it seems like Kansui Hate Club knows the duo better than others. So I'd like to see it again. Marafa, we're in the next draft. Kansui Hate Club have the opportunity to make this a day full of sweeps, but Unplayable Matchup could turn that all around. They're going to be the first team, other than the very first game that we watched, to ban Yone. And we have the icon for him now. Look at that.
Hey, look at that. Yone is now in our graphics package / system. Unplayable Matchup after the loss, have taken to the blue side. They want to have priority over what potentially was the Lucian. And Constantly Hate Club, I think they recognized it, which is why they banned the Lucian away as well. But an Ashe being open, we saw that Ashe was also eating bans. The powerful utility of the spell. Once again, shout out to Dienzio, who was the forefather of Ashe before any other region. A lot of picks that were experimented in NA, obviously, were seen in the East, like in the WRL or Southeast Asia, but Ashe was a Dienzio pick. I stand by it.
There's proof, too. You can go back at his YouTube channel.
Yep.
The Ashe videos predate, like, everything in Wild Rift. He's been making YouTube videos for a very long time, Dienzio. I love that guy. I am sad that he was eliminated by Constantly Hate Club. But,
yeah,
you know what? That's okay. He can come back and try it again next weekend, just like you can as well. If you join the RiftMSTRS Discord, and you can sign up with a team of your own. We had 38 teams sign up for this qualifier, and while you can't play in this qualifier anymore, there's still one more next weekend, and those signups are going to be open pretty soon, I imagine. So
yep.
Definitely give that a look if you're interested. We had, like I said, 38 teams. That's the most ever in North America as far as like 5v5 Summoner's Rift goes. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So definitely give it a look.
And when we say anyone can sign up, like literally anyone can sign up.
Kangas signed up. I mean,
yeah.
like, if Kangas can do it, you can do it.
Is this another stray L that Kangas is
No.
catching? Okay. Whenever we say things like, if this person can do it, so can you. You know, it's always like, this person has no... all right, well...
He's got no hair. We have Lee Sin and Ari, the classic Hoon-Lebmont combo. Now selected by Unplayable Matchup, trying to get a lot of priority in the early game. And they might be able to do it because they are against some rather immobile mages in the Lux and the Morgana. And yeah, this combo very well known for being very aggressive in the 2v2, starting really at like level 3 or 4. So you better get ready.
Yeah. This is one of those times where Constantly Hate Club now have to react to a very volatile setup and Unplayable Matchup are looking to play through this time around. And we got to see an example of how well can you adapt to playing a strong defense after playing a, pretty strong... Well, let me backpedal a bit, because they had strong lanes on both the Dragon lane and the top side, but they had a scaling matchup in the Kassadin, and the Lee Sin was only used just to really hover and protect the Kassadin to scale. And then afterwards, it was off to the races. Kassadin,
he's banned this time, so we won't get him. But they could play Senna. That is something that someone could pull out. It was banned a lot last weekend and a lot this weekend too, but still on the board. If that's a pick that anyone wants to prioritize, anybody spare Senna? We saw KFC play pretty well with it. KFC is pretty good. Thoughts?
Senna Morgana, Senna Lux.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be pretty good. Oh, it's Caitlyn.
Okay.
Well,
so
I understand.
Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Morgana.
Could be Caitlyn Morgana, yeah. The difference is, like, I don't think Lux is that good mid, and she's definitely bad jungle. So, and don't even try to tell me that Lux is good jungle, okay? Don't even try. Scion's here, though.
Ooh! I do like seeing Scion. This is one of the few tanks that seems like it is actually viable in the game. And I think that's the only thing I wish... I have to say, Wild Rift competitive-wise and meta landscape-wise, I think is very versatile, and you get a lot of different champion playstyles that are seemingly diverse. I think the only thing is that we lack, strong tanks outside of really the support role. only supports can manage to pilot frontliners and engages, and it's just because they operate super well on low econ. You can run a Galio, you can run a Leona and not care about just continuously throwing yourself in. If you want to run a tank top lane, they usually get pushed out by all the split pushers and the fighters.
Speaking of support, we now know that it is Lux and Morgana is being sent into the jungle, but we also have a different thing happening on the other team. Is it Ziggs support? Is it Ashe support? Ahri support? What's going on here, Rob?
Oh yeah, that because it can't be Scion support, because then you would have an Ahri top.
If this is Ashe support, unplayable matchup are certified LS enjoyers. They already picked Nasus.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think it translates to this game, guys. If this is actually happening, this game is not the same. It's much faster, okay? You gotta do stuff early game.
Yeah.
You can't just wither somebody and then, like, that's the fight, right? You know? Like, you wither somebody, it lasts 2 seconds, and then they kill you.
I think that's the other big thing. So for anyone coming from, like, League into Wild Rift and watching the stream and watching Wild Rift for the first time, because the laning phase is significantly shorter, it has less impact, and there's less time for you to get a leverageable advantage going into the mid game before you hit your first spikes, right? Now, that being said, there are certain champions that can just completely bulldoze through a laning phase or make the laning phase extremely difficult and unplayable to the point that that's the advantage that is leveraged in the beginning. Whether you're playing something like a Draven, you know, a kill lane with Draven, a kill lane with Lucian to an extent, or if you have an aggressive jungler like Lee Sin who is diving you before 2 minutes, then that is another way to make it happen. But it consistency-wise, it is very difficult to do all the time. So that is why you see a lot of times mid-games and late-game compositions are favored for newer teams or just in general across lower levels of play or uncoordinated play, because you don't get punished, and then you just get to that part of the game where you are vibing with big damage and big team fights.
So anyway, yeah, you agree with me that Ashe support sucks? Is that
if that is what is being locked in, she's just going to be an old
situation.
Yeah.
Either way, because I don't think Ziggs support is that good either. Like, I pick that when I'm like trying to climb out of the lows so that I can finish the game faster.
Because if it's Ashe support, then that means the amount of physical damage that's actually like consistent is very little. Because I imagine they are going to be running an Ashe support that because Imperial Mandate got added to this game, right? So I'm assuming that they are just running Imperial Mandate and looking for a high CDR build where all Ashe is doing is just spamming ult on cooldown. And then maybe you can, you know, spam volleys, but I don't know how much damage you're going to be efficiently doing with such a low econ build.
Yep. We'll have to find out. I imagine we're going to be getting into this game very shortly, as we talked a lot about the bot lane here. We don't quite know exactly what it's going to look like, but we do know what that top lane is going to look like. And Scion, he's been so fun to watch so far in Wild Rift. Like you said before, he's really the first actual tank in the game, and I love that. I love tanks. Tanks are really fun. I hope we get more soon. I hope we get Ornn and Maokai and Cho'Gath. I want them because they're so fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, he is oftentimes just completely unkillable when it does get to those late game situations, especially if you don't have to worry too much about other consistent types of damage. If you can just build one resistance, it's really good. But Console Hate Club actually don't have that problem, which is good.
They actually have a very decent damage profile between both magic damage and physical damage.
And true damage.
And in terms of consistency as well, yeah, true damage from the Garen as well.
I'm upset, Rafa. It's Ashe support. It's not even Spectral Sickle. Kansui Hate Club, smite these LS enjoyers down.
I will say that the other exciting thing about Sion being in the game is, yeah, I mean, you already said it, like, this is the first actual tank where it feels like a tank. We've had people play Mundo in top lane, but it's never been the super tank that you would want it to be. Honestly, the only time I've seen a good Mundo was when Charm was pulling out Mundo support.
I agree, yeah. This is actually the same exact thing that Kangas said last weekend, by the way, when we saw Sion. But,
Hell
you know,
yeah.
great minds think alike. And so do
Play-by-play
play-by-play
minds
minds.
think alike. Yep. That's pretty based. Shout outs to Kangas.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
Kansui Hate Club, they're rocking with this Renekton in the mid lane, which we didn't really acknowledge as a thing that was happening, but it is. The stun click is always something that I love about Renekton, and you know, it's fitting that he's playing against the LS Enjoyers, and that's the last time I'm going to talk about it, because there are probably a lot of Wilder people who don't even know who that is, so we'll move on.
It just happened to like Ash support. Kyun taking the Renekton mid into the Ahri matchup. Normally, that should be difficult for taking Renekton into any range matchup, but Kyun so far has been at least brawling a little bit. And because Kyun was previously a Baron laner, at least for what we saw from the little snippet of research we pulled up during the break, this champion is not new to Kyun, so must be comfortable taking it against the Ahri.
I like it, and I hope we get to see how it operates in these team fights. I'm imagining that it's just gonna really help out this front line and build up a wall for your Caitlyn and Lux, who are not very mobile and want a front line that's just going to stand directly in front of them, which Garen and Renekton do rather well, and so does Morgana in a lot of ways. So pretty nicely set up there. Unplayable matchup, on the other hand, they have a bit more mobility in terms of their damage. The Lee Sin and Ahri, very powerful as a duo. We haven't seen them link up quite yet, but it's only 3 minutes. We can wait for a bit.
Well, it's not going to be the Lee Sin and the Ahri linking up. It looks like it's going to be the Lee Sin and the Sion, but it has to flash away. And Luan DJ is a little too tanky. Here comes the Justice. Straight right on back by Boom. Luan DJ, though, in a 1v2 situation, getting 2 summoner spells and an ultimate ability. Not bad.
I mean, it's kind of bad because Luan DJ did miss that entire minion wave, so he should be further ahead than Fez than he actually is, because he did trade his life back over. Might have been better for him to just stay alive, because that stun that landed onto him with the Decimate was very, very impactful. But that's okay, because Luan DJ is playing this Garen. This matchup is still very favorable. Oh, the flash, too late.
Oh, the flash, as you called it. Too late, but it might not even matter. Kyun looking for one more auto attack onto Nap State, looking for it, but it's KO Eagle. The flash into the shadows. Nap State goes down.
And the Black Shield actually providing a lot of extra HP to make sure that the Spirit Fire didn't take him down either. That's so huge. As Kyun is to stay alive. I mean, the Flash, he definitely was intending to dodge the Sonic Wave, but this outcome ended up being way better than if he had.
KO Eagle salvaging what could have been just a normal 1-for-1 ends up being a 2-for-0. Dos por nada. That's efficiency right there, Smacks.
Some good jungling. You know, making sure you're swinging the tides of battle towards your teammates.
Web swing?
Web swing the tides of battle?
Yes.
We got
just
Eagle back on the Rift. I know. I know you do. I'm happy for you, Rob.
You know, now that we have a player named KO Eagle in the jungle, this just means we need whoa!
Oh,
That
Gun
damage is
move.
from Lux support, by the way. Totally not a support.
0 item Lux support. Oh, the Black Shield.
Dark Binding does not connect, but it forces Boom to throw out the Dragon's Rage.
Oh?
And goodbye, Inconceivable. Demacian Justice smites him down. But here comes Fez. The Unstoppable Onslaught is wrecking amok. On to Kansui Hate Club. They are pushed back into their towers. But Fez wants this kill so badly. But Luan DJ playing on a knife's edge. Waits until the very last second before burning both the barrier and the flash.
As showing some really solid mastery of Scion, though, especially considering this champion is so new, dealing a ton of damage with that ultimate and cleaning up the backline. This is a big problem that Kansui Hate Club is going to have to find a way to solve, because if you let Scion and Lee Sin and Ahri get to your immobile backline, that is what's going to happen. They're not going to survive. They don't deal enough consistent damage to make up for all the burst.
You know, Smacks, we were saying that there isn't a consistent amount of physical damage. I still stand by that. But the burst of physical damage that is front-loaded from Fez and Boom's initial combos could be enough. And oh my goodness, kaboom! Boom goes down, but he steals the dragon away from Kansui Hate Club, and it's even more leverage to get to work with going into this mid-game.
Yeah, that dragon is really big. Can keep the scaling alive in an unplayable matchup. This is the aspect of the game that I wanted to see them get better at. Get better at showing strong performances in the late game, in the team fights, and try to close out games, because they've been able to get leads pretty consistently, especially in the games last weekend. This game has been a bit closer in that regard. But Fez, I mean, he's starting to pop off, just like he did on the Darius.
You know what? I now understand the hype behind Fez. This guy. I mean, we saw a little bit of the taste with Jax in the previous game. Fortunately, wasn't enough to really carry on forward, but to just match up against Luan DJ. This is really promising for the landscape of Wild Rift. Always love seeing more talented players, stronger players entering into the scene, challenging some of the other players that we were already hype on from the previous Year 1 and Year 0 of Wild Rift here in NA. This means we're getting more people to play Wild Rift Smacks.
Yay!
Let's go!
I mean, we already knew that. We had so many teams sign up for this event.
Hell
That's
yeah.
pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
Love that. It was getting a bit of a bot push going for unplayable matchup. They do have the Ziggs that they can rotate down and try to drop a little satchel on there if they see fit. 3 people they think is going to be enough to take down this only Renekton. Solo Renekton only, if you will.
Solo
but they're wrong.
Renekton.
Everyone else is there.
True. Okay, KO Eagle. Tormented are Soul Shackles. Probably not enough, though. Whoa! Fez and Boom! Did you see that amount of damage they just did?
That I did, Rafa. I'm telling you, Fez is not to be messed with. He is so strong at these melee champions that can stay in these fights for a while. That's Scion, that's Darius. I'm getting excited. I think we might have our first game 3, Rafa. Now, that's getting a little too far, because it's still a very even game. This is much larger of a fight than we've seen from any team that's lost game 1 so far today.
And watch how this happens. Soul Shackles from KO Eagle. You have the silence from Luan DJ. They even have the Ash Arrow was from Unplayable Matchup, so it gives them a little bit of time. And the rest of the damage, not just from Boom, but also Luck, throwing a good out Mega Inferno Bomb to make the damage burst layer on top of it. Ah, man. Unplayable Matchup. Surprising us all.
Yeah, I really like how Fez backed himself into a corner and then just started the Decimate, because what are you going to do, walk into him? I mean, he's low, but you're going to get knocked up by the Q, so it's just a catch-22 there. As there may be another one happening. Fez, he's rooted up, but it's a Scion!
Oh, good Ash Arrow right into the Mega Inferno Bomb. A lot of damage on the KO Eagle, so he is forced out of the pit. Cannot easily contest for the Rift Herald. And all for unplayable matchup. They just need to find members and pick them off one by one. Luan DJ is traded for Nap Staten. Rift Herald will reset. They're going to try again.
The Scion is still here. The poke damage is still here also from the Ashe and the Ziggs. Super hard to get into this pit as... Oh, wait. Oh, there may have been an attempt from Kuhn, but it's too little too late, and that's a Rift Herald for unplayable matchup.
No Dragon available to immediately contest afterwards, so there's a little bit of time for Kansui Hate Club and Unplayable matchup to reset, but Unplayable wants to take this tempo, look to steal some camps away before Kansui Hate Club can respond.
Do they actually get this, though? Oh, yes they do! The kick into the smite!
Boom says, this blue buff is mine! Hiku!
Hiku! That's good anime.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Q. Yeah.
Haikyuu!
Haikyuu!
Yeah, Lee Sin was well before his time with that one, honestly.
True. Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, Lee Sin has been around since one of the... I don't think it was one of the first
2011,
champions.
I think.
Yeah, but yeah, like, it wasn't the... I don't think on the original lineup, but then it came, like, just a little bit afterwards.
Yeah. Ooh. Black Shield denies.
Oh, good Dark
the charm,
Binding! Good Dark
and
Binding!
there isn't enough. Oh!
Kansui Hate Club! They... Whoa!
Oh?
Did we get flashbanged on stream? I don't know what that was. Was that the... What? What is happening? Is that the meteors from the enchant?
Yes, that's Meteor Rafa. No, they put Gangplank in the game.
What? It made such loud sounds and it illuminated my screen. But we saw Meteor in the previous game. It didn't do that. I didn't see that.
You just weren't paying attention.
I'm being gaslit for sure. No shot. Kansui Hate Club. You're gonna see if they can steal the dragon away, but Boom is clutch with the smite, securing the Infernal Dragon. But the rest of Kansui Hate Club, they see low health bars and they see stragglers and they want to run them down. But Kansui Hate Club, you gotta be careful. Fez in the Undead Scion mode is a bit of a tough monster to deal with during that time. So they get out. Looks like KO Eagle does fall.
Kansui Hate Club. They're losing out on these objectives pretty consistently. Ooh, that's a pretty flash from Calco. Ow! The headshot.
Boom. Headshot.
The team fights. They're, again, going the way of unplayable matchups opponents. That's very concerning. But they're taking these objectives. You can see that they're trying to get these setups down, and I can appreciate that. But the same concerns that I've always had are still remaining. Can they actually set up battle lines and favorable positions for these team fights? Oh!
Good Ash Arrow. Kuhn might be in a bit of a pickle. Very overextended. The Meteor, this time not as much of a flashbang, thankfully. I swear, like, in that moment that we saw the Meteors, it was overwhelming.
It's because there were 4 of them. Now there are 5 of them.
Yeah, but there's just... See, that one by itself was just... I'm just not used to it. I swear. I don't know. There was something about the first cast of it, and I was just like, what was that?
Ooh.
You know?
I actually don't know who got the red buff. Was it Fez? I can't tell if that's Sunfire or red buff. Is it both? I genuinely cannot
Zoom
tell.
and I don't think so. I think Boom got it. If I'm gonna be honest.
That's
no.
blue buff.
What the? Who got the red buff?
All right. What does red buff look like? Go back. Go back to Boom. He just picked up one.
Okay.
Okay. It is the Sunfire and the red buff. It's both of them.
Oh.
Yeah. Just go back to Fez. It's the same. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Now
Now I see it. Now I see it. It's just on the very outskirts. Yeah.
They should probably make those different colors, huh?
Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Constantly Hate Club has to be careful about if they want to pick a fight here, because Luan DJ, yes, there are two people here, and there's more about to collapse, and not enough from Constantly Hate Club to immediately respond.
Constantly Hate Club getting a little overambitious on these plays. They're trying to find some leeway here. And now that's a big piece of their front line down. I don't think they want to go for any team fights right now. They need Luan DJs to be alive, because this back line, you have to find ways to protect it. Like I keep saying, the Caitlyn and the Lux, they're not going to protect themselves. You need to stand in front of them. Make sure you don't get Lee Sin kicked.
Kuhn dodging out from a potential Ash Arrow, but also had the Black Shield. Gonna be A-okay. An unplayable matchup. They are scaling on through. Now, a lot of the early game agency we thought was going to be leveraged was made. Boom on the Lee Sin. Incredible macro game, and just being there for a lot of the plays to leverage this early game to get them through to the point where now Luck, in game one, was having a bad time on the Varus. This time around, he's vibing. 3 items on the Ziggs.
He's getting ziggy with it, Rafa. And he didn't go for the tier build. He has blue buff, which is tier, except you don't have to spend money on it. Kind of broken.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
In fact, you gain money from getting blue buff.
Yeah. It's not a permanent buff. You know, you always have to collect it every time blue buff is around. But not only he's accelerated his build with Death Cap, but also has the Infinity Orb. I love the Infinity Orb because you have to crit when they're low. However, Fez, my dude, that's a lot of damage. Oh, but he's out of there.
He lives. He lives those every time, Rafa. He is Scion. Of course, he does not die. He has Flash, and he doesn't even need to ult. That's the big thing. He still has that ultimate, so he can do donuts around the rift.
What does being blue have to do with him getting out alive?
What?
You said cyan.
Yeah.
He's cyan.
Yeah.
Like the color blue.
Yeah. That's his name.
I was trying to make a joke. It didn't land. Why?
Oh.
FF.
So yeah, that's where your issue lies. Trying to make a joke, Cam. That's.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Me and Kangas both taking L's today.
Oh, the kick.
And Luan DJ getting kicked in the face. Another Astro as well. Whoa, Fizz! Did he just obliterate the back line? I think he did. And it was a good combo from Luck with the downtown Mega Inferno Bomb right into the back line. And you said it before, Smacks. If no one can stop this Scion, no one can tank the Scion from just full frontingly charging into the back line, this composition slaps.
Yep. And it slaps you in the face with all of the dragons, and now a Baron as well. They can secure this one. Eagle is dead. A smite is here for Boom. They just have to be a little worried about the front line, which they were able to kick away from the fight before. See if they can do it.
Another Ash Arrow. The CDR, the ability haste is therefore inconceivable. They can start throwing out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow multiple times. But it doesn't seem the Baron is going to be the case for unplayable matchup anymore. Everyone is back up on the map, and they don't want to risk throwing their lead now.
I really loved that last Drake setup from unplayable matchup. That was how I wanted to see them take team fights. We saw Boom. He kicked Luan DJ over the wall. And, you know, it looked a little awkward upon first glance because you usually want to use your kick to deal a lot of damage. But kicking the one frontline member there completely out of the fight lets you gain easy access to the backline, kind of like this right now.
That is not okay. Fez just half health cow with just Scion ultimate. What the hell?
Scion good. Teams need to pick Scion.
Well, teams are finding out a lot more about some certain champion picks and how to play around them effectively. Because, of course, you know, Scion wasn't like this during the early game. Cassidon in the previous game for Constantly Hate Club is not like that in the early game as well, but when you stall the game out long enough to something like this, get to see these champions come into their prime.
Now, Rafa, you're seeing what Sion's doing right now. Just imagine when Ornn is released. Ooh.
Yeah, talk about a super tank. Imagine
he's going to be the most broken champion of all time.
Yeah.
He kind of already is in PC League.
You know where I'm going to play him first?
I do know where you're going to play him first.
That's right. Well, Elder is up on the table. Both Unplayable Matchup and Continuity Hate Club know that that is the buff that will allow them to seal the end of the game, which is why they are contesting the mid lane so heavily. They need that lane priority. They need the easy access into the river first, because both teams have to deal with insane pick tools on either side.
Unplayable Matchup, they've shown consistent growth in this specific game at being better in the late game. This is where they can prove it.
Here comes Fez. A darn turret stubble interrupts the full effect of the unstoppable onslaught, but they are still making the charge. Kyun, however, willing to trade his life for a little bit onto the back line. Takes about half of his health in response. Kansui Hate Club only dropped that way, but it could be enough damage that Unplayable Matchup will get this Elder Dragon uncontested.
That way's dead, but Eagle is still alive. Eagle's the one that has the smite. Maybe he can get into this pit. You have to make sure that does not happen. Ash arrows are doing a lot of work right now. 5,000 HP. The knockup!
Fez doing everything he can to just frontline for the team.
There it is.
And that gives everything needed for Unplayable Matchup to guarantee the Elder Dragon. And now Fez, he gets the walk up. He gets the down smash. He's going to go down to Kyun as he took too many turret shots, but it is boom! That snipes Calco under the tower with the Sonic Wave flash, finding the damage, and the Elder Execute takes out 4 from Kansui.
All right. It's looking like we're getting our first Game 3 of the night, Rafa, and it's in the last series, the last quarterfinals. As Unplayable Matchup, they're going to waltz into the base, take every structure down. Only that way it remains, and he can't do a single thing about the Elder Dragon stacked up. Unplayable Matchup, we are going to that third game, and you're getting kicked into the mountain.
Well, damn. Unplayable Matchup. I mean, I think they made that matchup look playable. They found the right chemistry of champions within this composition, and they understood how they wanted to play out those setups. I think one of the big things that you especially noted is when they recognized all 5 members of Kansui Hate Club grouping up, having the proper frontline setups for their battle line structures. Boom saw the angle, said, what if we just punted away one of the front lines?
Yeah.
And denied them interrupting the full-on Fez charge. And a lot of that was what seemingly won them the ultimate late-game stage of the game. But it was earlier than that. Boom and Fez orchestrating a lot of picks together, working with Inconceivables, Ash support, which I have to call back to it, Smacks. We were non-believers. We did not have any faith that the Ash support would do well. Well, what do we say now? Do we say that it was unpunished?
That's my take. I'm sticking to it. Scion Diff, the Lee Sin played very well. And, yeah. I think that could have been any support champion, and it would have looked just as good. That's my take.
Okay.
Could have been singed.
Support singed.
I think it would have been exactly the same game. But, you know what? I respect that you're trying new things. That's what I'll say. I think that Scion should be the new thing that you continue to try, because that champion is so good. And you saw in that post-game screen, it got MVP as well for taking the most damage and super high kill participation. So, play Scion.
Play Scion, everyone. Thumbs up.
A Smacks endorsed champion. Scion top lane.
I think the other premium this game was securing the Lee Sin for unplayable matchup on the blue side this time around. Having that champion available means that you are the king of the early game. There's very little champions in the jungle pool that can contest you blow for blow in every single like area that Lee Sin dominates in, because if you want a jungler that can at least match in terms of just straight raw damage and power, then you're looking at things like a Xin Zhao, maybe a Jace, but then you get the damage and it's like, what about raw mobility? I mean, because like Lee Sin can go in and out and wherever he pleases, right? And it's freeform for the most part. Xin Zhao and Jace it's all targeted mobility. So, and I mean, we can go on and on and on, and we just go down the list of comparisons for like other champions. But like Lee Sin, by far, like if your jungler can play it, and if your team knows how to play around a snowballing Lee Sin, this is definitely a champion that you either have to first pick or you ban on red side.
Now the pressure is on here for Kansui Hate Club. They are the de facto second place team, as they were the ones who defeated the second place team before this matchup. They have a lot riding on that. I'm sure the Imperius team would feel pretty bad if the team that beat them didn't even make it to semifinals. What does that say about those guys, you know? Gonna have to find out, as we have one more game of Wild Rift left for the evening, Rafa.
Well, the copium angle for Imperius is that they lost to Kansui Hate Club in a best of one, right?
That's true.
And best of ones, you know, anything can happen. And if you just happen to flip poorly, then, you know, it is what it is. But Game 3 is on the horizon, Smacks. And here we go. That's right. It's vibing time.
5 October. 5-tober.
5-tober, yeah. Our producer
Yone's
also,
banned.
you know what?
Oh.
I had to read this because this was kind of very funny. Wait, where'd you go, Smacks?
Yone got banned. I'm sad. I'm sulking. I'm alright though.
What if I tell you that our producer suggested Intimate Autumn?
Intimate Autumn.
Intimate Autumn. Flushed face emoji.
Flushed emoji. Alright, I'm gonna have to find a way to get actually back up. Maybe I can just point my camera down.
What? Are you stuck down there?
A little bit. It's all good. I'll
what
find a way.
happened? How are you stuck?
Okay, we're good.
What happened? Did you just like
you know,
kind of slink down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't looking at my screen when it happened. So, and then I looked back, and then I saw you were just no longer in frame. I was like, what? Huh?
Yeah, just kind of, you know, got a bit sad that Yone wasn't in this game. I wanted to see more, you know?
Yone
They banned it on red side, though.
Well, Smacks, you know what's one way you can see more Yone? You can play it on Wild Rift.
Wow, download for free on your phone right now.
Look, I'll show you how easy it is to... Bam! I've got it right here.
My games. Be careful not to show your login information.
No, I won't show it. Look, it's only showing Samira and Jarvan, Katarina, Sion, the MVP of last game. I think this is...
That's Kale.
Kale? Yeah.
You have a notice.
Oh.
Notice! You are
It
about to
appears-
leak your login information on a stream.
It appears I haven't downloaded or updated the game in quite some time, which shows my lack of familiarity with all the new
There was a new patch this week.
enchant items.
So that's probably it, the new patch this week. Probably shouldn't download it right now while you are using your upload speed. Well, I guess,
Well, I think my phone is using non-wireless. It's just using data, and that's okay. But during this whole time, we've had a draft phase going on for our last game of the broadcast today, and we have not only an Olaf with an Ami and the Jace. The Kansui Hate Club, they preemptively banned the Lee Sin because they wanted to prioritize the Lucian for themselves.
I like it. And they're going to get themselves Riven also, potentially in that jungle position too. Says champion, I think probably the most similar to Lee Sin in some ways. Early skirmishing power, a lot of physical damage burst later, and mobility off the charts. So, yeah. It's not Lee Sin though, but it's pretty good. And Alistar too. A lot of knockback there. Or one knockback, but an impactful one.
Yeah.
So you kind of get Lee Sin ultimate. You know? You can do it at level 1 too.
Hiku.
Hiku. Instead of Hiku, it's Himu. Because it's Alistar.
Yep, is a cow. Unplayable matchup. Cleaning out the rest of their bans with more mid lane targets in Cassin and Ziggs, and it is a brand new. We have not seen a brand in quite some time. I think when we were watching it pop up during the WNS, we would go down the list of like what mages you would play in the bottom lane, and because normally the go-to was Ziggs, and then you would get Morgana, and then like Orianna. It's like, okay guys, they banned all 3 mages. What do we play? We play Brand. And sometimes Lux.
AD Twisted Fate.
The rest special. And hey, speaking of throwback picks, it's the Corky mid.
I'm up to snuff and got me an ice machine.
Nothing but a whiskey delta.
We actually we spoke a little bit about the Corky voice lines last weekend and how a lot of them are just military slang for rather vulgar terms.
Oh, yeah, I know the Whiskey Delta one, but I didn't know if there were
Singed!
other. Is this singed mid into Corky?
It's singed. I think it's singed top because it's Jace mid.
I guess it could also be Jace top though. No, like you could run.
I guess.
I guess the solo lanes are interchangeable, but singed mid would be pretty dope because Olaf, one of the other junglers that if Lee Sin is off the table and you want a lot of early game damage, you think, okay, well, what can I get? You get Olaf. Olaf lacks a lot of mobility, but he brings a ton of damage up front burst. And it's mostly in the reckless swing, the true damage. A little bit different than PC League because a lot of the ways that people, because the map is shorter, you don't get as much value from just throwing constant undertows at people, but your true damage you get on Reckless Swing when maxing it, it's like insanely high for Wild Rift standards. And so if you're in a fight early on and then you're constantly hitting them with like 300 true damage every 2 seconds or every 3 seconds, that's pretty nuts. And if you have CC from a Singe to flip a Corky back into you, then that's all the setup you need to make up for the lack of mobility you have.
It'll be pretty strong, I feel, and you've got range support to back you up there too. So I feel like this Olaf is set up pretty well for success as long as you don't get headbutt out of the fight. You got to make sure you are in your Ragnarok before that happens, I suppose. You don't want to get stunned up by the Riven either. For Kansui Hate Club, the mobility is pretty high for them, I must say. The access to this backline is going to be pretty big. They just have to make sure that they are not put on the back foot by this Olaf and by this Singed, which is kind of the genius of the Singed pick, because he's just going to be running around the whole time. You're going to have to do something about him. You can't just always Riven and Alistar and Fiora engage onto the brand every single fight. It's just not going to work. So Singed mid or top, whichever one it is. I feel like this pick is probably the most effective one they could have gone for. I really like that idea.
Yeah, I not to mention the other genius side of the coin for locking in Singed against this composition is you talked about Kansui Hate Club having a lot of mobility. Singed with the adhesive it's grounded. So that prevents you from being able to use flash, dashes, any other movement abilities while you're on the goo from Singed. And that is a great way to normally lock down what could be tricky opponents from just being able to get away.
I like it. It's a good option. Unplayable matchup. This is my favorite draft of yours so far. And yeah, I mean, they've been ramping up, it feels like, in this series. They lost the first game. This second one, much, much closer till they found the way that they wanted to play these team fights. I want to see them figure that out as a team again, because like I said so many times, that is the thing that this team has been lacking, in my opinion. They haven't figured out how to play well together in tense situations. That last game was a good example of the opposite, where they seem to have figured it out a bit better. This team comp, I feel, much harder than the last one. You will need to work better as a team to achieve the same success that you had in the last game. You have to make sure you're not going too far with your Singed, too far with your Olaf. You have to make sure that you can still hit the same targets as your Brand and Jace, so you can actually kill people one at a time. You just don't really have a lot of AoE damage. So, playable matchup. Can they actually do this? Can they continue improving and overcoming this boundary that they've set in front of themselves and make it into that top 4?
Yeah, the effective range of unplayable matchup in terms of its highest damage dealers being the Brand and the Jace. While the Jace, you can, you know, poke from far away every 7 seconds with your accelerated shock blast combo. A lot of his damage is just going hammer form and just beating down on people. And Brand's spells are, for the most part, mid to short range spells as well. You have to get in danger's way to throw out your full burst rotation. So, as you said, Singed and Olaf, if they are diving into the backline looking for picks or just trying to get themselves in there, there's realistically not effective AoE engage outside of the tidal wave. You're really just hoping that you bait Constantly Hate Club into you with the Singed flip in an effort to try and save the person that was flipped into unplayable matchup, and then that baits them into the full devastating AoE that unplayable matchup has to offer.
It's 5v5s. A lot of stuff going on. I gotta say, though, Sweet Hate Club, they've got a lot of strong elements to their early game. This Riven, expecting to be very devastating to go up against early game. And alongside that, Lucian has been the premier bottom laner, I have to say, today in the games. This trade's not really going too well, though. Wow, the Brand damage is huge there.
Electrocute proc really did Calco in off of the back of that one, getting a full combo burst rotation out. And while it wasn't the passive going off from Brand yet, because he doesn't have enough spells to proc it, I mean, it's still going to be a huge sustain difference that you have when you are using Alistar Lucian versus another Enchanter support that could have been rocked after the Nami got taken away. But this is the gamble that Kansui Hate Club are going to take, as now KOE Eagle looking for the collapse onto Boom. Boom was able to secure the Scuttle Crab, hitting level 4, but did not want to take any chances in the skirmish fall.
Yeah, that's the issue, I will say, with Eagle playing this Riven. Not that he's playing the Riven, but that he's got a quirky mid lane. That's not a lot of early game power. So when it comes to the 2v2, Jace and Olaf are going to be actually much more effective than anything Riven and Corki are going to accomplish, even if Riven is very strong in those skirmishes. So that is the bad news when it comes to Eagle's early game. Maybe he can't really do a whole lot in that skirmish after all. Maybe you have to go for a bunch of ganks with your Lucian and your Fiora. You're really strong spikes of damage very early on.
Yeah, this is also a second time we're seeing Luan on the Fiora. Third Fiora overall for the day. Fiora is one of these champions that we project is one of the stronger Baron laners that you can pick in the current landscape. Oh! We're just gonna completely overlook the point. Talk about Naps Dayton being able to take out Kyun in the solo lane.
Yeah, that's really, really big. And it shows that Kyun Doesn't really get a whole lot of usage out of this exhaust. Can't really get in range of it, it seems, against Napstation, who has that ignite and lands it down very beautifully. Ooh. You can see Boom's coming. Gotta be very careful. Looks like they're going to make their escape as Eagle very low on this attempted gank, which I respect. He did actually go for it. Fez turns out to be rather difficult to take down.
Ghost and Flash use, I imagine the Insanity Potion as well, which not only it's the additional damage and movement speed, but also bonus health regen. So as you're trying to take this person down, you suddenly see that they're regenerating health rapidly. You're going, what is this? Why are they're not dying? And it's always tricky to try and take out a Singe, especially the longer you stay under the tower while slowly ticking away from singed poison. Tricky times.
Yep. I agree. And now there's a Rylai's. Oh boy. Yeah, it's going to be hard to attack the Singed. That's kind of his whole thing. It's hard to attack him. He will just run around. He doesn't do a lot, but you can't do a lot to stop him from doing the things that he does. Sort of a unbreakable wall, immovable object, or unstoppable force, immovable object. Excuse me.
Yeah. The point of this Singe is when it gets fed enough, it starts to create so much pressure on the side lanes. Just being able to evaporate minion waves, and then just that naturally causes pressure into your turrets. But then the other catch of it is what happens in team fights when he is super fed. And he is just running around. You cannot slow him down. You can't stop him. But he is continuously in your face, poisoning you all the while.
And he's laughing while he's doing it.
That's right. And if you try to chase him down, you're just chasing him in the poison trail as well. Is that how Singed laughs? Oh my goodness.
Mix, swirl, mix.
Oh, that's good voice line. Well, unplayable matchup.
From Arcane.
Not going to take any chances with the Rift Herald, knowing that the package was available from Kyun, but because of the vision granted by the Scuttle Crab that they had taken before the Rift Herald spawning, it allows them to see where Kyun was hovering towards and sneaking that dragon. Honestly, really well played, because had Kyun not been spotted, it's so dangerous trying to start up an objective when the package is available like that.
Little matchup are really trying to get something done in this bottom lane, but Luck is caught out.
Oh!
The crowd control is too heavy, and that way finds a really solid pick. Luck cannot even flash out.
Sudden flashbacks to game one of Luck getting caught out here. Does not have the same mobility and safety as they did in game two, where they were able to coast through most of that early game and get to the point where Luck was a major threat. Still is rocking a solid item spike at the moment with Ludens into the Haunting guys. More than likely should be a Leandries afterwards, although
I like Riftmaker.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, could Riftmaker be the play?
I don't hate it. It's probably Leandries, considering its brand, but I wouldn't hate Riftmaker at all.
My brand.
Your brand?
No, it's just it's an inside joke. Sorry.
I'm on the outside, Rafa. It's not very nice.
Well, it wasn't intentional. It just kind of it was a knee-jerk reaction. I had a friend that used to say, my brand, and just whenever.
I'm gonna go back to making Singed from Arcane references.
All right.
Catch me in season 2 of Arcane on Netflix.
That show cannot come back soon enough. I need it like tomorrow or in 1 hour.
Yeah, I mean, in 2 days, Spy Family comes back.
Huge. Okay.
Yeah.
Button. We can talk about animes later. Kansui Hate Club, an unplayable matchup. 7.5 minutes into the game, even state of gold. But a lot of the landscape has been tarnished thanks to that early Rift Herald play from Kansui Hate Club. And now they are overwhelming a majority of their forces into the bottom side of the map. They got a flash out of Napstation, but Boom is there, battling on back in Ragnarok mode. And that forces a flash out of KOE Eagle.
This game's getting pretty tense. They're really you can tell that neither side is really wanting to fully commit to anything, not wanting to give over the huge upper hand that we've seen a few times already today in the heavily snowballed games. I'm especially thinking of the KFC match. And Rafa, you can tell that the points are really forcing these teams to really think about what individual plays they want to make.
Yeah.
If you get into that top 4, it's a pretty big difference from if you're only in that top 8.
Yeah. This is the situation where the points actually do matter. You gotta... Sorry. That
Opposed to whose line is it anyway?
yeah. that was an inside joke specifically for me and Smacks. But Katsui Hate Club, an unplayable matchup, contesting over this choke point in the river, fighting over the blue buff, just wanting to show dominance and show power. A lot of ultimates already used. Ragnarok forced out a boom once again for the culling. I believe a tidal wave was also used from Inconceivable. A flash, a look from that way looks good potentially. Knock up, stun, right back onto Nap State, and he is locked down. And the rest of the damage from Katsui Hate Club, they're throwing everything into the barrel, but that's the jungler going down. KOE Eagle fighting the dust. Unplayable matchup now can look for a return response. And they are the ones chasing Katsui Hate Club back into their own jungle.
Rafa, I have very bad news about that play.
What is that?
Kyun attempted to pick up the Corki package, and he didn't actually do it. It is in the base. He certainly would have liked to have Corki package for that play to try to help his team with the engage and arrive to the fight sooner. But that's not what ended up happening. And now there are enough people left on the map for unplayable matchup to go secure the Rift Herald, and Kyun doesn't really get to do anything in that fight.
Fortunately for them, the package is not completely gone. Kyun is now just waiting for the Mountain Dragon to spawn before picking up the package. This should be the play that will guarantee Katsui Hate Club an objective, although they do not get the Rift Herald, as you pointed out. So unplayable matchup now can determine, do they want to take their chances against the Corki package? We have seen multiple teams in the past, during the WNS, even during Year Zero when it was just the Summoner Series, teams facing the wrath of a package, and that is just one thing you don't want to walk into.
Or maybe they do actually.
Hold
Rafa.
up, but they just forced the opposition right onto Kyun, and that package is used as an escape tool. And when unplayable matchup gets to force the hand of Katsui Hate Club like that, I mean, package is absolutely worthless. They go right back in trying to make a Dragon Steel, but it is secured by unplayable matchup. And Smacks, this just could be the very makings of a reverse sweep from unplayable.
Now, hold on there, Buckaroo. Rafa, I've got a little story to tell you about the Fiora who could. Because Fiora just took the top turret while that was going on and just got enough gold to go get a hull breaker. Now, you would expect that Katsui Hate Club would commit everything that they possibly can to that last team fight because they did take the Corki package. But Fiora was on the side lane, like Luan DJ is right this moment. And this alternate win condition is actually pretty large for Katsui Hate Club. Yes, they are down 2 Drakes. That's a pretty bad sign. These team fights are not getting easier. Brand is really scaling up. It is indeed a Rift Maker, so taking him down is becoming really difficult. Fiora doesn't really need to do any of those things. She just needs to hull break the turrets, and I feel like it might actually be possible.
Luan DJ is going to rely on the rest of his team then to buy as much time while he is unchallenged in the side lane for that win con to come into effect. Oh, look at that. That's a good look from that way. Just playing the guessing game with luck. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Well, boom. Finds a good look on the Kyun. Takes him out. Both summoner spells used. Doesn't matter. Has Ragnarok to dive the tower fully. Luan DJ trying to respond with the TP, but it's more action in the mid lane.
This is a lot of damage, forcing the flash out of that way as well, spreading the brand damage everywhere. And Katsui Hate Club does indeed have to run, but again, Luan DJ, he's in position, Rafa. He's hitting those turrets. He's hitting those minions. Look at him go.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
stay-
the Hull Breaker Baron is Cannon minion is kind of a dead giveaway, and he's still there. It's unfortunate.
It's one of those things that Luan DJ is now having to play around. He doesn't want to be on this side of the map, as Kansui Hate Club will be playing for the Baron, and if Luan DJ is too close to his team, it's not going to get any effects from the Hull Breaker, so it has a split on the bottom side of the map. KO Eagle hovering through the Krug camps, just in case Fez decided to overextend for fun, but both of these teams clearly playing very calculated, very coordinated, wanting to ensure that they are the ones that get that secure advancement into the semifinal stages for tomorrow.
Playable matchup. I'm really thoroughly admiring their team fighting that has clearly improved over the last 7-ish days we've seen from them. Got a couple more of those, and they will actually make it into that top 4. This might be one of them.
2-man knockup from that way. No real damage follow-up, though, from Kauko.
Oh, the bubble!
Oh, the bubble is huge. Inconceivable. Blocking down that way, and Luck is able to take him out, and Nap Staten constantly putting Kyun in a just very oppressive to deal with spot. But Luan DJ, as you called it out before, getting it done, was able to force Fez away from defending the tower, and it means Boom is the one that is forced to respond. But man, oh man, Luck and Inconceivable are able to pay back revenge against Kauko, and that way in succession. And Nap Staten even picking up a solo kill on the KOE.
This is a lot of kills being found by Unplayable Matchup. It was nearly won by Luan DJ. He got Fez to flash away from him in that 1v1, which is the reason why able to take out that side lane turret in the Dragon lane. What really needs to happen for Luan DJ's win condition to come online is he needs to have enough time to hit an inhibitor turret. If that happens, then this game actually can spiral out of control for Unplayable Matchup. It's very hard to have that actually happen, though, and Fez can continuously be more and more annoying, especially with his armor item now, Dead Man's Plates. That's going to help against Fiora quite a bit. And I feel like Luan DJ, he needs to play this just so well for this to actually work.
Needs to inflict all the pressure while being able to outplay and challenge whoever from Unplayable Matchup that is sent to deal with Luan DJ in the side lane, as now both teams hovering around this dragon. But this time around, Kyun isn't spotted quite yet. Now finally on to the dragon. They have the package this time around, but last time it was Fez that forced the hand out of Kyun, and once again, that is not good from the side of Kansui Hate Club. It's such a powerful package tool to be used, and Unplayable Matchup are just putting them in spots that Kansui Hate Club cannot leverage that ability well.
Fez is doing the most right now for his team in these 4v4 exchanges, although Nap Staten is struggling in the side lane. It's okay. It's not nearly as bad as when Fez was doing it, because at least Nap Staten can build the Hull Breaker and stay alive and stay at range, which is why Unplayable Matchup are having a better time right now and why they can still remain in this 4v4 even though they're against the Fiora with Hullbreaker.
We're at a standstill, Smacks. 3,000 gold lead for Unplayable Matchup. Both teams have backed off the Dragon for now. No package available. Unplayable Matchup feel a little bit more confident in starting up the Dragon this time around now that Kansui Hate Club have backed off from the pit. But there's still a vision, and Luan DJ is not in position yet to start split pushing. So Nap Staten is going to get a lot of time to push out these waves. Might consider rotating on over to help Unplayable Matchup secure this Dragon, a 5-on-4.
Oh,
there's a teleport from Luan DJ just in case he wants to land, but it is a great flash from Kauko, being able to dodge away from harm. Did not have to use the barrier, but it was a flash that was burned. And now Unplayable Matchup now find their odds a little more playable for this Dragon.
No Lucian around. This becomes significantly easier for them. They still have all this healing from Nami also. That's really, really helping them out. No package to worry about either. Really just got to make sure that smite works out. Rafa.
Oh, split
the
cam!
1v1's won!
Oh, this is huge! Now, Luan DJ, wait a minute! He's turning through the turret!
Oh.
The rest of Kansui Hate Club, they just have to give Luan DJ as much time as possible. But Fez is already recalled. He's already here to defend the base. But now that means a playable matchup. They are the ones that are now down members. They are down numbers. And that allows Kansui Hate Club to secure the third dragon of the game.
We had the question of whether or not Luan DJ would play well enough in the side lane to win his team the game. The inhibitor turret is so much permanent pressure in the rest of this game that I think the answer might be yes after all. 4 items on the Fiora now. Most gold in the game. Now all Luan DJ has to do is station himself in this dragon lane with the Hullbreaker, with 3 other items, with teleport as well, and his team can go pressure this Baron. They did that without Lucian even close. And Kansui Hate Club, I think they may have done it.
The implications for how Kansui Hate Club get to play the rest of the game out is massive as well. Inconceivable. If you step too far forward, you could be flashed on by that way. They're looking for it. It's not even a flash, it's just the Proto Belt. That's 1 member gone, and this is going to increase Kansui's Hate Club's odds of being able to play this Baron. And you know, Smacks, we've already seen Luan DJ handle the 1v1 against Napstaden, almost taking out Fez. I think he's looking to solo him once again. Napstaden or Fez is able to get out alive, and now the rest of the members are chasing Luan DJ, but Luan, after showing luck, after showing Napstaden, seeming to have already done his job, now it's just up to Boom. Boom, can he be the hero and salvage this Baron away from Kansui Hate Club? They're taking a lot of damage. Baron, 2,600 HP. The damage coming out from over the wall, but it is KOE Eagle securing the Baron. But here comes Fez. He's looking to find any stragglers. He's looking to run him down, has the realized Crystal Scepter for the slow if he can get on top of them. But it's multiple flashes burned from Kansui Hate Club. They got out alive, but Elder is also on the table, Smacks, and they are running right for it, but there's a package available from Cune.
Package is here, and the Super Minions are in the Baron lane also. Napstaden is not even close to this Elder Dragon. He needs to get there as soon as possible to make sure that it's a 5 versus 3. 2 still dead inside of Kansui Hate Club. There's the package.
There he goes, that way, looking for the knockup, doesn't quite get it, stunned on the entry, 3,000 HP, KOE Eagles in the pit, steals it! The Elder Dragon is secured for Kansui Hate Club. There's only a couple members that now have the buff for Kyun, Kauko, and Luan DJ, but it is enough for Kansui to turn this game around and keep themselves alive.
An unplayable matchup. They might not be able to end this game now through the Baron, through the Elder Dragon. They still have the numbers advantage on the Rift right now. What can they even do with it at this point? Luan DJ is stationed in this side lane right now. And there are supers in the other one. What can you do? Unplayable matchup. They have a lot of these questions to answer, and they have to come up with answers very, very quickly. Otherwise, they will crumble under the pressure. Oh no, Fez!
Oh, and he has the Elder for the execution. Good night, Fez. Luan DJ stepping up insanely this game compared to the previous 2 games where Fez got the solo kill as the Jackson the Fiora matchup, dominated on the side, getting MVP in game 2, but in game 3, this is Luan DJ's time to shine. Unplayable matchup, looking for windows to get back in this game. Finding an easy pick onto Kauko despite the flash being burned. They retreat right back off. They have to deal with Baron empowered minions through the open side lane in that Baron side of the map. Unplayable matchup reacting to Luan's lane, but the rest of Kansui Hate Club can play through mid, get a turret down.
There's another wave coming in this Dragon lane also, and all of these structures are becoming so easy for Kansui Hate Club to take down. The Hullbreaker is so threatening. Luan DJ is nearly done with all of his items as well. Rafa, I saw that this was a possibility from Luan DJ to win his team the game on this side lane. He's certainly well equipped for it. Nobody can really match this champion there. Did I think it would be this impactful to this extent? Of course not. Unplayable Matchup were winning these team fights every single time. Fez in the 5v5s was doing so much work on the Singed. It doesn't matter that he's down like 6,000 gold. He's nearly at full items anyway on Singed. Doesn't really matter. So if he's getting these flings down and he's cutting through this backline, how is Luan DJ still able to win out on these side lanes so effectively? I can't believe it.
2 words. Sigma grind set.
Okay. We could have picked better words. Come on.
Luan DJ kept through the split push and maintained that pressure throughout the entire game, rarely grouping up with the team. But honestly, if you're playing Fiora, that is your identity. That is what your role is. That is the win con. An unplayable matchup now forced to send 2 members, both Napsaden and Fez, to answer Luan DJ this time around before Luan can look for an angle to solo kill one of them and open up the inhibitor. But it does mean that this Baron will be started by Kansui Hate Club.
Nobody has any sweep. Nobody has any control wards here on the side of Kansui Hate Club. Can't really go for this and fully deny out the vision, so they decide to back away. 24 minutes into this game, it's looking like we're maybe going to get a second Elder Dragon. That's the first time I've ever said that, I think, in a Wild Rift cast, because that didn't even exist months ago.
True. Yeah, we before then, it was just a permanent Elder Dragon. So we are now in the state where we are approaching the late game. In fact, we are beyond that. And you and I are no strangers to extremely late games. We have been in some we have witnessed firsthand some of the longest, if not the longest, Wild Rift competitive matches ever in the entire world. 40+ minute bangers.
Yeah, I remember.
Shout out to Tribe and Enemy.
Yeah.
Okay, Fez looking for a good flip. It's right on the KO Eagle, gets the flash out. You follow up from Boom. Could be huge. Ragnarok unstoppable. They find that way, and Luan DJ is trying to push through the top side of the map, looking for the 1v1 onto Napsaden, but he's got a GA, so even if Luan takes him down, you still have to fight through one more health bar, and that's why Luan DJ cannot pressure that advantage even further.
Nobody on Unplayable Matchup died in that exchange, though, which means Kansui Hate Club is still at that standstill. They can't go for either one of these objectives. They don't have the Corki package either. But Elder Dragon is something that they still really, really need to get. Nobody has any control wards anymore. Switching over to that sweeper. They can't really easily control the vision on this pit. You're just going to have to do it and acknowledge that the enemy team can see it the entire time.
So far, unplayable matchup, just waiting. Oh, man. Using the Elder Dragon, baiting Calco. Had flash available, but the tidal wave was immaculately timed. Dragon laner gone. 3 members to 4 in this Elder Dragon pit. Luan DJ once again attempting to push through the top side of the map, trying to look for immediate pressure. But because the inhibitor tower has already been taken down and Napsaden is doing a great job of holding the line, there's no real advantage that Kansui Hate Club can look for, but the Elder Dragon will not be played by Unplayable Matchup.
It may look like the 4 members of Unplayable Matchup on the Elder Dragon are the ones doing all the heavy lifting, but it really is entirely on Napsaden to keep this game going. He needs to find ways to kill the minions and not take too much damage and not get forced to use his Guardian Angel in just the isolated 1v1, because if Luan DJ gets in range, even close to in range, you will go down in the 1v1. Fiora is the queen of duels. Napsaden needs to stay out of this range, make sure that the minions die.
Oh,
he's brought in
look at the
Conceivable
collapse
with him.
There's 3 members collapsing right onto Luan DJ. They want to see if they can look him, but Kansui Hate Club takes this opportunity to go right to the Elder. This is 4 on 2 now, and now the rest of Unplayable Matchup, they're getting teleports in from Napsaden, but then Luan DJ is now only facing up against a Nami. I can't imagine that an Inconceivable can defend this all by themselves. Luan DJ can just hit the Nexus. He's on it. Inconceivable can do nothing about it. No one's gonna recall. Luan DJ makes it happen with the backdoor, and Kansui Hate Club advance to the semifinals.
Oh, Unplayable Matchup. Oh, it's such a difficult decision to make in those instances. Do you go to the Elder Dragon fight? Do you stay in the base? And just like you said, the Nami is just not enough to save all of these structures from the rain down from Luan DJ and the Hullbreaker. Oh, it's such a tragedy there for unplayable matchup. They really tried their best, but Napstaden, you had to stay in the base.
Yeah, I can't imagine how hectic, how stressed out the members are at that point in the game, playing so many best of ones, so many best of ones in games throughout the day. I think that is one of the things that, especially for younger players, as you know, for us, this is before last week, a team with players we haven't seen before, at least ones we don't recognize. And whenever you get new competitive players, new younger players into the competitive scene, regardless of their mechanical skills, regardless of their just understanding of the game, when it gets that late, there is bound to be slip-ups. There's bound to be miscommunications. There's bound to be misunderstandings of what is necessary to play out the game. And, you know, a lot of people in the chat, I already probably knows that Jace trolled or, you know, they threw the game. It is way more difficult in their shoes when you don't have perfect vision, when you don't have the luxury of sitting back in an armchair and being able to make all the criticisms and being able to get full information on everything. So, you know, like, yes, it doesn't change that is true. Like, the better option was Napstate need to be more patient. I can relate. I can imagine why that slip up happened. Why, like, and how that is possible. And so that is something that Unplayable Matchup will look back on and say, damn, like, this is how it was supposed to be played out. But, you know, it's not something that people should give this guy an incredible amount of flack for. This is the learning process. This is the learning experience of competitive play.
Unplayable Matchup, they gave it their all, and unfortunately for them, they will fall in the top 8 again for 2 weekends in a row. It still gives them quite a bit of points. And if we take a look at the bracket, there really aren't that many teams that have a lot of points right now. Although we were about to see tomorrow which one of the remaining 4 teams can achieve the top points. As the winner, of course, does get 15. That's where KFC already finds themselves. We'll see KFC versus Professional Hot Tub Streamers and Kansui Hate Club, who we just watched, win this very tense best of 3 against second place Demons. A lot of really fun matchups happening tomorrow. Of course, we're going to watch both of those, then the finals, or no, then the third place match, and then the finals. And yeah, I personally cannot wait for that day tomorrow, Rafa. It's going to be a great time.
It's always going to be a good time whenever I get to cast with you, Smacks, and whenever we get to cast for Rift Masters. Rift Masters has been a wonderful home for us, as well as many players, ever since the beginning of the Wild Rift competitive season here in NA. I mean, I really just want to express all the gratitude that we have, because especially during the off season when the official competitive season is over, you know, it can be hard sometimes to keep up with the Wild Rift scene and, you know, seeing what's going on with the changes and how that reflects in the highest levels of play. This is one of those avenues. This is one of those places where Rift Masters really excels in being able to give the best players in Wild Rift a stage to perform on, a stage where they can continue checking their progression, seeing how well they are leveling up their play and how they stack up against not only, you know, domestic competition regarding newer players coming into the scene, or the, you know, the former guard that went international, got to a certain point where they were beaten fair and square, and say, okay, how do I get better than where I pushed to before? And this is all in preparation for next year of Wild Rift. So shout out to Rift Master, shout out to all the production staff and crew behind the scenes as well. Once again, my homie Smacks for casting with me on the day. Before we sign off, anything else you would like to say for the fans at home?
Be sure to join the RiftMSTRS Discord server. Rafa and I and the other casters, Kangas and Battery, are all in there. You can come chat with us if you'd like. You can come register for the next event if you'd like, as that will be happening next weekend.
That's right.
Yeah, anyone can open. Anyone can sign up. It'll be a great time. And thanks to everybody working on the show. Tasty Bacon and Tori on production. We got our socials people. We got our TO people, all the other people over there at RiftMSTRS. And we'll see you all tomorrow, everybody. Stay cozy. Have a great night. And GG's.
GG's. Woo!